強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the LCS waiting room ahead of our first day of the knockout stage here in the lock-in tournament. I got myself, Emily, Raz, and Jat to kick things off today. And before we dive into the bracket and discuss the matchups that we have ahead of us today, I do want to give first a big shout-out to the Tigress, who we're going to welcome on to talk to us a little bit about her historic LCS casting debut. Tigress, how you feeling less than 24 hours off the back end of your first cast with Mark?
You know, I feel like it took a while for the adrenaline to actually exit my body, and now it was fun. Yeah.
That was a fun
Did you
set of cast.
sleep well or poorly?
I did not sleep for a while. I just sat in bed for quite a few hours and could tell that that wasn't going to change very
Let's go!
All right, well, I'm being
know how
told,
that is.
in fact, that we have some highlight moments to watch
Snap.
from Tigress's cast just yesterday. So let's take a look at that. We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about what it was like.
Under his turret, River, can you get away? He just takes the shots and leaves. Inspired flashes for it, gets the burn down. That is first blood for the young gun. Activates the ultimate, the Undying Rage to exit. Vulcan and Inspired were here for backup if needed. Oh no! Ultimate thrown out from Neo, gets the finish up onto Jojo Pyun as soon as that ultimate expires. Danny's healing up everybody, keeping Inspired, keeping Jojo Pyun on it. They take down one turret, they take down another one. Biofrost shielding up Neo so he can get additional poke, but Inspired goes golden himself. Danny can get another hit onto the enemy ADC. Biofrost can't hold it on its own. Evil Geniuses undefeated in the group stage.
Evil Geniuses break out a different comp, finish out their group extremely well. And not only have they gone 4-0, Gabby has finished her first cast on the LCS stage.
Yay!
I actually wanted to make sure I found out today where that sign is, so I
Yes.
can
Oh,
take
it's
it
over
home.
there. It's on. So it's on the back of one of the signs from finals.
Well, now you have you got a double whammy there.
Because I made it in 5 minutes.
I appreciate
But they're
you.
all like tucked behind there. Yeah,
I'm gonna steal it. I'm just telling you now.
go for it.
There
Very
we go.
cool. So you've now touched, I think, essentially every position. I guess you haven't color commentated. Is that the last one? The last
I haven't color
bingo box
commentated here.
to check?
Well, we'll see. Ow, I'm feeling the play-by-play right now.
Okay.
We'll see.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump the gun.
Wow.
It just occurred to me. I was like, wow, interviews, hosting, now play-by-play. You kind of do it all. It must feel good.
Fun times. I got many faces.
Well, what's it like to work with Mark Z?
Yeah. He didn't seem very animated during those moments.
I was gonna say, you seem to balance him out quite
Yeah,
well.
I'm
because...
just, taking all the physical energy and harnessing it on the side. No, I was super excited to get to cast with him for my first cast because, after spending the time on the desk, it was a nice, familiar face I've talked to in that regard a lot. So
Yeah.
kind of bringing some of that element. It was a really chill time.
There we go.
It was a good time. Well, it was an absolute pleasure to watch you cast yesterday. Thank you for treating
It was
us.
a lot of fun. Super excited.
I know you've got more work to do today and a show to get ready for, so I want to let you go as we kind of turn our attention back to the lock-in, take a look at the bracket, the matchups that we have in front of us today. So let's pull it on up and let's take a good look. You got 100 Thieves snagging that first seed over Cloud9 just yesterday to earn their matchup against Dignitas. It'll be Team Liquid up against FlyQuest. Those are the two matchups that we have today. Tomorrow we'll see EG versus Golden Guardians and C9 versus CLG. Jat, I had these two on the desk yesterday to kind of talk a little bit about matchups that excite them. We obviously know which ones are ahead of us today, but of the four, which one is kind of the one that piques your interest the most?
So, none of them immediately.
Oh boy.
I know that's like a taboo thing to say when you're looking at like a slate of 4 matches,
None of them.
but that also makes it exciting if any of them start going differently.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Right?
fair.
Because we watched the group stage, right? We saw all these teams play against each other, and there was only one time that like a not top 3 or 4 team lost to a bottom like 6 team, which is the way it's kind of shaking out. Because even if the regular season is going to be top 5, bottom 5, that's like a lot of
Yeah.
text.
I'm gonna try and
Oh, God.
since
I
Speed reading.
recognize
it's
this.
Yeah.
so not visible.
But
that
I'll
I'm gonna
finish.
try
I'll
and-
finish real quick, and then
Yeah.
you can narrate it. You
I'll
can just
jump into
prompt
it.
her off
Yeah,
that. But FlyQuest is the only team to take a game off a top team, which was 100
Yep.
Thieves. So then the most interesting one would actually be Fly versus TL. So
Okay.
there's my final answer.
All right, there it is. And we get to see that one today. So what you see on your screens here is a quote straight from Miss Emily Rand right here in 10 Thoughts. And it says, I've seen a lot of people asking what the point of lock-in is if teams aren't able to start their LCS regular season lineups. And I thoroughly disagree with this sentiment. In
Wait,
fact,
hold on. Emily wrote it.
I did.
Yeah, she did.
Should she not?
Do you want to read it
I
yourself?
can read it.
By all means, if you want to
This
go
is how
for
you
it.
read 10 Thoughts. It's as if
I was
spoken
just
by
trying to
Emily.
find my inner Emily, is all.
If you don't want to, it's fine.
All right, no, let's go.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people asking what the point of lock-in is if teams aren't able to start their LCS regular season lineups, and I thoroughly disagree with the sentiment. In fact, I posit that if we were speaking of any other major region and their players coming up from a development system to play in what is essentially a preseason tournament, we would be getting geared up to see what new talent could show us. Perhaps this is a difference in marketing. Although lock-in isn't the regular season, it is still LCS. Yet, Demacia Cup and Kespa Cup are marketed separately from their regular seasons. Still, there's a lot to be excited about in watching new talent debut or old talent surprise you. It's why Demacia Cup is one of my favorite tournaments to watch of all time.
Nice. I completely agree. Yeah, I know you and I have talked about this a fair bit
Yeah,
off camera
yeah.
as well because of all the. There was actually, maybe we just, because we're on Twitter and Reddit too much, we just absorbed too much negative sentiment. It felt like there was a lot of negative sentiment around the lock-in tournament, and we disagreed with it. The one thing that I will say tweaks it a little bit is lock-in is bumped so close to other main seasons. So it confuses the messaging a little bit because you're watching LEC and all those games are counting for the standings, and then you're watching lock-in where they don't.
So you feel like literally if lock-in existed in December, you feel like that separation, for example, might give it a different feel?
Which it also never really would or could because of all the international
Well,
players
I'm not suggesting it.
Yeah.
And of course,
I like having December to
Christmas
myself.
Day, like Demacia Cup,
I need an
Christmas
off
Day,
season,
and
okay?
lock-in.
no,
Let's
but
go.
in off-season generally, there's a great hunger for League of Legends competitively because like that's when there's the drought. That's when there are no games happening from major regions. That's when I'm literally only watching like ERL games and stuff like that because that is that moment. So that is a good critique of a lock-in. But 100%, a lot of the greatest names that we've seen from Demacia Cup and Kespa Cup, talking about teams but also players, it starts when they do get the chance to face up against premier talent. In fact, the horrific story from Snake Esports that when they went up against in Demacia Cup and then got destroyed by an amateur team, that there was so much now pressure on them to perform in the regular season, that made the names for players like Puff and Southwind actually, because they were the players that did it.
For me, a perfect transition to a conversation around stakes for lock-in. There's a couple different angles we can take here because I'm with all of you, very invested as a viewer in lock-in.
Yeah.
Obviously, that same question, though, can kind of arise for the players, the teams, the orgs. How invested are they? Should they be? In a tournament that, as you say, Jat, the record, the game wins and losses don't ultimately matter to your season's performance. And so having been a part of that championship win, first ever lock-in tournament, what was kind of the sentiment of the team, the squad, and the org in that entire journey in taking the title?
Everyone was really happy to win and very competitive kind of throughout the tournament, right? Like, because you still do the 3 to 5 weeks of scrims at the time of lock-in last split. We ended up doing, I think, 2.5 weeks of scrims before lock-in started. And then, like, it is still a stage game, even if it's not a regular split stage game. The prize pool is bigger than it is for spring split. It's $150,000 and $50,000 to charity of the org's choosing versus $100,000 for spring, and what in 2020 wasn't even an MSI bid until you went to 2021. So when we won in 2021, there was just like a lot of like elation and happiness, and every game had been taken seriously. And even when we were in the semifinals, and I told the pause story on the desk like the other day, like EG was real salty about us pausing, and like they wouldn't do that if it was some meaningless game that was just a preseason tournament. Right.
Yeah, and there's a lot of thirst for teams, orgs, for best of 3, best of 5 format that when they get the chance to really practice that, that's what they love, right? The ability to adapt throughout a series, because they try and emulate that in a scrim environment, but you're never going to be able to get that. So that's what they love the most of this one. I think from the fan sentiment that, they're always going to be, oh, yeah, okay, so there are a lot of sub-ins. But you're going to get that if there was a week 1 starting on the same time as LEC and LPL. You're just going to have a lot of subs because of how a lot of the immigrations, how immigrations really turned out for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
So in this case, you get the best of both worlds, and a lot of the teams now can like benefit of playing best of fives going in the semifinals onwards.
And for individual players, I think so from an org perspective, obviously we have orgs taking it in different ways, right?
Yeah.
Like if we can't have our full roster, we'll start our academy roster. Or you have someone like 100 Thieves where they're like, we have our full roster and we're playing them and we're gonna take this very seriously.
Yeah.
But I wanted to go back to individual players because I think if I'm a player coming up into this and I want to prove that I am LCS ready, I'm taking this quite seriously because if you have a pop-off moment, like I still remember watching 369 in Demacia Cup and being like, this kid is insane.
With that, I just want to pull in this comment here from Gonzalo, who says, do you think the performance that Academy players may have in lock-in would affect some main rosters for spring, or vice versa? Bad performances of players from main roster, would you consider benching them? So kind of this idea, right, of individual stakes and pressure now for any player that's stepping onto the lock-in stage as a young player.
I have a real-world example. Santorin was delayed coming into the U.S. at the start of 2021.
Right.
So the first 3 or 4 games, actually don't remember exactly, I think it was 3 or 4 games of lock-in group stage was played by Armeo. And he played well. He got 2 weeks of scrim time with the team. But what that meant is when Santorin had the migraine issues during spring playoffs, the team had more confidence to be able to play with Armeo. We got within 1 win of actually taking the whole split. And I don't think that would have been the same situation had lock-in not existed.
Yeah. And even looking forward, I would say closer look at Cloud9 as an example, right?
Yeah.
Zen popped off in his first weeks. I'm expecting him to perform pretty damn well going forward.
Right.
And then when Berserker comes in, if there are any issues that happen in the first 3 weeks, I'm sure they're going to be, ignoring the calls from the fans out there, internally people are going to be asking questions because he's not only a proven player, but recently proven.
Yeah.
So I do think lock-ins will have a big chance. He did say Academy, so from the Academy standpoint.
Well, but I think especially, right, when a team like Cloud9 has been vocal about the philosophy is best player plays. All right, well, this is an opportunity for a player to showcase that they are the best player and earn that starting spot. And so I would 100% say that all teams should be considering the possibility that anyone playing during the lock-in could ultimately promote themselves essentially to the main roster if they play well enough.
Yeah, and something I wanted to say to the initial one, and it still kind of bleeds into that point, which is just, I think the best kind of form of lock-in tournament includes actual academy teams. Not academy sub-ins, but an actual academy roster that, let's just say, before the tournament comes in, that they do play qualifiers for it, and then ideally you do get those situations like Demacia Cup and Kespa Cup that you kind of ideally see.
I mean, that's like, it's a different tournament format, and I hope no one. It's probably impossible to pull off, but it would be super interesting, right? If there was like the Proving Grounds equivalent, which is mixing academy and amateur, with the LCS and academy LCS equivalent.
And there were
you just
so
don't have
many.
enough players.
Well, December's
there were
open.
so many times.
Hey, it turns out we have time in December to maybe cobble it.
Our producer in our ears just like, please God, no.
Please God, no. Yeah, you work hard, Evan.
Proving Grounds, though, that happened several, like an amateur team won the first season of that. So, like, there isn't as big of a barrier in terms of individual talent as people think between certainly Academy and LCS. And I mean, people who follow Academy have been saying this for years.
This is, I don't want this to come across as like too salty or anything.
Oh, it's going to.
It is.
Especially now that you preface
because
it
it's
that way.
completely it's like completely off topic. But when
Yeah,
like, oh, amateur won the first Proving Grounds. Because of COVID, they couldn't do Proving Grounds offline. All the academy teams are based in Los Angeles.
They had worse ping?
However, when you're doing an online tournament and you have East or Canadian-based players, they play in Chicago. So, like, it is 60 ping is not the be-all, end-all.
Yeah.
But there were 60 ping differences between a lot of those amateur teams as the academy teams who were based in LA had to play on the Chicago service. That's all I wanted to point out because no one talked about that, but that was a really big thing.
I think my point stands. Not in terms of
it doesn't change your point.
Yeah.
Like the amateur team still did win. There's still a good chance they would have won had the ping been equal. But the ping was not equal, is all I'm saying.
All right, so we've talked a lot about the rookies, the young players, you know, even if they're not in their first year. I now kind of want to jump to the other side of the coin and talk about a specific veteran, and maybe some veterans in general. The man in the middle screen behind Raz there, Afromu. And this tweet coming from Josh Squids, or I guess Joshua Claxton, who says, literally made a Twitter so I could tweet that Afromu is being underrated. I don't know if I'm allowed to swear on the waiting room, but I'm going to assume not.
Set the precedent.
I'm not allowed
let's
to. I'm
go.
just told that I'm not
Let's
allowed to.
go.
I've avoided it up to
I
this
saw
point.
Raz swear yesterday, but it was not the F-bomb.
Okay.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
I
well.
keep feeling like I'm going to drop on one of these.
Yeah,
days.
Raz is a
I use it
hard
so
one
much
to
in my daily life.
control. You know, you kind of
Ask for forgiveness. Don't ask.
Yeah, there you go.
Permission. Okay, but
You're
I
gonna
think
change
this
the world,
is
don't ask for permission.
interesting. And actually,
Yeah.
I want to come
Yeah.
to you first, Jap, because
Okay.
you also separately kind of offered up a thought around Afro Moo.
I mean, there's like a trend that I haven't verified yet, so it's a little early to go on stream with it, but it's a waiting
No,
room.
we're gonna commit.
Yeah, it definitely feels like when Afromu joins a team, there's almost an immediate jump in the players around him. I don't know if the correlation is the same when he leaves a team, like there's a decrease, but there's definitely some special energy he brings at the start of a year with a new group of people, and I think we're seeing that with FlyQuest.
Absolutely. I mean, and especially too, specifically with his lane duo, right? A
Yeah.
lot of times
Yeah.
getting paired with like a young AD carry in that first split. I find that generally we're talking pretty positively about that, you know, young AD carry who's by his side.
Yeah, I mean, Johnson, this split so far, of course, just lock in, but has looked so much better, I would say, than his performance on FlyQuest. And I know FlyQuest is, that year was pretty rough for them, but a lot of that came in with now you have a leadership, just a leader in Afromu coming in, and he's really changing that. And then the same thing can be said with Dignitas coming in Spring Split. A lot of young players, there's a lot of doubts, like, who's the coach on that team? Like, where's the structure, the leadership? It existed with Afromu and at the time Dardoch, but Afromu was like a big player and also worked with Johnson the initial split and worked with Neo. Like, he worked with all these young rookie players, and they had stellar splits at the start.
So I wanted to ask the question, do we feel that Afromu is underrated, overrated, properly rated? Because there's this, because of that point that you're making, Jat, where to some degree I want to evaluate where he is individually by the fact that he actually hasn't been put with a set of players that I'm like, that's a championship winning team in a while. You know, so he's not necessarily working with all the best tools around him, but he does seem to elevate people, you know, around him when he plays. But have we lost some of those really high impact individual moments that we used to laud Afromu for? Like, where does he stand kind of in your evaluation of an LCS player?
I think what he brings to a team is a lot of intangibles that you really can't like evaluate. Like we said, you have to look at the performance of the players around him. I think, like, to piggyback on Raz's point, I think one of the things that has impressed me the most is how quickly FlyQuest were able to turn around what I thought was like a very disjointed first two games into 2 games where they looked a lot more cohesive. I also do think on certain champions, like, I actually don't necessarily think that Bard was like a great pick in the draft that they picked it, but because Afro is so confident and like super comfortable with that champion, he can control a game with it. Similarly, he can control a game with Thresh. He can control a game with Leona, and a lot of these specific champion picks that the rest of his team, it's a lot easier to coordinate around because you can see how he controls the game, like you can see visually through the way a champion plays how he can control the game.
Or even how like a team plays.
Yeah.
Right? Like I noticed that a lot. This is going back a bit, but the first year of franchising with 100 Thieves when he won the MVP, like it very much felt like that team just moved with Afromu. Like when he made a play, that's what worked. And no one else on that team was really making that many plays at the time. Underrated, overrated, appropriately rated. I actually think he's pretty appropriately rated, weirdly enough. Like we can still compliment someone and say he's not the best support in the league.
Yeah.
Because if I'm trying to think like, what would make him underrated is the fact that he's on FlyQuest, which is not a top tier team. But then you're saying like, okay, TL has Core JJ, EG has Vulcan, right? C9 does have more unproven supports in Winsome and Isles, but they're also looking for more malleable players. And I don't necessarily think that if you're looking for malleability, Afromu is the guy to play because the team's going to play to Afromu, not to whatever style they're trying to play. So he's kind of where he should be, and he's doing well.
I think amongst the analysts, or at least just like how we've talked about the game and the coaching staffs, he's appropriately rated. You already mentioned Vulcan, Core JJ, also Huhi. At the time last year, Sword came in and had inconsistent performances, but still solid performances, playing really well. And in Spring Split, he was actually pretty damn close, I would say, of getting All-Pro. Like, he was just outside. He was in the top 5 pretty easily. Yeah. And it was just kind of like between him, Vulcan at the time, and if I'm remembering correctly, it was also Huhi. But who was also rising. Yeah. So it depends on the split. You're also right, like, the team that you're on is going to make it difficult, and the sport role is always going to be difficult to judge because of what's happening internally.
So let's jump from rating an individual to rating a team. And this one being spurred by Fefu, or Esports fan 21. I know TL is considered a super team, but the most important part of a team the last few years, or really for most of League of Legends, has been mid-jungle. Now, between Bjergsen not playing last year and Santorin's issues last year, does this team have a lower ceiling than we might be attributing to it?
It's a typo in that tweet. That we think. Yeah. You went past it, but I just...
That's you know, when you're reading and you only need to see like the first two letters and you know what the... Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, aside from the spelling error, poor Fefu getting roasted up.
I know.
So I would argue personally that they don't have a lower ceiling than we think, because when you talk ceiling, you talk a situation where these things don't matter, right? You're still talking about potential to be fulfilled.
Yes.
And I still think that Bjergsen has the potential to be the best LCS mid laner.
Yeah.
You know, I still think that Santorin has the potential to be the best LCS jungler. What I might argue is that their floor is lower than we think. Meaning, when they are performing, when they are well practiced, you know, in their average normal week in the past, maybe their performance would be better. But I would argue that, okay, Bjergsen's obviously below that level. He's trying to even just catch back up to normalcy. And for Santorin, maybe? I don't know. With him, I'm actually more willing to say I think he's kind of...
He's already good.
Yeah,
as long as he's not having an active migraine, then I think Santorin's, you know, hasn't lost a beat. So it'd be more on the Bjergsen side, but I would actually argue the floor point, not the ceiling point.
I mean, the first play we saw them make together was an exact same play that he would have made with Jensen last year. So I think I'm not at all worried about Santorin outside of the health issues mentioned, but he's been really forthcoming about like how much TL has helped him and how they've found a way to mitigate that. So as long as he's healthy, I think they'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, and he killed Summer. Like, I feel like that's such a like a Summer Split 2021 take, where it was just like, well, no, he's actually just doing really... I was about to do it. He's doing really damn well.
Caught yourself.
he was doing
forgiveness.
There we go, but not... Well, I gotta pick my battles. Really damn well at the beginning in Summer as a whole. So like, it's not an issue with him. I agree overall. But actually, he kind of smashed my expectations. I was a little lower on Blippo at the beginning because in preseason I was like, okay, you know, coming back into the top lane, he's starting his champion pool, pretty slow, playing tank top laners for the most part, right? Playing facilitating. But no, he just actually thrashed Revenge in the matchup on Rengar, something that he of course knows well. Yeah. But he's going instantly in lock-in tournament back to that creativity that he already had in the top lane pool. So I think this team's actually better. They just need that green card. That's all it is. Yeah. You know, when they can actually get their full team, then I want to be able to judge them. But right now they're being held by the legal system.
Right, yeah. But it's not about a floor or a ceiling, it's about immigration.
Oh,
yes. And so their floor could still be high.
It could be.
And this is me just like trying to put a GM hat on or something, and I swear to you I have no inside information.
Yeah.
But like, let's say that Bjergsen never shakes off the rust, and that Santorin for some reason had his health problems. They still have Jensen under contract. And they have Armeo in the academy team, and they almost won the spring
Basically
split.
won the
You got 4 players in those spots that could fly in.
So, we're not too worried.
We ain't worried.
About Team Liquid. No worries, Fefu.
Tell that person. Stop worrying.
Don't you worry. TL gonna be just fine. All right, it's time for us to wrap up the waiting room, rather, and dive into our series for today. We'll catch you back here in just a few. lock-in tournament. As you can see from the corner of your screens, we are now only minutes away from our first series of the day.
Let's
we are
go.
already into series play.
Let's go.
I love January so much now. Quick
No one else is
refresher.
playing series in January.
Nobody
Yeah.
else is.
LCS
Damn
is.
right.
Wait,
December, maybe.
OPL and OSK.
Oh, wait, yeah.
They play series every week.
They're regular season.
But are they bracketeers? I don't think they're bracketeers.
Yeah, they're not in a bracket.
They're not in a bracket.
Not playing through a
If it
bracket.
ain't on a bracket, it ain't real.
Tell you that much. Speaking of brackets and standings, let's get a refresher of how our group stages concluded. It's 100 Thieves who take the top spot over Cloud9, having the head-to-head in that 3-1 tie. FlyQuest and Golden Guardians to close out that group with TSM eliminated. You've got Evil Geniuses sitting in a beautiful 4-0 position. Team Liquid just behind them, CLG, Dignitas, Quantum Pay, Immortals Progressive, unfortunately eliminated. This is what the bracket looks like. We've already kind of broken down some of the matchups for you. We'll get our look at 2 of them today. First up, it'll be 100 Thieves versus Dignitas, followed by Team Liquid taking on FlyQuest later in the day. So let's talk Dignitas. Where are you at on this squad? Because pre-tournament, preseason talk,
Yep.
conversation, expectations, people were not hot on this squad at all. And hey,
Floor.
top 8.
That's not bottom 2.
That's not bottom 2.
Yeah.
Defying expectations. It's all about expectation setting.
Exactly.
Yes. But they haven't been great, for sure.
Sure.
But they've been, I think, considering some of the things you would read about this team, they're better than that.
We also have to remember that River, who arrived and was able to play just yesterday,
Yeah.
was not a part of their first weekend of play.
Yes.
And so it's at least good to see them now getting an opportunity with their full lineup and getting those extra games on stage.
And you could see some plays with River yesterday, I think, where it's like, okay, he is setting up the play. He doesn't have, I'm sure he doesn't have particularly great communication with his lanes yet, just because he actually just got here.
Yeah.
But I think you can see some building blocks in terms of how River wants to play and also how they might set plays up once that communication is down. There were a few plays in the very beginning of the EG game, which turned out to be incredibly stompy, that if they go slightly in
Yes.
River's favor, actually change that game a bit.
Yeah, that dive mid lane on
Yep.
Tryndamere, literally 1 damage. Anything. Just blow on the Tryndamere. He's dead, right? So there's that one. There was the first game that he had, the gank bot lane, where he
Yep.
was able to get the flash over Rakan. Like, that was also good. So, like, he is a proactive member, and this was the first few games. He had no practice. I can say that easily. Man's fresh off the plane, right? So that's his practice.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
his practice. Now is the game time.
Well, and he's going to be going up against Closer, who is
He looked so good
performing
yesterday.
incredibly well, let's just say. In a jungle meta, I'll also add that he is just amazingly comfortable with, right? Like, people talk about how good he is at Viego, but all of the other champions in the meta right now, Closer can play every single one at a very high level.
Well, right, because he plays Viego. He has to be able to play everything.
Well, yeah, exactly, true. And this game specifically versus Cloud9 was his most dominant one, right? Like, he was able to get a mid gank, so he got flash off, went dove top
Yep.
lane, ripped Herald top to get someday ahead, went back mid lane. Message to all the junglers out there, just to be able to get the kill, get an opportunity off the flash. So, like, he was just a playmaker for his team on the J4. So, like, at that point, what are you banning from him, right?
Whoa.
Just play well, because he's
play well.
Yeah.
he's just on a different platform.
Which of those stellar stats are you reacting to?
I woed to the damage percentage because that's really high for
Yeah.
like a jungle Jarvan.
That's pretty.
That actually is
Yeah.
nutty. Do
To
you
do,
remember what
like-
his builds were? Was
I
he
mean, it was
going damage at
Gore
all?
Drinker.
He went
was
Gore
Gore
Drinker,
Drinker.
yeah.
Okay.
And he had like that random solo kill on
Yeah.
Sven in the mid lane where
True.
he just ulted and beasted
Yeah.
him to death.
That is
Just
nutty though.
saw
Almost 40% damage share.
Yeah, and that's
uh,
across
coming
two-
from any
That's
any
across
role.
2 games as well.
Yeah, any role having 40% damage share, we would be like,
Yeah, and it's
that's
not like
a lot.
Jungle and Corky.
Yeah,
That's the only one where you'd expect that percentage.
that kind of poke damage.
His kill participation is almost 92, which I think
Yeah.
just shows like how much he is a part of this team, even though people think like, I feel like in their head they think Closer a carry jungler, and typically when that
Yeah.
happens, you think like they might be farming until 6, they might not be interacting with their lanes as much. Almost 90% kill participation is massive.
And it's night and day from last year's lock-in tournament, because these aren't like, he's not throwing the kitchen sink. These aren't all-in plays. He's like they were going to look for a dive bot lane. If it didn't work out, deny minion wave, go back, full clear his jungle. He's like prioritizing, it felt like, clearing his camps. Even at a time, I remember you were casting that game, where it was like you called out perfectly, where you'd be like, okay, you got Rift Herald, gang top lane, Rift Herald. He didn't. He cleared his camps first, went back top lane.
Switcherooed it, but still dropped it.
Yeah, and so like, it's different in the sense that he's going for guaranteed plays, maximizing on experience, and he's still getting the same like kills and or at least pressure. So it's a better version.
I want to jump in just to give a quick update to fans at home. You may have noticed that the timer bug from the corner of the screen has disappeared, and we are not in the game yet. That is because there is a small delay with a client issue for
This guy's
Abadaga.
client.
Yeah.
That guy's client right there, exactly. And so while that guy, Abadaga, is working to fix his client, we are actually going to get a quick word from him because in his Verizon postgame interview yesterday, he had some choice words about his fellow mid laners, both Fudge and Bjergsen. Let's take a look.
The desk was just talking about it, the mid lane matchup, so I want to get your thoughts directly. What was it like playing against Fudge and the strats that C9 were bringing against you?
Yeah, so today coming into the game, I got a bit cocky because in my mind I'm playing against an autofill player. I guess I'm looking forward to play against Bjergsen because I used to look up at him a lot and kind of idolize him when I was growing as a player. But those times have passed, and now I'm the king. So we will see if he can come back and take his crown, but I really don't think so.
I think the auto-filled mid comment in the first part was the one that really just like I lost it at the desk.
He's holding himself back and he has to just let it go.
Like,
I love it.
He's not even like you can tell he like kind of wanted to flame a little bit more and just kind of left it at that.
Sorry, leave some. It's a long year.
But yeah, in terms of we talked about how strong Closer is. These two work incredibly well together. And initially when Abadaga came into the league, we were kind of wondering how he would play. He had the Karma game and they stuck with him on that and then made Closer the carry. But these two can flip. So if they want to play with Abadaga as a carry and Closer a more like supporting, interacting with his lane super early, they can do that. But then they can also have Abadaga holding mid while Closer farms up as much as he wants. Like, I think they are an incredibly strong mid-jungle duo together.
I fully agree. And I think the biggest thing for Abadaga that he doesn't get a lot of credit for from the fans is just that flexibility. Because when he first came in, you know, full on support the Closer train on his Karma or Rise, and he would just like constantly move towards Closer, and that really helped him out. And then there would be the Akali games where you get the opposite, where Closer's helping him out. And right now, there's just not a lot of interactiveness between him and Closer because he's just self-sufficient on Corki. He's just playing his lane well, winning lane as Closer's working with side lanes. So it's just that he doesn't need help a lot of the times. Very rarely do I see a moment where his lane state's bad.
Yeah.
And so that just attributes to a lot of what his play to Abadaga. I mean, Abadaga last year, I put in my vote for him to be, you know, All-Pro as a first team All-Pro. I know Jizuke had an insane split, and he came out second, right? This time, you're right. He's the king right now. He's the one with the crown, and Bjergsen has to be the one that takes it.
I also think like not having to reset that mid wave is actually huge. Like we talk about like if you want to pay attention to where junglers are at when they don't have to reset a lane state, it's such. And like you can then go for set plays. You can then react to how everything is working. And the fact that he so rarely, I feel, has to go help Abadaga out with his lane state is actually massive for this team.
Yeah.
So mid matchup here though, he's not going up against Bjergsen. He's going up against Blue. And obviously the junglers will play a role in all of that. But this is where you would expect him to back up a statement like the one he just made, right? Where now I have a different lens. I have a different set of criteria by which I'm going to evaluate whether or not I consider him to have been successful in his plays in a mid laner. Even if they 2-0, I now want to see him do some special stuff.
Exactly. And I came into this lock-in tournament just like no expectations for Blue. And I thought he actually performed well with two different junglers, of course, right? So like the steal that he had versus Immortals, of course, Immortals starting out weekly, but like he actually had a really good game on that one. The early skirmish that he had in that same game when he was working with XU, now he's working with River, so it's a different dynamic. So his stats don't look good simply because Toss isn't performing well, but it's still higher the expectation than we had prior. So going up against Abadaga, a great test, probably the greatest test you're gonna get so far this split. So I'm looking forward to see how he actually shakes out.
And if Abadage is crowning himself, I mean, he did win the split, so it's fair.
Yeah.
And seemed to be kind of the missing link for the FBI.
spot him the crown.
The
Spot him the
FBI, who
crown.
he closed your trio to like finally win a
He
title.
can have it for now.
It also means that you are expected to beat everyone. So
Exactly.
you can trash talk, but then you also like get less credit when you win.
Yeah.
So if Blue does beat him,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
it's
I would
not
have.
likely. It's a very tall task.
I
But
probably wouldn't have blinked twice if 100 Thieves just as a team had 2 smooth victories over Dignitas.
Yeah.
But now I'm going to be hyper-focusing on this mid-lane match. But I'm be like, all right, Abadaga, show us what you're made of.
Look, I know we're going to get into Champion Select soon enough. This is where I come out and say, 100 Thieves, doing the usual quirky first pick, right?
Yeah.
And that's when you should try your hardest to abuse it. Like they've been seeing both on XU and River playing towards mid lane and trying to get a kill, trying to get Blue ahead.
I think we'll see a little bit like how much 100 Thieves just wants to smash dig versus like explore based on how they play. Because the cool thing to me about 100 Thieves, and maybe other teams can try and build on the success here, is like their core has been closer FBI Hui. It's been like jungle bot lane for going on 3 years now.
Yeah.
Golden Guardians, 100 Thieves 1, 100 Thieves 2, basically.
Yes. Yeah.
So Abadage really helps that because he's a rock in the mid lane and somebody's been a rock in the top lane. But like their core is still closer with the bot lane.
Yeah.
So if they really play through that, they really want to win. But if we see closer like camping the top lane to get someday ahead for the first 4 minutes, that's not the 100 Thieves that won the title. That's them trying to like explore their options.
Gotcha. Okay.
In a series where I'm sure we're all going to predict 2-0, like that's at least something that I think we can watch for.
Wow, Jack.
Yeah.
We had 2 minutes until Champ Select. I had a whole plan to go through the predictions, have you explain them, maybe argue a bit about it, and then you had to go and reveal all 3 people's predictions.
I'm guessing.
I'm going to assume as well. Let's find out.
Yeah.
2-0?
Sorry, I'm going to be very boring. Yes, 100 Thieves 2-0.
2-0?
Yeah.
Raz?
And obviously then you think
You give me props.
a 2-0.
One game will be carried by FBI.
Okay.
The other will be carried by Abadaga.
There it
There
is.
you go.
Yeah.
Those are the predictions. All right, so then
We have no Dignitas statues up here. I
Yeah.
don't know why. They don't win Player of the Week and stuff very
That's a
much.
good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Well,
a lot of 100 Thieves up here.
this would be an opportunity for one of them to make their case. And let's talk about who would have to make their case for player of the series, let's say, on Dignitas's side to challenge our defending Summer Split champions. Who are you looking at?
For
Is
me,
it River?
I'm looking at Neo. I've always put a spotlight on Neo. I think Neo is incredibly talented. We've already seen that in Spring Split. Summer Split is a little bit more quiet, but a lot of things are happening that time around. And I think that, they had great counter gank centered around bot lane when they had River. Same thing around XU. I think put the resources in Neo, and you'll see good stuff happen.
Anyone else?
River.
River?
There we go.
All about the jungle?
Yeah, River Blue. Together.
Okay. Well, hey, jungle bot lane. Boom. If that's a recipe for 100 Thieves
There
and
we go.
success,
There
then
we
it
go.
must be the recipe for Dignitas as well. That's enough out of us. We got Captain Flowers and Kobe standing by to get us into our first Best of series of 2022. Enjoy.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to some more LCS lock-in action. I'm Captain Flowers, that's Kobe, and it's time for 100 Thieves going up against Dignitas, and boy, do Dignitas got their work cut out for them, buddy.
Let's get it. Best of series here, Clayton. I'm so excited. We're getting into them very early once again. One of the best parts about lock-in tournament.
Oh, yeah.
We get to see these series play out, see some more iterations in Champ Select, some adaptation from some of these teams. Obviously, 100 Thieves are coming in, heavy favorites here, defending LCS champions. Dignitas trying to climb their way out of the bottom of the lock-in tournament and suffering a unfortunate loss at the hands of CLG yesterday with basically just coming down to getting out team fought a lot in the mid stages of the game. So that's one thing we'll focus on here, especially in Champ Select, trying to get a robust team fight for Dignitas so they don't fall prey to some of the same issues that they have.
Alrighty, let's see what them bands are looking like here. It's 100 Thieves taking Xinjiao and LeBlanc off of the table. Dignitas gonna remove that Diana that has been a very effective pick in pro play here recently.
Certainly has. Great jungler right now. 2 jungle bans already. My mind always jumps to Closer, the LCS Finals MVP, and his Viego. Right now, Dignitas are leaving it up, and you don't have as many options on red side since there's so many OPs right now. You know, Chemtank Akali, lots of mid lanes with the Corki Victor being traded over. There's a lot of stuff you have to ban on red side, so maybe target bans as far as how deep the jungle pools go are not the best place to put it. And speaking of which, there it is. Akali finds herself right in the ban list. Of course, on live, Chemtank's been adjusted a bit so you can't charge up and have as much damage output from these champions with dashes.
Right, the dashes are limited to a maximum of 10 energy per dash in terms of the description that you can see.
And you don't get any from charging up off of minions. So it hit laners a lot on live as well.
Well, Corki's been banned away as the final ban of the first half here from the side of Dignitas. Victor and Caitlyn are both still available. Very popular, very powerful, and yes, the exact same one from Arcane. Let's see what 100 Thieves wants to lead this one with. They're hovering on that Caitlyn here for a while. Very, very good pick, especially in the hands of somebody like FBI that knows how to carry from that bottom lane position. Will they lock it in? 100 Thieves, what's it going to be? They're thinking it. They're thinking it. They're thinking it. They're knowing it.
This is the bottom lane LCS team. They are built around bottom lane. All resources going towards the bottom lane. Ganks, mid lane, and jungle both going there, and draft resources. So you're leaving up one of the strongest pushing bottom lanes, Caitlyn, and assumed to be Lux. Could be other enchanters. The Lux is the most oppressive one because you can combine the bindings with the traps and have really, really crazy early pushing power. Get your plates knocked down. Now, everyone knows all about that though, but some of the things you can pick into it are poke damage, like, you know, Karma already being shown here makes me start to think of Ezreal and trying to have some range yourself that way.
Well, you saw the numbers come up on the Caitlyn pick after it was locked in. 85% ban rate, but for the 15% that it gets through, the win rate is currently flawless at 100. And now we're going to see 100 Thieves go for an early lock-in on their top laner here. Early lock-in on the top laner with the Gwen being picked up for someday. Snip, snip. Let's see how else they want to go do in this one. Will we get the Vi in the jungler?
No,
They just
there's
teased
no
us
way.
a little bit here. I
There's
think
no
it's just
way.
an
Viego's up!
promo.
Viego is up!
Viego's there,
Thank
and
you.
yes, it will be that Viego picked up here for closer. Iconic champion for himself. The man always delivers a performance.
Yeah, it's one of these jungle champions that really has still very high carry potential, even with some of the changes to the jungle for team fights. You know, being able to get those resets. As far as the Gwen pick, previously we had Someday already showing pretty good, you know, performance on the Gwen. Can be very annoying for scaling, for side lane pushing. Also has very good team fighting because of the W and the activation there. He had a really good flank in their previous game as well to draw away so much attention from the enemy DPS. So not surprised here in game number 1 of a best of series. You don't throw out the surprises, you know, super early on. So a little bit of feeling. There's that Ezreal I was talking about though for Dignitas pairing with the Karma.
Yeah, and you talked about how it's so good because of the poke, because of the range, and that ties into that Gwen pick being effective because, hey, Gwen is immune if you're shooting her from outside of that very limited range. So Ezreal and Karma going to have a bit of difficulty with that one maybe here. We see that Ezreal's stats aren't exactly super impressive so far here, but hey, maybe this is where it turns around.
I like anything that builds Muramana, so I'm down. We are going to go through the bans here, though, because 100 Thieves do not lock in support in first 3 picks because they had that high priority on Viego for closer, trying to get jungle early on. You don't get the pairing, you know, the Lux plus Caitlyn, but as we said, you can slap any other enchanter there with Caitlyn, and it's still quite oppressive.
You'll feel all right about it, yeah.
Exactly, still quite oppressive, especially since you already know, you know, you're going into this Karma Ezreal poke lane. So another support drop here for Dignitas, taking off some of the playmaking ability from Huhi with the Thresh.
Yep, Thresh Lux banned out by Dig across the table. It's going to be a similar amount of targeting here. 100 Thieves having their own top laner. They can ban out some of those top lane picks they don't want to deal with. It'll be both Jace and Kennen off the table.
Victor has not been banned out here, only the Corki. So you're leaving one half of those really nicely scaling mid laners up and available right now. So I would assume Dig, if they're not going to go too crazy in game number 1, would pick up the Victor. Does have extremely good scaling right now. Super, super versatile, actually, late game carry. The one fallback is that, yeah, he doesn't have his own escapes, but they're the ones with the Jarvan already, which is one of the biggest, you know, picks into it because you can just spam ultimate to blow his flash off then. So there it is, expected Victor pick from them. And then Abadage gets your pick of the litter. A lot of things have been thrown around into the Victor. You know, Orianna's very safe is always a very good option. but looks like they're going to go for support first here and pair one of those enchanters with the Caitlyn Lulu. Definitely very good team fighting later on for them still. Gives it a lot of versatility as far as the knock-up and extra wild growth on the frontliners as well, since both Closer and Someday want to be in there.
It goes great for the laning phase. It goes great for the team fighting phase. I like this pick all around, and it will be that Orianna right next to it to deal with the Victor in the mid lane like you were talking about. Dignitas now has to decide what they're going to pick to deal with the Gwen. Do you want to try to meet her head on there in the 1v1 in the side lane?
Don't be Graves.
Or do you want just to team fight? What shall it be, my
I'm
friend?
tired of seeing the Graves into it. I really do not. I'm not a fan of it. I've seen it
How about Gragas?
both ways. Gragas much more so.
Okay.
The tank Gragas gives you so much of a stable lane for top side. Plus, if the player is very good, gives you really flexible options for engaging later on. If you have Gragas and Jarvan, you've got so many angles to go for. You can get extremely creative with a lot of these engages. And basically with the setup that they're running right now with the Karma, they have lots of range, poke damage from Ezreal, Victor, and you don't want to use late game poke damage from Karma. You're going to want to use the shield and speed up. But early on, it should give you those options. And then, the speed up should allow them to position better around some of the front line there from 100 Thieves. Because 100 Thieves do not have the reliable engage. So a lot more reliable on this Dignitas side. They will probably have to deal with some side lane, issues later on. Gwen is 2-item Gwen is going to scale into a monster and be a little bit difficult to deal with, but that's why you bring the Gragas to the team and get those engages off with the Jarvan Gragas.
So you're expecting to see a lot of team fight focus here from the side of Dignitas as we load into the game here. 100 Thieves and Dig, best of 3. Let's see how it goes.
Yes, sir. Let's get right into it. Best of 3 here, by the way. Could be over very quickly. Definitely is going to be 100 Thieves sided, but Dignitas, whenever you're going up against an opponent like that, try and do some level 1s, try and get some advantages on the table early on, especially when you're playing against the lane. Caitlyn Lulu wants to push. Caitlyn always trying to push early on so that you can get them under tower. You want to work with the minion wave to both wheedle away at those turret plates as well as try and get some harassment damage down. But the reason the Ezreal Karma is picked into it is because they can give just as good as they get. They've got good range harassment. And Karma can also help out with pushing the waves early on with the Qs as well.
Everything looks pretty normal here. Looking at the summoner spells, looking at the runes, everything like that. All of our solo laners are packing that teleport here this time. We've seen a couple deviations from that so far in lock-in after the teleport changes over to the Unleash teleport and not being able to use it as effectively early on. But both of our mid laners also with the Aerie for the more effective trading back and forth, just guaranteed damage being added on to those. And we'll see if Abadaga has that same confidence against Blue that he has about everybody else, because I feel like he might.
In there.
If you're able to talk that trash about Bjergsen and about Fudge, you gotta be feeling it, and I love seeing players have that confidence in their own skills.
Yeah, both of them getting in there with their Aerie picks here, just trading early on, corrupting potions ticking while they're doing it. Abba gets one extra little trade of Aerie there where Blue did not get to hit him back, so slight health lead for Abba, making good use of that keystone.
Nice water squirrel management there from 100 Thieves as they're just gonna keep on going here. Blue backing up a little bit. Both of them are level 2. We're going to get that jungle gank there from the side. Looks like River's looking for it. Abadaga trying to put the damage here onto Blue. Flashes away, so River is not able to find the knockup.
And the reason you kind of have to do that versus Jarvan is because Jarvan can do the EQ flash follow if you don't respect it. And if he just gets that, then you're dead. All you need, because then if you flash late, you'll have the red buff slow on you as well. They can chase you down. They can follow it very quickly. Jarvan, again, every time it's picked up, we usually go over the early ganks from this champion. Level 2 very frequent. All you need is EQ. Good crossover to the other side of the map there for River. Does skip out on his Krugs in order to go for the odd timing on the gank. Wasn't straight red buff 2 gank into was actually just the red buff plus Raptors and then transitioned down to the other side. Did give over the information though, and is going to be blue quadrant, reverse clearing back up towards top side.
Yup, that top side still very much in the favor of 100 Thieves there. You can see Someday just getting that wave shoved in nice and easy. Fake God stuck underneath the turret, just farming up right now as Blue is about to crash the wave here in mid. Abadaga can clear that one out rather easily as Someday's got a very large couple of waves here colliding into the top side turret. So he'll be able to walk over, get a little bit of information, just throw that ward up there. He'll keep an eye on that Krug camp, see if that ends up getting cleared by anybody. Seeing that it's still up, Closer makes his way up here. He knows his top laner is in control. He knows that he's going to have the guy immediately ready to rotate over if something goes down, so he'll steal away these Krugs.
Yeah, should be a pretty effortless steal, as you see on the mini-map. River hovering around bottom side, trying to help out here. The Ezreal Karma lane doing quite well for themselves. Biofrost getting some harassment in there, as well as helping out with the wave management. So good spacing here from Neo and Biofrost as well. Bio takes full control over the brush on the outside here. Ezreal peeking around the minions on the top side to weave in those Qs. So good use of the double range poke from Champ Select. We talk about for the answer there, that along with the Lux Span, allowing them a lot more control on the bottom side.
And you can see River coming out of base back into his top side jungle. Closer, however, has already cleared out the Krug. He is now working on the chickens. So unless River finds some sort of a PvP play to make here, he's not going to have any camps to really work with. He does walk past the Scuttle Crab vision.
No.
Will look towards the top side for Someday. He knows he's got no vision on top of him here. Someday only has a ghost. There's no way to flash out. Someday getting flashed after, and Someday will fall for first blood over to River.
So you actually, and this is a little known fact, you can sneak right past here and get past the vision. It's only possible up on Baron Pit, and if you hug the wall as a jungler, this is one of the tricks you can use. You can get through basically this false sense of security that teams will have when they have that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
If you hug the wall, then you don't get seen. And he does just that. Jarvan with the EQ can hop over the back of the Baron Pit. So goes right past that vision. That gets him the first blood. Right in there, well executed from River, using their own information against them. It's one of the funnest things as junglers because so much of the role is based around how much do I know and how much do I know that my opponents know or that they think they're safe in these situations.
How much do I know that you know that I know that you know? Exactly.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. I got you. We're on the same page here. And hey, River and Fake God were on the same page. They got first blood for it. So Dignitas with a nice tidy little gold lead up in the top half of the map. But let's see how 100 Thieves are able to respond to this. Closer does have a lead in terms of the camps cleared and his current level here, and he comes in mid looking for the stun. A little bit more damage, and Closer makes it a 1-to-1 game.
Gets in there with the Q flash. This man lives and breathes Viego Flowers.
He's so damn good at it.
He is so damn good at it. Also, just look at the timing of that gank. You know, Abba builds up the big wave. He calls him over. They get the initiation with the slow, even with the flash, followed there by Closer. They secure the kill. A couple of minions going down during the dead timer there from Blue, immediately teleports back out. So he picks up the majority of the wave, but loses out on some of the experience. Also causes River to show there as he's trying to soak that giant wave, pushed all the way into the turret.
All right, Abadaga right back into mid lane here, using his own TP to rejoin things. You can see not really a huge purchase coming out of him, as topside Someday and Fake God continuing that 1v1 duel. Someday without either summoner spell, Fake God the same. Everything had to be used for that last play, offensively or defensively. And Someday will just continue farming up here. And I want to go back to something that you talked about right after we were getting out of Champ Select. What Dignitas has to keep in mind is this split push threat as the game goes forward, man. If that Gwen gets big, they get a problem.
Yeah, Someday is going to be farming away up on top side, quite nicely scaling up. Gwen actually really starts to shine around 2 items. Once you get your Riftmaker plus Cosmic Drive, that's where the nightmare fuel begins. Up until then, does have some options into the Gragas. Fake God doing a decent job fighting for himself thus far, but is forced to disengage here as they trade out, and the needlework is also used, so not as much offensive power, but you've got a hover from Viego. There's not going to be a Jarvan gank, though, to counter here, since you can clearly see with the God vision that we are afforded as fans. Recall there for River, resets on his level 6, and has his Iron Spike whip ready to go for the full combo. So he's looking to gank one of these flashless members. Closer is actually a good target for him to try and force onto if they can coordinate with one of their lanes. Bottom lane has been actually pretty quiet, save for blowing Huhi's flash. Don't think we caught it on camera, but really good work there by Neo and Biofrost. Again, this lane all comes down to skill shots here.
Yeah.
When you're Ezreal Karma, everything is about positioning like this, kind of a triangle around those minions so you can continually fire out your skill shot, your harassment. They've got a no flash on Lulu. And guess what? Jarvan loves champs with no flashes.
Oh,
Comes
yeah.
the pressure here. River makes them scared just by clearing out the vision.
Well, FBI and Huhi are definitely stuck underneath the turret here. You saw the on my way pings from Dig just saying, hey, we at least have to go in and get this plate. We really want to keep applying this pressure here. And with all that control over the bottom lane, River has the green light to go after the first Drake. Now, Closer's found himself here in mid. The chain CC comes down awful nice, and Abadaga gets the second kill of the game for his team.
They need to keep getting those kills too, because Blue is winning in farm. Blue's farming up a storm there on the Victor side of it. And it needs to be this constant pressure from 100 Thieves there. Closer is the one capitalizing on it, though. Abba says, he's got no flash. I can flash shockwave him. Just get here.
Yep.
So you hover kind of as a jungler. You usually hover right here is the vision line. Basically, you just follow the brush up over towards the walkway here, out of vision, and then he kind of sneaks up as soon as Abba goes for the flash, gets the shockwave. They get the kill on the flashless target. So good repeat focus there from the mid jungle from 100 Thieves.
And you can see also over the other side of the wall, there's that little blue flower. So if you don't know where to stand behind the little blue flower. I like to use the terrain and work it into my own game.
I like it, and it also makes sense. Captain Flowers would know the position of every flower on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
I'll have you draw me a map, botanist map, later on, so I can use them as my landmarks now for navigation.
I am familiar with the flora of Summoner's Rift, my friend, but down here in the bottom lane, FBI and Huhi are familiar with nothing but the sites underneath the turret.
That sounds like a Harry Potter book or something. The flora
of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, that definitely would be in the Harry Potter library. I'm down to check out your.
Man, I could teach that class. Let's go. Let's go.
Your first edition. Let me get a signed copy.
Yeah, I got you, buddy. I got you. You get the IRL buddy discount. We've got the Divine Sunderer picked up here for Closer in the jungle, having that one on the Viego. You know, like they made the changes to this champion a while ago to try to encourage him to have riskier builds, more crit-focused stuff, but the Divine Sunderer is still just so effective. It synergizes so well. River goes over the wall here looking for Abadaga, who has no flash. He tries to buy himself time with the shockwave, but there is nothing to buy, and Dignitas tie up the game.
Mid laners have a third summoner spell. It's called Jungler. Get here now. You just mash that button. This guy is getting up all these ganks. River, come now, help me out. They get the return gank. I definitely know that feeling. That is a relieve the mental of my mid laner right now, since he's been the recipient of so much pressure. So good job there by River. Helps him out. Uses the Cataclysm combo again on one of those flashless carries. Definitely going to do a lot to bridge this mid game for them, because Dignitas are actually sitting decently fine right now. They've got the dragon under their belt, as well as evening up the gold with that last comeback gank towards mid. A little bit of a fight over vision, going slightly the way of extra information towards 100 Thieves, since they see him clear out the control ward, and that should mean Abba knows to hover top side. They just saw him clear out bottom side control ward. You got to hover top.
There's no Cataclysm available here, but there is the flash. And there it is, baby. Dignitas loving the way mid lane's looking now.
Yeah.
The bottom side's got Closer on the way. He throws out the mist, and he goes in for Biofrost. The chain's already been applied, but so has the Heartbreaker, and Closer gets the kill. He'll go even further, looking for whatever extra damage he can find onto Neo. Chances of a kill are pretty much zero, but he wants to make sure he sets this lane up for success to push the rest of the wave in.
Clayton, it's all as it should be. This is just a jungler's world, and these laners
They just
are
living
in it. They're just food for the picking. All the kills would be in the jungler's hands if Abba hadn't got that last hit on the Closer gank towards mid lane in the second one early on. It is just Closer and River beating up on the laners, punishing these summoner spells being blown, and each of them performing well, executing these ganks.
Well, man, this mid lane, you brought it up earlier already. The CS difference has gone up to almost plus 30 for the Dignitas side. Blue is doing a phenomenal job here, building up these advantages. That's 2 kills worth of gold just in farm that he's got. Let's take another look here at how they set up the play. Abadaga playing to that top side like you were talking about, but
yeah, not enough. So you can see the big minion wave. He's like, I gotta get this wave into the turret. He's pushing the last of it. You know you just saw the Jarvan on that controller though, so maybe hover up position a little bit more towards top side would give you some more time to work with. Then Closer's like, I'm not gonna let River have all of the screen time here.
Oh no.
He's gonna get a gank off on bottom side, run straight through that ward, able to get the pincer movement onto Biofrost. And Nat Flash being down, plus the heal being down from Neo. No escapes for the bottom side from Dig. This gold is dead even. Junglers just going gank for gank, basically, and it all comes down to the laners doing their homework, basically. And picking up those minions. As you said, Blue, he's a bit of a teacher's pet, has turned in all of them. Even with a lot of the early deaths, immediately getting back out there, making sure he does the fundamentals.
Well, we got our second Drake of the game up right now, and in 3 seconds, the teleport's unleashed. Both of our top laners have the teleport ready to use. Fake God now, you can see he's got it, some days got it. They can get down here in a flash if they need to. It's Dignitas with control over the bottom side river right now. Closer barely misses the Spectral Maw, not finding the stun on the enemy jungler. There is still a ward in the pit from the side of 100 Thieves, so they will be aware if Dig tries to start this. But right now, they're trying to play it slow, play it smart, clear out that vision, and take this the right way. That ward still exists in the pit, though. Closer throws down the Hallowed Mist. He's looking to turn this one into a smite fight. Control ward has been placed. Looks like we're not going to get that fight after all, and Dignitas gets the second Drake of the game.
Yeah, the bottom lane answer from Dig is so strong. Since 100 Thieves did not lock in the Lux in the first 1, 2, 3, 4 picks, and it getting banned out, and then answering with the double range poke, plus some pathing down there has really given them big rewards. Dragon number 2 goes a long way towards them stacking up. They do still have to start to worry a little bit about that Gwen, you know, hanging in the back of your mind, as you keep mentioning, for Clip Pushing Raider. First item power spike has been achieved, the Riftmaker, but you know, once Cosmic Drive comes in, that's where you'll really have to worry about side wave management and them closing in on you, getting the first moves towards those objectives. Closer, though, will continue to focus on that Rift Geo, gets number 2, will help them even up on some towers, because it looks like bottom tower is forfeit, and Dignitas will try and push for that first turret bonus.
That's so good from a team that got neither one of the Rift Heralds. If you can still take first turret despite that, you're feeling great.
And so good for a team playing into Caitlyn. Again, since Caitlyn had to be paired with Lulu, and Lulu not nearly the early powerhouse for laning, especially when you're going up against the double range poke, you're not going to have the same sort of pushing power, but you know, well done on the execution as well, and the planning from Dig to get bottom tower, double dragon stacked up for them, mid lane farming and scaling very nicely on the Victor as well here for Blue, so quite ready for him to bring it to the team fights.
So let me ask you this then, Kobe. We're at the point, we've had the first couple of turrets fall, the lane assignments are going to start shaking up here a little bit, the teleports are all unleashed.
Yeah.
What do you want to see from Dignitas with this very even game state to be able to continue to threaten 100 Thieves?
You need River to go burn another flash. The ideal situation would be burning Abba's flash early on, because Cataclysm's such a low cooldown. You burn the flash now, it will not be up for the 3-minute timer on Dragon number 3, which is not the soul, but it is soul point. And
very important.
Huge ramifications of that fight. So you're always looking at which carries you want to try and burn flashes for early with Jarvan, so you can then have a big upper hand in the team fights. Because when you Jarvan Cataclysm and have a Victor on your team for the Chaos Storm over the top of it, that carry is annihilated. There's no way out for them, so it can give you a huge upper hand in the team fight. On the flip side, 100 Thieves are looking for getting that territory open. Again, the Gwen looking for some long lanes to work with. They finally get you know, bottom tower here for the Caitlyn pushing. FBI and Someday actually moving ahead with the needlework.
Someday is not afraid. He just starts this one off, charging into what looks like a 1v3, but the cavalry immediately arrives. So 100 Thieves forcing down that tier 2 turret, trying to force the fight right after. Closer's back over here in mid. Abadaga goes for the shockwave. Now he's got to try to get away. Closer's going to be found here. Buhi coming in with the wild growth as Closer goes back over the wall. Follow coming out from River with a true shot barrage going through now. River barely stays alive, and Dignitas Dignitas 1-0.
What a follow there. The confidence on River, the confidence on Dignitas. He gets away with 150 HP after chasing Closer, even with the Lulu there, with the shield, trying to lifesteal and fight his way out of it. Dignitas, huge punish on that overstep from 100 Thieves towards mid lane. Quite nicely done. You know, Closer did not have vision of the rest of Dig coming down mid lane to back up Blue, so tried to threaten on Blue, had to ult his way back out there, and Dignitas punished effectively. Another tower down, all outers having been destroyed now at the hands of Dignitas.
I'm really liking what we're seeing from this Dig squad. So let's see this, because this play got a little bit crazy here.
So this is a reset coming down mid lane of both jungle and support. So that's why you see Closer go in. He didn't have the timing there on the reset of jungle and support, going to actually back up Blue. So he tried to go in, gets punished, for going aggressive at the tower. He was trying to capitalize on the trade that Abba just took, where Abba got chunked out, but because of the health lead there, they could not collapse. And also so many resources had been invested into the bottom lane push where they got double turrets. They couldn't transition as quickly, and Dignitas come out smiling once again. Even gold, up 2 towers versus defending champs.
Yeah, and they're coming into this even in lock-in, like, they finished last in the group. That's why you have to play against the team that finished first in their group. This first 19 minutes has looked great for them, but now as we say it, it's River who's in a bit of trouble. Down to 1/3 HP, but he does get himself out as 100 Thieves push further into enemy territory.
Yep, trying to get the early lead on the setup for this Dragon. Caitlyn's setups for neutral objectives are paramount. #1 goal for this champion. So you can get your traps out early, baby. Close off some of those, avenues into the river. Fortunately, it is an Infernal Rift, so some of those avenues have been widened. You can see a little bit easier for Dig to get in there, and FakeGod just walks up to him.
FakeGod finds FBI, who immediately has to get himself right on back. Abadaga and who he going to be zoned away as FakeGod goes back in, but Closer's been taken down to 25% HP. River now looking to disengage himself, but Closer with a nice stun over the wall facilitates the death of the enemy jungler. Make that a 1-0 here for 100 Thieves. Dignitas still seeing if there's an angle to take. Thieves' health bars are injured. Blue still at full HP, but Closer comes over the wall with a stolen Jarvan body. He's gonna find the kill, and now he's going to reset City. Closer does it every damn time.
Oh, 100 Thieves are gonna win it, and Biofrost now is tangling with Abed, who actually flashes away. Neo, the only threat here, fighting off 4 members.
Neo 1 versus 4, the hero, but he can't quite do enough. 100 Thieves, though, maybe Neo has done enough. Abadaga running away. Neo is healthy enough, and he's on just the right champion.
Neo, when you're ready, you won't have to dodge bullets. And he's able to fight 4 people off the Dragon. They at least salvage this objective in a losing scenario. Picks up the blue buff off of the respawn, starts it out. He's going to burn it down. River's here for the smite secure, and Dig will be on soul point.
It was a 1-team fight for 100 Thieves in terms of the body count, but the state of the health of everybody that remained gave the objective to Dignitas. Dig fans got to be loving this right now because it feels like the squad has a very, very plausible win condition in going for this soul. If they can grab an Infernal Soul 26 minutes in, that's scary for 100 Thieves.
Hey, y'all, it's safe to come out. Dig fans, show yourselves.
Come on out.
So come on out, lock in. It's been a little bit sketchy, but let's see it now because they are in prime position. FBI forced out of it.
Oh, but Someday is hungry, baby, and he's cutting everybody down. Blue is #2, and Closer picks him up. Now Someday's gonna keep on leading that charge. The man doesn't know the definition of fear. It might as well not be in the dictionary. Closer has to get away with the Heartbreaker and barely does so. Abadaga continuing to fight up against the rest of Dignitas as the Thieves fall back. They'll win another fight here.
Maybe a little too early to say safe to come out as 100 Thieves.
It's just a hyphy game.
Clap them right back. They increase their gold lead. 3.2k gold versus soul point. Such a fun setup here. Again, a big advantage to whoever's able to set up for Dragon #4 first. You've got 3 minutes, 39 seconds on the clock. Someday already starting to flex, as you said, just walks right in on the Gwen, creates so much space. Again, they go after FBI. This is how the fight around Dragon started out too, where 100 Thieves were able to win. They go at FBI, force him out of the fight, he's chunked away, but Someday right into the middle of all of them with the W has enough he bursts him down. Just look who he buffing him up. This Lulu buff up there. Closer comes in from the top side. He gets the reset, picks up the Victor body, and I honestly thought Closer had gone too far here where FakeGod turns it around, knocks him under turret, but with the cannon minion also getting knocked under, he didn't do any damage to the champion, so he didn't have the turret on him. That means he survives. If he had taken a turret shot from any sort of damage going out there and tagging someone, grabbing aggro, would have actually been the other way around and would have opened up so much more for Dig, but he survives once again, that slippery Viego.
And we now, Mr. Kobe, have that Gwen with the 2 items. Absolute ferocity here on what he can accomplish in the side lane and in the team fights. And on top of the 2 items, he has the stopwatch. So that means even more aggro plays coming out from Someday. FakeGod just evolved his Fimble Winter as well, so a lot of extra tankiness here in the team fights for him too.
Fun fact too, while we are in this mid game waiting for our big soul dragon fight, the Infernal Drake in solo queue is actually the lowest win rate of the souls once you get it, because they tap down a little bit on the damage since it was perceived so highly, since it's so fun to use, it feels like such a good one. Now, there's not a huge discrepancy. It's only a couple percentage points at the maximum difference in souls, win rates, and it's very huge regardless, but...
Oh, River really wanting to contest that chicken camp, loses a lot of HP for it. With him having to back up, 100 Thieves want to step forward. They want to control the enemy jungle here. Smite does come through for River. He'll heal up and secure his red. That's a little wild.
I mean, this is still a battleground around Baron. Yes, there's a lot of focus on 1 minute, 30 seconds left for the Dragon Soul, but Baron is still a very impressive counter objective up here. So wards invested by 100 Thieves and counter jungling achieved here, stealing away the red to be able to get some of that early setup.
Okay, Someday set up in the side lane here, bottom side. That teleport is ready for both him and for FakeGod. Actually, everybody except Abadaga, and his is only about 30 seconds away, will have those teleports ready and locked and loaded for this Drake fight. You can see right now, members of Dignitas hanging out around the bottom side river. It's Biofrost activating the sweeper, getting rid of some of this vision. This Drake fight's gonna be huge.
It is gonna be huge, and I actually favor 100 Thieves pretty significantly, especially if they're able to move into the river here early on. Dignitas and Biofrost, he ran in there, tried to clear out as much vision as he possibly could, and then had to give up the territory. So a lot of times you'll see these fights over vision, and some of the vision doesn't last very long at all. It gets cleared out immediately. If you can't defend the vision, your value there is extremely low. And so 100 Thieves just move right back in. Now they've got control. They're leading the pathway over to this dragon. And I think they should be able to set it up into a very advantageous spot because they not only have very powerful backline carries, but the front line is just as worrisome here. With both Viego and Gwen easily buffable by the Lulu and Shockwave at their hands, at their fingertips to try and deliver.
All right, it's 100 Thieves first over to the Drake pit. They have the control ward and the pixel brush as well, and they've got the positioning here for Closer in that side brush in case there's an angle to go onto the carries. With the control ward placed down by Dignitas, they'll be aware of that 100 Thieves vision there in the brush. Someday's already got the Drake started up. River's ready to go. He's ready to contest this one for the 50-50. 100 Thieves don't want to give him that, obviously. You can see River still hanging out all by his lonesome. It'll be Someday that tries to force him out of that position, make it so Closer is guaranteed to be able to stop this Drake Soul. Dignitas still hanging around. No meaningful damage done to anyone on either side just yet. Biofrost steps on the trap in the pixel brush, knowing that he won't have to take the headshot from FBI just yet. FBI now finding whatever auto attack damage he can onto FakeGod. Drake's still at about half HP. Dignitas is willing to work on it here. They want to take it lower, but it's 100 Thieves going in after Dignitas instead. Someday's here in the front. He'll be Wild Growth. There comes your Shockwave, but River denies it there with a stopwatch. 100 Thieves turning back towards the Drake as FBI's down to 200 HP, and River traps 4 inside the Cataclysm. FakeGod will be the first to die, and Closer buys time with a stopwatch of his own. Dignitas back away now. 100 Thieves with incredibly low HP on 2 players. As Biofrost continues delivering the poke, Closer still hanging out in a hallowed mist inside the Drake pit. The Drake itself still alive, still at about 2,000 HP. Closer still in the back part of the pit. He'll try to maintain that position. River's back here once more. Someday has teleported back in, and he's ready to go. The rest of the team right behind him. River's gonna be your target. Switching over to Neo now, also onto Blue. Someday with the zone is able to keep himself alive, and now he retreats back to the waiting arms of his team. Closer has gone too far forward. Both junglers down. Shut down over to Blue, and Neo jumps in for the kill onto Abadaga. Dignitas still looking to fight, still looking to get this Drake. Someday's at 200 HP, and FBI and Who here both at half. Fake God, Neo, Bio, Blue, everybody on Dignitas is ready to go. And ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we might just get that Drake Soul. FBI wants the steal, but he will not get it. And it's Infernal Soul at 28 minutes.
Dignitas win the most arduous battle over a dragon we've seen in a while. They kite it all the way back out to mid lane, and it is a little bit too much of a chase from 100 Thieves. Dropping Closer, then the flash forward. Neo makes him pay for it. He sees the opening, he reads the matrix, he jumps through, and they're rewarded with the Infernal Soul. That is gonna even up so much of the damage. This 3,000 gold lead, 400 Thieves. Oftentimes, gold values tried to be equated to some of the value of Dragon Souls. It is around 3K. Let's take another look. Closer tries to start it out, tries to go for the flash play onto Neo. He answers with the flash, and the stun actually went on to Fake God. Then Someday does tank up a whole bunch. Shockwave doesn't find anybody because River is able to stopwatch it. Here's the moment where I thought that Blue should have had Jarvan go for FBI. There's nothing left on FBI. You see him there with the laser from Blue. He got down to 100 HP. If the Cataclysm had gone for FBI to kill the carry instead of group up the rest of the team, maybe that is an earlier win on the fight. They still got the kite out though. They made the punish on the overreach for 100 Thieves. Dignitas wearing Dragon Soul, and now it's about actually executing in these fights because there's still the gold lead, which gives you a lot of combat power in inventory from the items that you complete. And at this point, it's fairly comparable to the power that an Infernal Soul burst damage actually gives you. So, quite close.
And you can see Dignitas wanted to really see how comfortable they were with their lead there. They tried starting up the Baron. 100 Thieves was ready to respond. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you earlier, but I'm going to flip it upside down here a little bit. What do you want to see from 100 Thieves now? Because obviously they just got out-team fought by Dignitas there in that last one for Dig to earn the soul. What needs to switch up here for 100 Thieves to feel good about it? Do you just want to play around Gwen split push at this point? What's the angle here?
Again, they're trying to look for the early setup of the vision around Baron so they can get their traps down. FBI and Abba both do not have flashes. Their backline is extremely vulnerable to the Jarvan Gragas initiation. And this time around, if they go for it, you can combine it with the Chaos Storm from Blue. So they've got a lot of issues to work with here that can be outplayed. So they really need to use some of the speed ups from their supportive members, from the Orianna, from the Lulu. FBI, you see him trying to make use of the speed and range advantage there with Caitlyn. Getting some early damage down, trying to avoid all of these skill shots coming out from Dignitas, and it's still difficult for them to fight themselves out. Their Shockwave has to land on multiple members. Last time in the team fight in the Dragon, it landed on nobody because of the Zonias from River and everyone else being able to kite it out. That's one of the few CCs that they have, one of the few big AoE ones that they have to work with, and they need to make it land.
Dignitas staying grouped up as 5. Neo finding a little bit of poke here onto Closer to scare him off. We don't have our Elder Drake for 3 more minutes. Baron is still alive. Dignitas is deciding they want to push down mid. They've got the priority. A lot of pings coming out onto the tier 2. They want to decide on something. They've got to make that informed decision as a team. It's 100 Thieves fanning out here. Someday's cutting the wave.
He's literally cutting it. Snip, snip, bye-bye wave.
Rock, paper, minions, and it looks like Someday will go ahead and get himself out of there before Dignitas can try to catch him out of position. Dignitas will, however, have first strike on that Scuttle Crab. They'll guarantee that they have that unremovable vision. River goes ahead, clears out the blue trinket. So now for 100 Thieves, you've always got to be wondering, hey, are they starting it? Hey, do we need to go look? What's going to happen? And Dignitas have moved back into the mid lane here yet again. Closer once more, looking to try to go for those minions. Fake God went for the flash engage, but beautifully buffered with that unstoppable part of the Heartbreaker. River wants to go in and he's found FBI, but the 90 caliber net immediately gets him out of the Cataclysm. Someday is off to the side, so is Closer. They're looking for a chance to find anything in retaliation as Fake God gets stunned and Dignitas walk away.
Yeah, really well done from Closer. First uses the W for the tiny dash there from the initiation, then is able to get off his ultimate to immune the knockback, barely escapes, sees the Fake God initiation coming, avoids it once again, and still you're in such a difficult situation here because 100 Thieves themselves don't have a really good way to hard force. And so that's why we keep having these pick and poke situations where they're trying to force out some of these abilities and re-kite it so they can get the initiation afterwards. But the speed from these enchanters is making it all possible. Biofrost as well as the speed buffs on the side of 100 Thieves. This Baron though is going to get burned down so quickly. Closer's kinda close, but he doesn't have his ultimate available. He only has Flash.
This is a two-man Baron, and it is dropping like a rock. So many pings coming out. Dignitas knows this is theirs, man. Nothing for 100 Thieves to do about it, and Dig takes Baron.
All right, this is gonna be huge. 36 seconds on this Elder Dragon coming up. Everybody going over there right now. 100 Thieves move into the river. They've got the control wards. Caitlyn gonna set down the traps now. No pre-existing vision through the river or towards the dragon for Dig, but they are marching out of the base with Baron.
Ooh, FBI looking for the chance for some poke. Okay, a little bit there. Not a whole lot. Jarvan's a nice tanky boy. No stopwatch, though. No stopwatch for River. Guardian Angel is up for Closer. So a bit of a difference here between how willing either jungler will be to commit to the fight. Closer knows he gets that second chance. FBI continuing to get any poke that he can here as he moves his way forward. That was the Gale Force active you just saw. Had to make sure he wasn't in a position for Fake God to knock him back there with the ulti. 100 Thieves starting up the Elder Drake. It'll be FBI lifesteal tank, and it's Someday zoning River away again. He knows River wants to play this back part of the wall. Biofrost not going to eat the ace in the hole as Neo's able to intercept the bullet for him. Elder Drake down to below half. 100 Thieves, they're forcing Dignitas to be ready to respond to this. Closer's going to keep finding a little more damage. Elder regenerates very slightly. 100 Thieves continuing to try to control this area. Neo steps forward, trading auto attacks with FBI. Not a good idea, but here we go. Neo tries to get away as Closer and Someday go in. Dignitas on the retreat as Someday finds his way onto blue. Gets a lot of shields, gets a lot of damage. FBI gets the enemy mid laner and Fake God's next to the menu. Someday goes on a killing spree as River heads right back into his own demise, but he will take FBI with him. I don't think it's going to matter because everybody else is deader than a doornail. Only Neo and River still left alive, but with Neo still there, it's not comfortable enough for 100 Thieves to just effortlessly take the Drake. Dignitas will shove up the mid lane wave, and now they're ready to go answer yet again. Now you've still got Huhi hanging out here in the brush. He has vision control. He's on top of the control board. River and Neo ready to go. Abadaga moving forward. Poly onto Neo. He gets back. River still looking for the chance to smite fight this. True Shot Barrage nearly kills Abadaga. Neo looking for his chance to be the hero of the Drake pit once again. Closer goes in. He finds the stun on the enemy 80. Carry! Headshot! Neo just headshots him. River comes right back in. And he's not long for this world. Closer tries to stand and fight, but no! And again, Dignitas beats 100 Thieves in the dragon fight, and again, it's Neo the hero.
Neo, take a bow, man, all game long. Fancy footwork. Yes, he's getting the speed ups from his team from Biofrost, but this one was all him. Finds the angle, sees the line, hits the Mystic Shot, and now marching through the base.
Hold on, I gotta get on the phone real quick. Beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, beep, boop. Hello, Raz? Yeah, what you said on the analyst desk? Yeah, Neo? Yeah, that was right. This is exactly what we wanted to see here from Dignitas. This is exactly what they gotta do to be able to fight back against the reigning champs. Wombo, combo, put him in the ground. River finds FBI, and 100 Thieves are on their last legs. Someday tries to survive long enough here with a double stopwatch. He'll still die anyway. Closer's back alive, but not for long. Abadaga's gonna fall, and Neo's still alive. Closer can't do enough here in a 1v5. Ladies and gentlemen, first game of the best of 3 goes over to Dignitas.
Woo! Who said this was gonna be a 2-0? So much heavy favor on the side of 100 Thieves, and yet Dignitas come out swinging. Huge gold deficit early on, but they secure Drake after Drake after Drake. They cash in on the Dragon Soul, and Neo in multiple fights in this river around those dragons, fighting off 4 members, threading The hope of Dignitas through, finds those mystic shots time and time again, and is rewarded in the end. What a game opener here. What a series opener. Dignitas on the board.
Dignitas, man, they outfought them too. It's not like this was a, oh man, 100 Thieves had it and then just decided to throw the ball into the stands for some reason.
Yeah.
They met them in open ground. They met them in very complex team fights with a lot of exits, re-entries, teleports, you name it, it happened. And Dig won multiple times. Damn good showing from this team in game one.
Definitely a fun one to watch. A lot of coordination and the discipline in these later scenarios when you're being pushed and pulled from multiple objectives, multiple angles. Definitely a good way to start.
And with Dignitas Quantum Pay now ahead in our series, we're going to break down that upset win with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers. Damn right, upset win. All right, Dignitas, making things interesting.
Wow.
Those 2-0 predictions straight out the window for
It's
100
garbage.
Thieves. What a game!
We're garbage.
What a game!
That was a
Suck.
sweaty game.
It was a sweaty
Yeah,
game, but
that's-
I enjoyed
yeah.
it so much for that reason. So much what we talked about came to fruition, which also made me happy, less from the predictive sense, but more from seeing these players play to their potential.
Yeah, and so I think where I really want to start with this draft is Dig picking up the Karma and then adding the Ezreal.
Yeah.
Because when we're talking about what Caitlyn is good at and like why she's so insanely strong, they touched on the neutral objective setup in Cast, but when she gets that push in bot lane, it's nuts. Like you want to get that bot turret down as quickly as possible, spread her to all other turrets on the map, and just open up the map completely. Ezreal Karma pushes against that. If you looked at the early push, Karma Ez had that push the entire time.
And it really neutralized the Caitlyn pick.
Yep.
Right? Which in turn neutralizes the way 100 Thieves excels playing League of Legends. So you can still see 100 Thieves is a really good team, right? You saw it throughout the game with being able to get mid ganks off, some to getting amazing flanks off. But if the team is not able to play through like complete bottom lane domination, it's just not as smooth.
Yes. And I've really been waiting for a Karma pick. I think Karma priority in general has been pretty low. And I think we've been seeing far more Enchanters in the bot side of the map, far more Jarvans to allow for Enchanters to exist here. It makes a lot more sense. I mean, 2 years ago, I remember like Karma being picked as a flex pick for numerous lanes because there is also an Ashe bottom lane, but this time around you can really support just having lane domination as a point.
And I want to go to River here because obviously this is a J4 gank. They pointed out you want to get into the mid lane early, blow the flash. River, I thought, had, once again, a really strong understanding of what he wanted to do on this champion. He set Dig up for success several times. He knew where he wanted to be. And he made that mid lane that we were talking about as such a rock for 100 Thieves and something they don't necessarily have to worry about, something that Closer had to respond to.
Yeah, and that gank that we saw a little earlier on, that's what Kobe pointed out, the fact that he was able to evade the ward and Closer while finding that, getting a great Fog of War gank. So he's been really active this game.
Time and time again, though, visiting this mid lane, and to your point, Jat, it made, and to Emily's point, it made 100 Thieves have to reconsider where to put their resources on the map. All of a sudden, Closer feels obligated to respond in the mid lane.
And it was successful, right? Like, Blue was up in CS, and then he died to a couple ganks, and Closer got pretty damn fed in that game. So, like, it was super back and forth. But, like, there's so many highlights in this game, right? Like it was on a knife's edge kind of the whole time, whether or not you could win or lose the deciding fight. But like, I almost want to call it like a very scrappy victory by Dig because they had deaths like this, right? The first gank from Closer where the mid jungle was working very well. But as the game progressed, like they were barely able to keep getting dragons. And so much of that does actually go back to draft where, as we mentioned before, they had the Ezreal Karma, which just allowed Neo to farm up so much. And when Ezreal actually has the range advantage on Caitlyn. So the same type of setups that Caitlyn's can normally stop you from, you can no longer do that, and the Ezreal can poke through.
Yeah, and then of course, the other aspect, if they wanted to play through top lane, I mean, Gragas does a great job being able to nullify what Gwed wants to do later on in the game, being able to hold on to turrets, of course, great disengage. On side lane, mostly in team fights, I thought Big God did his job quite well. And so when it came to those team fights, we were staggering. 100 Thieves were getting positioned first, so I didn't like this from Dignitas because they were compositionally ahead, but they found the fights a little later on.
I mean, the margins of these fights were just razor
So many of
thin.
these.
The reason why this one's so intriguing because it's a fight for third Drake, and while it's 100 Thieves who wins the man advantage, the health bars are in favor of Dignitas, and Neo's able to come through with it.
Yeah, and you can see two things here. You can see how strong the Gwen is at this point, and how she can just kind of run into the opposing team. But you also see Neo, and he is getting quite strong. And there were a few more times in this game where I feel like he could have just gone in and destroyed everyone because he is that strong at this point.
I know, but like, look at this though. Dragon is at like 1,500 health, and I don't think Dig is gonna finish it. But Someday just like felt like a god, chased through here, but they just couldn't quite kill Neo at any stage of this fight. And the way all these back and forths went through, like, it was a 1v9 opportunity for Neo, and he did end up playing it quite well.
And yeah, I was gonna like go to Raz's point where he was like, okay, who are we looking at on Dig? We touched on River, we touched on Blue, but it was Neo who made like he was the big difference maker in this because they were able to get those pushes in the bot lane, because they picked the Ezreal Karma. And then in some of these fights, I think it could have been a little bit more proactive, but then yeah, there are times where he can just go in and absolutely destroy people.
I do want to bring up as well, like, because I think we should talk about the way, like, 29 to 35 was for Dig. They had 5 people in mid, I think the whole time.
Yes, and I hated it. I hated it. I could understand.
Wait, why?
I understand. Well, we're not in ARAM game mode here, Dash.
Oh, so you didn't
Dash.
like, you didn't, Jash. Yeah,
I was going to say James, Dash,
people
look.
confuse us too
Dash.
often.
No, saying James. That wasn't Jash.
Oh, okay.
I do want to talk about it, though.
Did
like,
you
okay.
dislike it, though,
Yeah.
as a viewer? Because and Jack kind of said this as we were watching it, it felt like Dignitas's only option was to stick mid and try and create that pressure because nobody can contest the Gwen individually in a side lane.
So for me, I think if you hold Gragas in bot lane, if Gwen is trying to split, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Victor should be on top lane. Like, Victor, you have Infernal. You need to work with another lane to at least force 100 Thieves' hand.
I think
But
so.
they were just 5 people mid.
Just there.
just sitting there. And it was ridiculous. So I think they'll look back at that VOD, and yeah, from their perspective, it's difficult because they put themselves in that spot.
Fair enough.
So.
Oh no, I was gonna say I love it because there was a point where we were watching and Jet's like, I wish we could have the CS like lost because
Right, the
Thieves just
percent
had
CS.
these like
So much.
pushing sideways, and Dig is just like, we're pinging tier 2 mid
Well,
turret.
it was
Let's
this
go.
it was this amazing sequence where like they were in mid and they were trying to threaten tier 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Someday comes in behind them and they're like, we don't want to threaten Baron unless we have a wave in mid, but they could never get the wave in mid. So they're just losing these side lanes all the time. And then the wildest thing happened, and it's too hard to pull a replay for it.
Right.
But like they just got Baron.
Yep.
And like that's actually
off
how
the
it went.
backs.
Because it
Yeah.
looked like 100
Off
Thieves
of
was
reset timing, yeah.
completely toying with them, right? Someday proxying the wave, like Gragas flash ults onto Closer. All Closer has to do is ult away. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, they just get Baron.
All right, so 100
Cool.
Thieves. Defending Summer Split champions,
Yeah.
perceived lock-in tournament favorites, are now
go.
down 1-0 in a best of 3. So they are on series point here. They choose red side, so they are going to flip as a result of that game. Anybody got the recipe for success here for 100 Thieves?
Counter pick for bot lane.
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably going to be the main play,
Yeah.
right?
No, don't play into Ezreal Karma.
Just don't play into,
You
we
know.
might even see a Karma ban.
Okay.
But I think the main takeaway
Or a
is...
Karma mid.
No.
for 100 Thieves.
No. It's possible, but I don't
Just
think
a
so.
thought. That's
Yeah.
why I'm not a coach.
There we go. You're throwing in the seed just in case.
Ezreal Karma is just good against Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Like it actually, getting those two together is very potent against
Okay.
Caitlyn.
So I do think that the most important thing is going to be counter pick for bot lane, and they'll just zero in on that. I know we hailed in just a load of constructive criticism for Dignitas, but the main
Yeah.
takeaway is that like
They won.
Exactly, they won. Very little practice for River, but he's
Yeah.
already coming in as a stud, so there's a lot to look forward to in this very series.
I think the only concern would be if the mid-jungle duo for 100 Thieves gets off the ground kind of like they did in this previous game and can actually roll it through to a victory where you don't have that Ezreal Karma to kind of play around objectives. We'll have to see. Just one more win would bring Dignitas Quantum Pay to the semifinals here in Lock, and we'll see if they can make it happen right after this.
What's going on?
Jake from State Farm, the perp just confessed. I think. I don't know.
What?
Oh, can't afford streaming anymore, so here we are.
Oh, don't give up what you love. State Farm has options to personalize your policy so you get a rate that fits your budget.
Oh, that's great.
The subtitles would be nice.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
This is the sort of pride that gets you in those big moments, allows you to take down giants.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game 2. 100 Thieves versus Dignitas in a best of 3, our first in the bracket stage of the lock-in tournament. Dignitas surprised everybody here by taking the first game. If they can do it again, 100 Thieves is out. But I expect the defending champs to be a little fired up after that first loss. My name is Captain Flowers, and Kobe's, he's somewhere. I don't know where he is. So I'm just going to do the first part of this draft by myself. Anyway, I don't expect we're going to get to see Skarner in here anywhere because nobody plays Skarner. That kind of sucks. But hey, sometimes we might. Anyway, hey, welcome back. We got Kobe back, so you guys don't have to hear about Skarner anymore. Anyway, we're ready to go to the draft. We got Diana and Gwen band away, Xinjiao and Corky band away. We're moving right along. How are you?
I'm great. Ran across the studio. Good thing nobody's here. There's no fans in the stands. All right, let's get into picks and bans. What do we miss here, buddy? Diana's still off. A lot of folks.
Yeah, no Diana, no Corki, no TF. The Gwen got banned away. Dig don't want to deal with that again.
Okay, very, very similar thus far then to last time around. Again, Corki getting banned on red side as well, leaving open the possible Victor trade there for the scaling carries.
All right, what's our last ban going to be, Thieves? You guys going to ban out that Ezreal from Neo, or is he going to get to run it back? Let's see. What are we going to do? Thieves? Thieves? Nope, LeBlanc instead.
Interesting. Okay, so they have to leave it up again, and Caitlyn is still available. Again, just because Caitlyn failed last time around, it's still such a powerful tool right now, pushing power towards the bottom lane. If you get the right support, Lulu doesn't have the same type of range and oppressive laning power like a Lux, like a Karma does. So if you pair it with a stronger early support than that, then you can live the fantasy of Caitlyn, pushing in those minions, get your turret plates down early on, start wearing away at them and get that tower gold, start rotating around the map to really supplant your control early in the game.
Well,
looks like they might do it again.
Yeah, we got that Caitlyn locked in for 100 Thieves. Dignitas, they want their most prioritized pick of the draft to be that
Range.
Jarvan.
You need range
there
though.
for River.
More range with it.
Okay.
More is better.
All right.
There we go.
Caitlyn Karma. There you go. There you go. That's what you were wanting, right?
Exactly. Put some more range with it. They actually are like, oh, you know what? That Karma really hurt with the Qs on the minions pushing the wave as well as her harassment. Let's take that one away. Again, they forego the Lux. Don't expect her to show up here now, though. Okay, so with Jarvan locked in once again here for Dinkas, that also might deter 100 Thieves from stuff like Victor, because you don't want to be multiple immobile carries. Quickly, Thresh Aphelios picked up an answer here to the K Karma. That's not nearly as strong of an early game answer to the Caitlyn lane as they had last time around. Don't expect them to have the same sort of control, but it is something when you pair with the threat of a Jarvan. The other way to attack Caitlyn lanes is to gank them super early.
Yep.
We saw it previously in multiple leagues where you can get level 2 ganks. Guess what? Jarvan's perfect at that. Towards bottom lane. If you throw them off with your timings on your path and gank bottom super early on before they've stacked up the wave, before they've got the momentum rolling of chunking you out in lane and pushing you in constantly, then you can try and upset that balance. So Thresh and Jarvan, definitely some playmaking ability here, but it's very punishing if you take that swing and you miss.
Yeah, buddy. Well, the response from 100 Thieves, they're going to go ahead and lock in Viego for Closer yet again. Although they didn't get a win last game, Closer is historically incredible on this champion. It would make no sense to switch that aspect of the composition up, I don't think. So very similar stuff here. 2 out of 3 of the same picks for 100 Thieves. Over on the other side, the bot lane very different, but the jungler's still sticking around. Now, one thing to keep in mind, this draft different from the last one, we have the roles synced up in the first half. It's bottom lanes and junglers here for both sides. So that does mean we're going to see similar bans from both sides too, as 100 Thieves take Orianna off the table.
And that is most often the case right now with such high priority on carrying from bottom side of the map and solo laners looking for these counter picks and having these big trades with multiple bans, because there's so many things that you can try and throw out in solo lanes right now. So most teams are going for bottom lanes and jungles first. No surprise there. Locking them in, not giving away too much. And then you get all these focus bans on your solo lanes. The Orianna and the Victor both taken away here from mid lane. Again, you know, things like Syndra are other good options. You just keep going further down some of these longer range control mage options from the mid lane when you're trying to whittle down through here. And the Gragas, obviously the top lane tank build ban, trying to take it away. For me, when I look at these champ selects though, some of the big things that do stand out are Renekton, Sunday's champions basically. His Renekton, Gnar, and now Gwen are like this most played, most reliable, most successful. And that is the one kind of wiggly point for 100 Thieves, I feel like, where sometimes it can be extremely good, and brings exactly what you need, but it's not like a super wide array or versatile set of champions. So top lane is a place you can try and whittle down. They went for a Jace ban against him, which I don't know how much value to me that really has.
You don't sound like you're a fan, my friend. You don't sound like a fan.
I think because the other 3 Someday champs I listed, I would all have so much more confidence in him on any of those 3. Especially here, they've got Abba on, again, one of the long range control mages that does not have an escape of her own. and is against the Jarvan, and guess what? Also a Thresh roaming. So this is not Enchanter versus Enchanter. Support roams are very deadly here, coming from the side of Dignitas. If you get time from bottom lane for Thresh to move, for Jarvan to move, that becomes difficult.
Well, hey, we got the Renekton just on the opposite side of what you were talking about, so that'll be on Fake God this time around. Of course, 100 Thieves saving some days pick for last means they will have the opportunity to counterpick that there in the top side, as Zoe is our final pick of the draft for Dignitas here. Blue piloting that one into the mid lane, and hey, here we go, here we go, here we go.
Oh, it's a 1 of the 3.
Yeah.
1 of the 3.
This is 1 of your 3, buddy, and it's
Lock
locked
it in.
Okay, okay. So now that you see all 10, how are we feeling about these two drafts against each other? Who do you think got the edge here?
I think there is a lot of early option for playmaking there from Dig. You know, Renekton is very strong early on, but Gnar is going to be a very good option for safe and for scaling for later. So we'll see how Someday can play this. Again, since he has got years, many years in multiple regions, Renekton was his most iconic champion in Korea as well. On this champion, he knows damn well the ranges and how to play well around Renekton, even when navigating the small treacherous point for Gnar, which is mini Gnar in early levels when your range is the shortest and you're facing a Renekton plus Jarvan, something that can easily gank you, something that can easily take advantage of your mini form and those windows. So we'll see how safe he plays. If he's able to avoid those kill opportunities, then he'll be a big force for the team fights for later on. Similarly, on the other hand, FBI and Huhi this time around, you've got no excuses for not pushing in hard on bottom side and having a bottom side lead. You invested Caitlyn and Karma picks into FBI and Huhi. That's gotta return you some early gold. If you don't have some turret plate lead, if you don't have some pressure on bottom side, then there's gonna be some answers that need to come out from coaching.
So one of the things that I'm looking at here across the table on the bottom side is the fact that Neo's on a very different champion this time around, right? Aphelios versus Ezreal, hyper carry versus long range poke. The last game, those fights that Dignitas won, some of them, they actually had more dead bodies on the floor, but it was the fact that you had Ezreal in that range and that poke. So this time around, things will have to be a little bit different because Aphelios doesn't command the range and the ability to 1v4 the same way. He can 1v4, it just looks very different.
It does. And you have to get the right gun to be able to have some range too, and it's not nearly the similar situation. So definitely agree there. He is pretty well equipped to deal with some of the shorter range engagements. And Viego is going to have to be careful there. Closer, have to pick and choose his moments when going for those engagements. And again, for Dig, I really want to highlight their playmaking ability from this draft. This is what they've got in spades here in game number 2. River, I think, has performed really well so far this series, so far today. And especially considering how recently he got here and hasn't had a bunch of time with the team. He's on Jarvan. He's got lots of lanes with setup for him. Thresh, bottom lane, go there, gank this Caitlyn Karma lane so that they don't get to just isolated 2v2 poke push you. Make them sweat, make them use summoner spells, make them have to worry for their lives. Level 1 invade though from 100 Thieves will get them some pretty deep vision. Neo's gonna have to walk his way out as soon as he sees.
Yep, he doesn't want nothing to do with this. Luckily, they all walked the other direction from where he walked, so he can just continue moving on out of here, I would think. All right, yeah, him and Blue are both fine. They might take a little poke over the wall, maybe. But nope, not even that. So 100 Thieves will walk through here. They don't see a whole lot. Closer has changed up one thing this game. Instead of using normal spooky Viego, he is pentakill Viego, which I think is much better.
All right, and he's looking for pentakills. He's gonna have to carry this team. Now, I want to highlight how important the level 1 is, because again, as I highlight River and the Jarvan and the playmaking ability, so much of it comes out of some early kill threat on these lanes, on both side lanes, either the Renekton lane or the Thresh lane. And so if you go for the level 1 invade, even if you don't take anything away, getting the vision and knowing River starting here, being able to track River from red should give them some more safety. Now you have to keep up with your jungle tracking though, and the small bits of information that you get. They also warded the Raptor Brush, so you can see him if he exits the red quadrant, and that will alert their bottom lane for Huhi and FBI to be able to go full harassment. Right now, of course, when you are level 1 starting there, for Aphelios always has a pretty good start because you're guaranteed to start green gun and red gun, the best for laning. You've got your range that you can actually match Caitlyn, and you've got the sustain for red gun. That being said, your Karma push is undeniable from Huhi, and the early wave control goes over to them as should be. They have not seen Jarvan exit this red quadrant though, so FBI goes over to fake ward the tri-brush.
Yeah.
I love this from him, not spending extra resources and using that information that they have from their ward that was on the brush up by Raptors to not over-utilize their resources, since this is going to be a very important area of the map for them.
Yeah, this is going to be so dangerous if they're constantly pushed up, if they're applying that pressure like you said you wanted to see. River, we've seen how capable he is.
Over the wall. He went over the wall again. He's going to wrap around bottom lane. Clayton!
Oh, baby. River knows what he's doing on this Jarvan, man. He is so fun to watch. FBI and Huhi, they're backing up a little bit. River's still here. He has not shown himself just yet. All right, now he's going to back away. He'll go right back out to the crab, farm that one up, see if maybe there's another chance after.
Nice read and safe play there from FBI and Huhi. And that's actually the next level of information, because they actually had fake warded from FBI and not real warded. They were not baited by the extra vision there, and so they do respectfully back off from the aggressive movement from Biofrost.
River does not quite have his Dragon Strike cooldown ready. He's going to lose a third of his HP to that. So a little unlucky for him, but good defense there from the 100 Thieves bottom.
Yeah, that was so cool. I love these extra layers of how they actually play with the information afforded to them. And respecting the movement from Biofrost, you know, the playmaking from the Thresh, but it's a big wave that they might get zoned off. River's still here.
River's ready to go. He's underneath the turret, but it's going to be FBI focus first. Now they've got the CC down on the enemy support. He stays alive, however, and a teleport is coming in. It doesn't matter if it's not unleashed just yet, but a good flash and a lantern for some safety means they're able to get out. Dignitas now looking for the re-engage. River goes in, smites the Gromp for HP, but now he's got to back away. Closer's ready. He's here, but he's going in on Bio. He sees the opportunity. River now flashing away. Abadaga looking for the enemy support, and 100 Thieves have already found first blood. River wants to get away, but there is no escape.
Get over here! He picks up the body. He uses the hook. Closer! Man, this man has been on fire since the end of last year. I feel like he just got this Super Saiyan buff, Finals MVP, and continues to deliver. This was so aggressive from Dignitas. And a pretty good early look from River. You know, they denied a big wave from the Caitlyn Karma, pushing them off, but they don't respect the rotation of the rest of 100 Thieves. This is one of the things that you see a lot in solo queue, where you kind of get lost in a play and you're playing to follow up again on a very aggressive play deep in enemy territory. Once Closer and Abe come over, you are fully outnumbered. So Closer goes right in onto Bio, hits the stun, gets him low enough. Abe goes finish off the kill, and because Closer had touched him, picks up the Thresh, flashes for the hook right out of the flag and drag, and pulls him over for another kill.
Nicely, nicely done. We come back to live to see Someday just running after Fake God up here in the top lane. He's about to transform into Mega Gnar, so he knows he can utilize the range and speed of the Mini Gnar, or what's left of it, to chase his opponent down. And now, 100 Thieves are loving this start, Kobe. That was great.
They certainly are. I love to see Closer get early kills. He's looking at setting up a possible dive with Someday right now, too. Someday uses everything, transforms into Mini.
Well, the Dominus has been unleashed from Fake God, so he's able to stop that dive from ever happening as soon as the Mega Gnar ulti misses, and that level up comes through for Fake God. You know he's just fine.
Yeah, Sunday knew he didn't have a lot of time to work with, so they get the minion wave pushed in, and it is a cooldown blown, getting the Renekton ultimate down there just from the pass from Closer. He still has top Scuttlecraft to go for, doesn't have to get inefficient on his camps. But the bottom lane continues to get pushed off minion waves. Look at the CS, Flowers. Another big wave timed here for Dig. Another teleport from 100 Thieves invested to answer them, just so that they can get some farm back on FBI here. Last time around, it was Abe using his teleport to get down there to allow them to get back to the minion wave. Turned out very profitable for them in the double kills. FBI scrounges up as many of the CS as he can get. And while the goal of Dig of trying to dissuade and deal with some of the pressure of a Caitlyn Karma lane is technically working, if you just look at bottom side isolated. You know, they haven't been able to push up and get turret plates. They have been at a slight CS discrepancy. It's costing them elsewhere, and it's costing them in the lives of the other players.
Well, down here in bottom lane, they're still just farming on up. Things are going all right. First Drake of the game is a Cloud that doesn't normally demand a lot of pressure. Teams aren't looking to secure that one super easy, so Not sure how soon we'll see the objective.
And especially as you know, as a jungler, you're like, you see a cloud, you're like, that thing does so much more damage than the other dragons with the attack speed.
That thing's taking me down to a third health, where the other ones will leave me at 75% or something.
That's the scary dragon. A lot of the other ones kind of, you can solo with a lot of junglers.
They're just little lizards.
Exactly. The cloud dragon bites, okay?
Yeah, he's a strong lizard. Anyway, we got Closer down here in bottom lane. He's looking to see if there's a play to be made, if Neo and Bio want to go aggro, if they're going to get another gank. But we, of course, because of our perfect vision, know that there is no gank coming. And Neo and Bio Frost
Five head, our perfect vision.
Yeah, we have just the foresight to be aware of these types of things, my friend. But total gold there you can see on the corner. It's Abadaga leading the show by about 300 as Closer, Blue, and Neo and FBI are all right about the same spot right behind him there. So good stuff here for the mid laner 100 Thieves. Like you already mentioned, that teleport paid off for him, getting both the kill and the assist. Already has Sorcerer Shoes on the Syndra, but it's Dignitas heading over to try to grab the first objective in the game in the Rift Herald.
You already see some collapse coming through. Someday had top side push, so he's able to get into the river. He has just transformed into Mini though, so he's exhausted and not a huge threat. Dignitas have pulled their entire bottom lane. Up here, you see Aphelios crossing through mid lane. Smite bite.
Oh, it's going over to River. And now he's got level 6. Closer still only level 5. There's not that Viego ulti ready to go. They got Fake God here in the middle of 4. But is it enough? Yes, it is. Fake God's able to take down Abadaga. Blue takes out Someday. Closer goes over the wall and Dignitas looks for a third kill. Who he is stuck and he will not be able to escape. Blue gives him a paddling, and that is 4 damn kills, plus a Rift Herald for the side of Dig.
I like this from Fake God, Flowers. The confidence to bring destruction on all these infidels thinking they could mess around with the Rift Herald fight. Flashes in, stuns up Abba, gets 1v4 in the middle, full healing off with the empowered Q, able to escape out the side with his life, takes down so many kills on the side of Dig. Look at this slingshot in gold, and they haven't even used the Rift Herald. They still have Rift Herald in hand and Zoe here. What a play. All right, here's another look at the smite even going their way with River, barely getting the Q plus smite damage.
Oh, Blue stays alive. Nicely done, buddy.
Nice dodges there. Again, Blue has not been able to purchase since all this money has flooded in to the Dignitas bank account, so he's going to go back to the ATM real quick.
Holy smoke, that is a lot of Renekton damage, and
real god.
I hope you like dessert, because Caitlyn's got nothing but a big old donut there in the fight. There was no contribution to that because FBI was not really a part of what was going on. He wasn't there.
Yeah, was the last member of the bottom laners trailing up to the fight. And I believe was level 5 at the time of the fight, so didn't even have range to be able to get his ultimate off because he can level his ultimate up.
And that was a big thing for Closer too. No Heartbreaker, no Execute, no resets. Makes it a lot harder to play those team fights with Viego.
Certainly does when there's a big Renekton in the middle of everybody, causing havoc. Well kited there by Dignitas. Now Blue has been able to purchase on the Zoe. Again, still has Rift Herald in inventory too. So if they can get a mid lane gank, you know, some sort of pressure opened up to be able to get a big value out of this Rift Herald, you take down mid turret. Zoe is in heaven. This champion flourishes once mid lane tower goes down because then you get to roam around. You get to throw out all these bubbles over the walls, sniping side lanes for kills, transitioning members between objectives, finding them and setting up big opportunities for you. There it is. When you've got the Herald, it's a no-brainer. Just bring everybody and force the mid play from Dignitas.
No reason not to.
Great in-game shot calling from them.
And there you go. They've already got 4 plates gone. Minion Waves and Shelly both taking a lot of pain here, so they won't be able to force down that 5th and final plate. The bonus resistances on the turret way too powerful after they've already used the true damage on the charge. FBI, of course, will be able to respond by getting a little bit of plate money of his own here in the bottom lane. The Drake's still alive almost 12 minutes into the game. Not prioritized at all, as both junglers are, again, here in the bottom lane. But Kobe, look at the difference in experience. River, level 8 on the Jarvan. Closer, only level 6 on Viego.
Yeah, River has been an absolute monster for them. Again, a lot of the early focus towards bottom side of the map, and they did get it turned around on them, but since then, so much regained. When you have a mid-Herald fight won in such a landslide, a one-sided manner like that, 4 kills picked up, that is so much map control as well because your opponents can't even reset quickly. defend their wave. So oftentimes you get Rift Herald money, plus 4 kills of money, plus pushes on all your minion waves.
That's a lot of different money, my friend. We're compounding money on top of money, and 100 Thieves.
Diversify your investments.
Exactly. You have to have an impressive portfolio. And that portfolio for Dignitas is over 2,000 gold ahead of 100 Thieves now, as Biofrost rotates up towards mid just to make sure everything's cool here with blue. You can see in the jungle, you've already got Gore Drinker up and running for River, so the Jarvan feeling very strong about his ability to jump in and tank in the middle of those fights. Next to the buddy Renekton there, these two will be a very formidable front line.
Certainly will. See about some purchases pretty quickly here too. Fake God's heading back to base, doesn't have teleport, so they hold off on the dragon. River just goes straight through for the blue steal first.
Yup.
Try and wait for a bit of time. Fake God actually cancels his recall and he's pushing one more wave to open it up. Now remember, 100 Thieves have teleport advantage right now, so Dignitas pull off a blue steal with a teleport disadvantage on the top side of the map, and forcing on Dragon will be able to get it simply because so much of an advantage pushing through from mid and bottom first.
And we're still at 13.5 minutes, so that teleport advantage does not feel as strong as it otherwise could. Someday he could only go to a turret. He could only transport somewhere nearby. He can't quite get into the thick of anything, so now that that's taken down, second Drake of the game is going to be Hex Tech, and we'll see that one here in a few.
It's gonna be a while to really get used to that too, man, because so we've even seen some of the teams, going for dives early on, and then they get teleported on, and they're like, oh man, I forgot it's the only time that you can actually teleport on
it's
me
only defensive.
if I'm going for the dive. Bubble happens here.
Oh, follow-up comes through. That's a paddling. River picks up the kill. Someday arrives. His teleport is unleashed into nothing. So, all right.
Well, this mid turn's gonna go over. You get the Dream Zoe situation. Biofrost coming up through the river through the mid lane means they should be able to get it.
Oh, nice ward blocking on the lantern. That's a shutdown on River. Beautifully done from 100.
That's a nice one too. Double up. You get a green one as well as a pink one on top of it, covering both sides. Walk
the
away.
rainbow.
You had to pay for the mid turret, but it's a pretty strong investment regardless. 3K gold lead and a lot of territory here for Fake to work with.
That was a good hook. If FBI didn't have cleanse, he was about to be a real dead dude.
Yeah. It's so funny too, seeing with so many supports coming out with the glacial augments constantly. Whenever these CCs landing, still having the slow fields come out. Nothing made of it there though, and 100 Thieves will be able to start up and presumably finish this Rift Herald as there's no Dignitas members around, so at least they'll get some pushing power back for themselves to try and right the ship. I mean, this is again another game where Caitlyn lane is not the team with the early advantage in map territory, and so Rift Herald going to help them in that game plan. No turrets taken as of yet for 100 Thieves. Dignitas still running the map here. Off of their reset, they got River right back out onto the map. A double Gore Drinkers for their front line that you were talking about for these bruiser front lines. They get to sustain and get so much health back in a lot of these situations are going to create really big openings for the Zoe Aphelios.
And what you were talking about the Caitlyn, I want to dive into a little bit more because you said back in Champions Select, hey, you invested 2 of your picks into Caitlyn Karma. You want to see that early push. You want to see that lane domination. And this isn't a situation where it's like, oh, well, 100 Thieves just screwed it up. They didn't play it right. Dig did a great job answering. They did a great job applying the pressure through River, through the dives, through the ganks that you were talking about. And I'm just really impressed with the cohesion of this Dignitas squad here in the festival.
Yeah, definitely. They have a very clear game plan. They have constantly tried to move this forward, pushing down towers, remaining on the offensive, utilizing that advantage. Again, if you're thinking back to how we got to this game state, the biggest thing is the Herald fight. That's where they gained their big momentum. Definitely credit to River for early on, the multiple ganks, as you said, the kill pressure is what they use to try and force FBI and Huhi off some of the minion waves, force them to drop some of those and relinquish some of the pushing pressure that you would theoretically have with that range advantage.
Whoop, over the wall we go. Biofrost goes in. Huhi tries to go out. River puts him in the dunk bucket, and we got 1 kill, nothing here for Dignitas.
Biofrost is back, baby. Constant plays. Even on the Karma in the previous game, It's not flashy at all. But, you know, using your mantra for your shield speed ups later on in the game was a lot of the reason why we're shouting Neo and why we're shouting for the carries, the repositioning, extra heals. He played the lane extremely well both times too. I just love it when some of the more senior players come back and have, you know, some strong performances. So definitely credit to the Dignitas bottom lane as a whole, obviously. But now, Zoe with the Ludens plus another needlessly large rod of AP
so
on top of
scary,
it.
man.
I'm just waiting because we haven't seen much since the early 2 kills off the Rift Herald fight. But once you start getting blue roaming around, picking people off with his bubbles, that's where you get these very low risk plays that can reward you with positioning on objectives and huge chunks in health that result in very tangible rewards.
Zoe's like the equivalent of that one boomer meme that says, this side, that side, I don't care, I just want to go fishing. Zoe just wants to go fishing for picks. It doesn't matter when, it doesn't matter where. If she can throw a bubble through the wall and find you, suddenly all your opportunities open up, and Zoe's the one making it happen. Blue sitting at 5 out of 6 kill participation with those items you already talked about, with the stopwatch in case he does get caught or have that pressure applied to him, in a great position to really drive this forward for Dignitas here in the mid-game. With that Hextech Drake up, it looks like Dignitas is just going to bring the boys down, be ready to take that one. Meanwhile, up in top lane, Closer will drop the second Herald of the game to facilitate a Tier 1 turret take here for Abaddon.
Something, too, that people need to keep in mind when you're trading objectives like this, you see the extra resources Dig are already rotating over to the Herald push lane. You have to put a very high value on stopping Herald from getting 2 turrets. There is a bunch of extra gold put into turret number 2 on the outer turrets, both of the side lanes. So you actually will give up a huge amount if you and he closed the eye, so almost gets it off, opens back up and blue creeps up before the charge gets out. But if you allow counter pushes when you're focusing on Dragon or something like that, and give up, you know, top outer turret plus a secondary turret, it can be a very big influx in gold into things like a split push area or something that you'll be worried about later on, and allow opponents back into the game. Herald pushing power must be respected, and Dig send over the appropriate amount of resources, with the bottom lane kind of clearing out the jungle pathway for them and not allowing 100 Thieves to push for any more.
Now, speaking of pathways, I do want to bring up something because you mentioned it in the last game, how the Infernal Rift kind of opened things up a little bit more, so the Caitlyn traps weren't quite as effective. This time around, we have an Ocean Rift, so all the normal walls are going to be there, plus more brushes to hide the traps in, so maybe that'll facilitate a bit better of an environment for 100 Thieves, and particularly FBI, to be able to have that setup and that preparation here for the big fights. But down 3,000 gold and 2 Drakes, 100 Thieves are definitely fighting an uphill battle here as Closer finds himself pulled in there by the death sentence. Sleep comes through onto Closer. He's ignited. He's ticking down. He's burning away. River goes back in onto the rest of the team as the final tick of the Ignite takes down the enemy jungler. FBI wants to run, but Fate God comes a-knocking on his door instead. Abaddon is down to 100 HP. He'll barely walk away. 100 Thieves are being dismantled, and Dignitas are the ones doing it.
Dignitas rise up. Where were you when Dig started a 2-0 crush? 100 Thieves in the lock-in tournament here. They are so far ahead in game number 2, unless there is a miracle steal or miracle pickoff from 100 Thieves. They are so deep behind in this game that Dignitas looking like they're already marching towards the finish line, my friend.
Forget marching, they're running at the damn thing.
Sprinting.
These guys are ready to go. I am loving this look for Dignitas. So many times when we see... All right, let's watch the replay first. I'll talk about this later.
All right, so vision is turned off. Control ward in the side lane brush here. Closer trying to move up. And it's just another great hook from Bio. Once the hook lands, makes it easy for the bubble to land. And Blue goes over the top. His Ignite, last tick of Ignite burns him down. He couldn't get close to Karma for the shield. Karma gets annihilated by River. Another great engage with the Jarvan. They made such good use of the Cataclysms over and over and over, finding these picks. And Dignitas, they had a lot of playmaking and Champ Select to utilize, and they made use of it. Especially, again, can't emphasize enough that Rift Herald fight where they got so much of a lead. It's just absolute domination now.
Holy moly, man. This is awesome to see. And the thing that I was going to say before the replay is, oftentimes when we see lower-ranked teams play up against higher-ranked teams, even if they get ahead, they struggle closing out the game. They struggle turning that lead into enough to win. And that's what I'm loving so much about this Dignitas squad when they're finding these leads, is they're driving it forward. They're moving it ahead, and they're continuing to build. And now I want to see how much they can get out of this next minute and a half of there.
And guess what? There's no flash on Closer, Abe, or FBI. All 3 primary targets that Dig want to kill, their wanted posters are up, and the
we looking for them bounties.
The reward is huge. Those targets are big on their backs.
All right, Sleepy Trouble Bubble's going to be flying out constantly as the poke goes out and Dignitas goes forward. Tier 2 turrets are collapsing all over the place. Dignitas, a 5-man squad pushing up top, not bothering with the traditional split push approach of the Baron buff. Instead, just trying to use their muscle and force their way into the base. The top lane tier 3 turret being whittled away now. Neo having the perfect gun for it with that green gun, with the extra range, allows him to apply the auto attacks from a safe distance. So he'll switch back over to blue, clear everything out here, and then Dignitas continues the push. I expect 100 Thieves might be trying to really defend here on this one, but River's already ready to go in. He starts off the fight, and Abadaga's going to lose a lot of HP. Fake God's able to take Someday so low. It's going to be Closer dying first. Abadaga tries to get himself out as Blue goes on a rampage, and Dignitas have 2 dead. They'll take out the inhibitor. They'll block the bullet. They'll keep on clearing out this wave. They're sending one back. Blue should be able to teleport right back into the fight now, and yes, they've got him ready to go. River's still here looking for any sort of a chance he might be able to get. More minion waves coming up. Dignitas is looking at Nexus turrets, but they've only got 10 seconds until 100 Thieves are back and ready to go. Is this an overstay from Dig? It appears so. Blue now flashing away, and it looks like Dignitas, you can see there, sad kitty, they didn't get everything they wanted, but damn did they get that inhibitor.
And they're working overtime. It's only 24 minutes into the game, and they feel like they've got to end it. They've just absolutely destroyed the top side of 100 Thieves base. Because they invest pretty heavily in it, 100 Thieves will get one of our coveted bounties. Gold bounties on the neutral objectives are based at 500 and increase with the amount that you are behind. Huge cash in there. They get an objective bounty. They push off the complete breakpoint of the soul point here for Dignitas. They get a huge cash in of gold as well, but all of that is a drop in the bucket compared to how far they were behind. So you may have maximized your efficiency of the bounty, the size of the bounty that you get, but it's never a good thing to see the bounties. It's like a badge of shame. You're like, oh man, we are really behind here.
You know what it's like? You remember back in the old rank ladder thing? I don't even know if it's still there, but the thing that said, the little badge that said, this user has played 100 games in this division, the badge of shame, like, yeah, you're a hard stuck diamond badge. There you go, buddy.
It's a stamp on your forehead. This user has played 500 games in the same tier.
How has he not ranked up yet? Clearly, he's not reviewing his gameplay.
You're like, please, throw that
come on,
badge in
man.
the garbage.
I'm already struggling here. Come on. All right, we got waves pushing up mid and the team's pushing up bottom. Caitlyn traps have been set up defensively around the bottom lane tier 3. Blue lands the sleep onto Huhi, but will not be able to follow it up with any big strike, as now we're going to see the ace in the hole not do a whole lot as it is intercepted. Dignitas continuing their push down the bottom lane here. FBI trying to stand up and clear the waves away, but now he's got to back up as Neo finds a chance to do some damage. Neo, however, losing about half HP there, has to back away. Closer rotating back over to mid. Fake God now applying pressure. The 1-4 split. And remember, the super minions are an extra bit of a split because of the amount of free pressure they have in top lane. Dignitas is really trying to hit them from all angles here.
And I think they're succeeding. Every angle has landed a hit. Up the center, around the side, even through the walls with Zoe bubbles. Really, every angle is an opportunity when you're Zoe.
You love to see it. The Banshee's Veil now completed as well makes it that much harder to poke or punish. Holy cow, there's your Infinity Edge for Neo. So we've got Aphelios at that hyper carry point. 3 items, one of them being Infinity Edge. This is where those hyper carries really start to change the landscape of team fights, and Neo is 4-0-4 and ready to do it.
All right, we got to look at it from the difficult perspective. The 100 Thieves, backs against the wall. Elimination match here. This is only a best of 3.
Yeah.
It is a series, but they're already at series point. They have to make a massive comeback here. And I'm looking at the long-range stun from Abe. That is the most reliable way to do it. Since they don't have flash on Sunday, the Nara gauge is going to be very difficult to pull off. You mentioned already, it's hard to pull off on Zoe now because of Banshee's Veil. He's got to come up with a hero play, scatter the weak, finding Neo. There's no flash on Neo, so it is a possibility.
Oh, no! Closer, the ruined king is ruined, and blue is unstoppable. Dignitas managed to find a lot, and now Neo's gonna help him find a little bit more. Double kill over to blue, and 100 Thieves are heading for the hills. Someday tries to continue running all the way out, but Dignitas have done it! Ladies and gentlemen, where were you when Dignitas cut down the reigning champs in quarterfinals? And they did it 2-0. Beautiful performances from the whole team. Deathless on 3 different players, and absolutely phenomenal from Dignitas QuantumPay.
I think we've officially entered season 2 of the Dignitas Party Bus. They did it at the beginning of last year. Underestimated Bad News Bears at the bottom of the standings. Nobody respects, nobody puts any sort of respect on their name, and they overperform everyone's expectations. They come out swinging here. 2 games, let's go home. Absolutely done and dusted here. Dignitas take down 100 Thieves, kicking them out so early.
You know, I think everybody was coming into today expecting a 2-0. I don't think anyone was coming into today expecting that 2-0. And wowie, what a showing from Dig.
Definitely, a lot of respect here. There's so many things. Individual plays, yes, but as you mentioned multiple times, coordination and sticking to a lot of the game plans, you know, continually pushing the game state forward. Nobody wants to watch some of these teams that we have had in the past lying back, waiting for missed opportunities.
Yeah, no, none of that.
Instantly going to sleep. Constantly, though, pushing it forward. I put a lot of credit for River, especially for this. Seems like he knows exactly how he wants to play. He's working well, communicating with the lanes that he wants to play off. Aggressive invades, you know. Yes, he's playing Jarvan, and so it's a champion well-equipped to skip camps and go for ganks and set up his teammates. But they're in well-coordinated places, you know, trying to push people off of minion waves, getting some value, whether or not they actually even find the kill on some of these plays. It's always fun when you have some of the teams ranked at the bottom. Again, Dignitas, if you follow the draft order of the teams themselves for lock-in, Dig was 10th. Last picked in dodgeball. Nobody wanted them. No one was scared. No one pushed them to the other group.
But they got an arm like a cannon. And now that they have delivered the cannonball to 100 Thieves, we're breaking down the win with the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Well, there's no chance in hell I beat that analogy, but Captain Flowers is exactly right. To be the team that was the most underrated coming into the season to now have taken down the tournament favorite and the summer split champions.
Okay!
Yeah! And they do it in 2-0 fashion.
You know what? No one can say shit about it too, because that's a best-of-3 series. They 2-0'd them in a series. That's a statement.
Also, we were talking about why watch preseason tournaments. Nothing fun happened. This jungler just got here this week, and they upset the LCS champions playing with their full lineup.
Yeah, I mean,
Vindication!
It's not like River has never shown up before. Like, he was amazing last year on PSG and at Worlds, but he's never shown up in the LCS, right?
True.
So a lot of people are like, who's this River guy? He's really, really, really good, and he's been able to transfer it in such a short time. So just to the draft real quick, when I saw that Caitlyn Karma, I actually thought the game was over in the favor of 100 Thieves, because I was just so expecting the classic, they're going to camp your turret, those 5 plates will be gone by 9 minutes, they'll move, they'll get 3 or 4 more somewhere else, he's going to just be item spike the whole game, it's going to be classic FBI, and it just didn't happen.
Right.
So this was way better of a win than game 1 for Dig.
You did actually say out loud, this game is over.
Yeah.
When those 2 champions were locked in for 100 Thieves.
It was not the correct statement.
Say that.
But my goodness. Again, plenty more early action between these 2 teams. And again, we're going to talk plenty about River and what he's done for this squad. Stepping off a plane, already a top performer, and showing some of the other top individuals around the league that he's here to compete.
It's the stuff that people don't see that I really enjoy about him, which is just the setup, right? A lot of the times he's playing it really efficiently. He's there bot lane when he's trying to clear out vision to allow them space. This is a good timing. Okay, the intent was good. The ending was rough because they stuck around too long.
The initial dive was fantastic.
Yeah, the initial dive was great. They got TP off of it and everything, and then this was horrific.
Yeah, a little bit of an overreach here, but only showing this to kind of set up again that they had dug themselves a small hole here at the beginning that they had to find their way out of.
Well, and I think if you want to give River credit for a few things, it's again, like we talked about what makes him a good jungler, and it's understanding where he needs to be in relation to his lanes. And that's something that he excelled at on PSG, that played around having very strong, like, pushing lanes. And then on this J4 pick, what it allows you to do is it's just, like, this sounds really dumb, but it's a visually impactful champion. If he's going in, regardless of whether you have not had time to communicate with your team and you don't have a comm system set up, you know how that works. And he also knows, like, where to be when in relation to his lanes, which I think is the most important thing to look at.
It's usually the best advice you can give to a low elo solo queue player is play like a Leona or Jarvan, someone that makes it obvious when to start the fight. Who knew it could also apply to the LCS and taking down the #1 squad? It was this Rift Herald fight where they got it all back and then some.
Definitely the turning point. The fact that River gets 6 off of the Rift Herald kill is really crucial because it allows him to ult in later. But also, if you're a Renekton, this is when you want to fight. It actually is at the first Rift Herald when you're around level 7 and you have your ultimate.
Strongest champ on the map.
There was a lot of weird things that actually happened here. Like a lot of the time, you don't see a Caitlyn Karma lane move, let alone move second to a Rift Herald. And then they ended up dying, but like the power spikes were there for Dignitas to be wanting to flip that.
Yeah, and I mean, just taking a look at that Rift Herald, as you already said, the fact that they did move and Caitlyn was not a part of that fight whatsoever gave a huge bolster of confidence towards Dignitas to take the fight. Even if you were, pick apart it, be nitpicky in the fight itself, follow up around Renekton, Flash W, like things like these, like they knew very clearly that regardless of the outcome of the Smite fight, that they would be the clear winners of the fight itself. So good on them to just kind of basically pull the trigger.
Well, we're going to come back and talk a little bit more about this series, ultimately what led up to that Rift Herald.
We have some wave management coming up.
There's some
after this
interesting stuff.
Get
Before we
excited.
do that, though, I want to make sure we get a word from our victors. So we're going to hop on over to the Tigers, who's standing by with Blue in our Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, Dash. For the first time here on the LCS broadcast, I would love to welcome Dignitas mid laner Blue for our Verizon post-game interview. First off, though, I think you are very aware of the high expectations people had for the reigning champs in 100 Thieves going into this matchup. You just took them down 2-0. How were you and the squad able to pull that off?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. This is the first time on the LCS broadcast. We were actually really excited and actually better prepared this time compared to yesterday's game. We were still in trying to see how we should communicate because we have a bit some issue that River arrived like 3 days ago. We just scrimmed with him like 3 days actually. So we're just getting prepared and trying to see what we can do and how we should talk in game. Today that's what we're preparing against one of the Chiefs mostly, and I guess it worked out.
A bit more on some of that chaos that you're experiencing, because you are new to the league coming recently, but then River just getting here this week. Obviously, you are finding ways to work through that communication, but how were you able to do so in a fashion to show up so strong and be on the same page when it comes to this best-of-3 series?
We've been saying words like, for example, easier words for River to understand or for him to say so we can communicate faster and easier, or ping more on the map, or what people want to say. Like we just talk a lot about this after yesterday's games, and today we just do it on official game, and it worked out actually. I'm also really surprised and happy that we played really good. So yeah.
Yeah, everyone definitely showing out for the squad in total. I know that a lot of that unity comes from being on the same page with your coach as well. You having a history with the coach when you played in a previous league, how does that factor into how you are developing with this squad?
I trust a lot about Enatron, obviously, because I played with him and we were also really successful in our past league. I'm really happy that I have a chance to work again with him. I'm learning a lot with him. He's always trying to learn me my communication or my gameplay stuff. So I'm really grateful to work with him again, and I'm pretty sure that others also players that are also learning a lot from him. So he's also like Mabry and Enatron are really helping us a lot, I will say. Yeah.
I know that we are all very grateful to have you here in the league. I do have to ask, how's your finger feeling after last week's fiasco?
I will not show it because it looks pretty bad, but it's okay. It's a bit better. I basically snapped my nails, so half of it is gone. It's still painful, but it's getting better every day. So yeah.
I'm glad you're at the very least on the mend towards full recovery. Blue, thank you so much for stopping by for this interview.
Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, so excited to get Blue's first words here on the LCS broadcast. Let's head back over to the State Farm analyst desk to continue breaking this down.
Thank you very much, Tigris. 2 days of scrims.
Yeah.
And
Crazy.
2 easy wins.
That's crazy.
They're going to be in a semifinal.
Coincidence?
Now.
I think not. They will.
They're in the semifinals.
They're in the semifinals, just like that.
You know what's really funny? You know what's really funny?
Yeah.
That's just.
Yeah.
That's one big thing.
What he didn't say. I'm right there.
That's great praise, by the way, from Blue. Speaking of Enatron, because funny enough, there is a bit of a tie between Dig and 100 Thieves because Enatron was the coach for closer back in TCL once upon a time. I think he got coach of display at the same time as MVP for closer. So they had a widely successful split there. So there is some tie there.
Had him downloaded. All right. Now, back to the reason they took that second game. We kind of teased a little bit of it, some wave management stuff. This coming from Dignitas's bot lane. Neo delivering the win for the squad, and not in the way you might think.
We haven't seen this completely yet because it was during a replay, but it's specifically after the one fight in River, there was a full recall, and look how slowly they push this wave so they can time this and push the Caitlyn off the wave.
Yeah, and we talked about, like, Caitlyn and Karma should always have the push in this lane, and Jat and I were so confused because there's a replay that runs through this as to how this wave continues to crash in there to set it up. And what happens here is basically they just take advantage of the Kate Karma reset off of the one fight from 100 Thieves, push the wave in. It sets up for Someday to have to burn his TP in response to a bot lane dive.
Yeah.
And it's actually a massive play that you don't see that ends up setting up the Herald play later as well when they rotate the bot lane up. So, yeah.
If you think it's too troll that we're putting, like, delivering the win for, like, that, what we just showed, we fought for this.
Yes, Jat and I pushed for this.
For good reason.
I'm going to add on to what Emily said is because, like, even though 100 Thieves won the fight, when, like, anytime someone resets on the map, it presents an opportunity of some kind. And the opportunity here was taken advantage of by Neo and Biofrost, and the knock-on effects of that was Renekton getting pushed top as well to help to first move to Rift Herald and also allow them to move to Rift Herald without losing plates, which baited 100 Thieves into taking a fight they shouldn't have taken. And that was like a 3,000 gold swing.
Giga Brain. All right, so while they can't guarantee you a win or one for your favorite team, Grubhub can guarantee that your delivery is on time at the lowest price or they'll make it right. That's the Grubhub guarantee. Make sure to look out all spring split for exclusive Grubhub deals to get you fed. Neo, though, getting it done for the squad. I really love that we're showing something like that because it was
actually?
It was very quick, and then we sat on the graphic for
Jat and I were sitting here with
you know, we got a giant-ass keyboard over there if you want to go spam X.
And the spinning wheel on the mouse works.
And it does.
I was testing it earlier.
No, I'm being very serious because I think it's one of those things where it's important to not only showcase and but to understand how a game can be won outside of those few high-intensity fight moments. And I feel too often the game of League of Legends is reduced to just that. Oh, they arrived at this team fight, this team won, that's how they won the game. Okay, but what were the circumstances around it? Why was, that player mispositioned or late? Why didn't they have that resource that they should have had or needed to have in order to win? And this is a great explanation of that kind of setup that we're talking about that makes a great team.
Well, and I also think Dignitas, like, to make some of Neo's flashier plays also, the people who are watching in team fights, he played really, really well. And this team set him up for success.
Yeah, and I think, as I said, coming into this series, and what you guys did in exemplifying that is, Dignitas has been playing really well about how they play around their waves, number one, and setting up Fog of War. So, like, you know,
It's Core JJ tweet right there.
There we go.
That's high praise right there. Core JJ calling out River as we expected he'd be a big a part of a victory here if it were to come to fruition for Dignitas, but I think he more than delivered on that.
Exactly. So we're singing a lot of praise towards River. Neo had a phenomenal game in team fights, and a lot of this was just because Dignitas was able to fight mid-game because they didn't falter because the early pressure that was very visible when he was ganking, but also just focusing on clearing out vision, getting Blue a part of these plays so they can look for a bot lane dive. It doesn't work out, fine, we can back away.
Yeah.
So this is just actually very promising at the start of the season.
Made it a tough call for us to pick that player of the series, right? We're kind of waffling
I actually feel really
between-
bad that Neo didn't get an accolade there because he was like,
Well, he
did
gets
even
delivering
die?
the win.
Yeah, he did.
He gets delivering the win,
There
and
you go.
River's going to get player of the series. It definitely was a team effort, though, here for Dignitas to ultimately unseat 100 Thieves. Now, perhaps we will have another upset on our hands because Team Liquid are battling up against FlyQuest in our next series for another spot in the semis. We'll catch you back here in just a bit.
Initializing legendary moments.
Take a look while you can, because if you blink, you'll miss it.
I'm sure you've heard the news.
Gold, gold, and more gold. Here comes the big play. Oh, that's perfect timing. You can see this one coming.
They get what they need. They got the mid. They got the support. They got the top.
Are they going to give you some fun League of Legends? Yes, sir.
Yeah. Welcome to the LCS.
FTX, official cryptocurrency exchange partner of the LCS.
Sequence complete.
What is going on?
I can't afford streaming anymore, so.
Sure you can. State Farm has rates that fit your budget.
Oh, good. Because some true crime would be nice.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Welcome back to the LCS Lock-In Tournament. Quarterfinal number 2 on its way, and it's Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. I came in today with a lot of expectations. Those have already all, I think, gone out the window.
Yes and no.
Okay.
You were like, it's probably going to be 4 games.
Right.
So we're still on
you're
track.
right. So there's a couple expectations that might still be able to hold true. Just not quite the way
Can
we
I
thought maybe
change
it
my
would happen.
prediction for this
No,
one?
you may not. No, you may not. They've already been locked in. I'm going to hold you to them.
Okay.
Let's talk TL first, because quarterfinals, best of play, knockout stage. Feels like a great time to switch up the roster yet again, no?
8th player.
Why not?
Put in the 8th player.
Okay, so here's the deal. Core JJ's coming in alongside Han Sama, but this, of course, does mean that Bradley will be playing as well. What do you make of yet another switch up here in the lineup for TL?
Hey, it's the first time we get to see Core JJ and Han Sama in the same lane at the same damn time. This is what we wanted to see, like the star bot lane that we expected to take over this league. But of course, due to that green card issue, it's been one or the other. And in both cases, they've looked great, right? So I'm happy just to be able to get the first look at both Han Sama and Core JJ.
Yeah, and then for people that don't know Bradley, he was previously an incredibly hyped mid lane prospect who made the swap to top lane. He is a good Gwen player, I'll say that. Like when I first was introduced to him, he was actually playing Gwen in like the collegiate championship, I believe. But yeah, like incredibly hyped player. I watched him at scouting grounds as well, listened to his comms. He was incredibly talkative and incredibly proactive. If anything, you'll see him overreach rather than play scared. So he's a very fun player to watch in that regard as well. So I'm curious to see his LCS debut.
Yeah, definitely a long-term prospect for Team Liquid. As Emily mentioned, I was speaking with Spawn as well earlier, who's the academy coach. Like top prospect from scouting grounds. He is role swapping, but he still kind of sees himself as a solo laner. So he's not like, I'm only going to ever play top, I'm only ever going to play mid. Maybe TLA is going to be doing some top mid lane swapping because I know Harry is also a good top laner. Maybe we'll even see him in game 2 if they swap it up. But yeah, looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, and so like the reason, and I would understand the reason why you'd want to like have him role swap regardless, is because he does have good game sense, or at least a good understanding. As you said, when he was in scouting ground, listening to him talk post game, very clearly understood when you should push up, when it's your turn, things like these. And he is a risk taker. So like, he will pressure a matchup if he thinks he has the upper hand. He will not play safely, things like these. So I'm sure this is going to be a different circumstance. You don't want to be the reason why your team's losing. So like, I'm sure maybe things will change when he's in a more pressure situation, but the focus will be on the veterans in the bot lane coming in.
Exactly. But so while TL has kind of had fun with their roster, for lack of a better word, you know, over the course
visa
of the
issues are so fun.
Yeah, so fun.
Yeah.
The flip side of this is the fact that FlyQuest had yesterday off, and preparation is going to be one of my biggest question marks coming in, because you do have a number of different lineups that can get played by Team Liquid, and each and every one of them is going to have maybe some different strengths and weaknesses that you identify. So what FlyQuest did you know, over the last 48 hours, because we didn't get to see them play yesterday. They had that maybe a little bit of extra time in the workshop. What did they come up with? That's kind of my biggest question to take down Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I think I am looking at the bot lane here in terms of not just because of the fact that bot lane is so strong, but because I think with a veteran leader like Aphromoo on this team, I credit him a lot. We talked about this in the waiting room, like, for being able to have that turnaround, right? From having those 2 really, really like disjointed games to much more cohesive games than their last 2. I still think it's going to be an uphill climb, and they're also going to be facing the first LCS debut of Hans and Core, and they are 2 phenomenally strong people in a 2v2. But this is where I'm looking at FlyQuest for like leadership.
All right, I want to get pretty much straight into games. So y'all did Dignitas dirty in the predictions earlier today. You gonna do the same to FlyQuest?
Yep.
You didn't want me to change my prediction. Whose fault is that? Is that me or you?
Do you want to?
You're the one.
Do you actually want to?
Go for it.
Oh, you actually called me on my block.
Go ahead.
No, it's still going to be a
Okay,
2-0.
TL 2-0?
Yeah.
Last lock-in, TL also 2-0'd FlyQuest in the quarterfinals.
And so it's going to be a repeat?
Yeah.
TL 2-0.
Wow. All right, 2-0s across the board for Team Liquid, but if this day has been proof of anything, it's that nothing is for certain. We're going to toss it right out to freaking Azelda to get us into our second quarterfinal of the lock-in tournament.
I just wanted to shift the blame.
Well, Raz is a trade, but that's okay. I've got a very good man to my side right here. Azael, always a pleasure to catch with you. How you doing today?
I'm doing well. It's the return of the Doug duo.
It's the return of the Doug duo. I'm so glad we
been a
balled
while.
together. It's shiny. It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm much more shiny than you.
You are shinier than me. Yeah, I've got like a lot more matte makeup on. I think they just like spend more time making sure. I don't know, whatever it is. We got a fun game coming up though. Team Liquid versus FlyQuest. And although we saw in the NLS test the prediction is 6-0 for Team Liquid, I was coming in like this should be a pretty close series. After all, we saw FlyQuest beat 100 Thieves last week, and then we realized beating 100 Thieves don't mean all that much anymore.
Well, or alternatively, the team played great.
Yes, of course.
And I think FlyQuest actually, in their win over 100 Thieves, you can't just put that one on, 100 Thieves had a bad game, because I think FlyQuest played a really, really intelligent game against 100 Thieves. Kumo was huge in that one. You know, he had a really strong Gwen performance. And with Bradley being brought in, I think a lot of the eyes are going to be on Kumo to try to make some sort of a difference in this series. Bradley, they talked about it. You know, he's an aggressive player. He has very little competitive experience. He played in Proving Grounds, and then he has 4 Academy games. He's won one of them. That's his career, right? And he is subbing in for Bwippo, a guy who probably has 100x that many games in pro play. So big shoes to fill for Bradley. Has only been playing carries, but you would normally think if you're on a team with Bjergsen and Hansama and all these stars, that you would just be put on tank duty in a game like this.
And yet, you know, I want to know what it comes down to. Obviously, it's going to be really fun to see what happens. Of course, we are expecting big things out of the Team Liquid bottom lane, right? We're expecting it to be the Core JJ Hansama show. And if you just compare them across their substitutes, right? You know, if you compare Hans to Jan or Core to Ayla, like they both have higher kill participation. They both have generally, like, they do more across the game stats, which is the expectation. I mean, they are all-stars in their own right. And so we are expecting more, even more, right, out of Hansama and Core today, which means we should expect even less and even less out of the top side of Bradley. So we'll see where it goes. Early, quick first pick on the Corki. Jinx will finally cause Hansama to play a new, unique champion here in LCS Lock-in in the third game. Finally! I can't believe we played 2 Jinx games in a row.
2 Jinx games.
Wow.
What is this guy's problem?
That is a trend. 2 points makes a line, Azael.
Is it a worrying trend, though?
It is not.
Okay.
I assume he's above Diamond 2.
Yeah, all right. Well, Corki grabbed up here for TL. Victor conspicuously open. If FlyQuest want to go for late game scaling, you can grab 2 of the best carries for 5v5 later on. They already have potentially, you know, some early game power here with Jose Dioto on the Lee Sins, the ability to get a bit aggressive. I'm going to be interested to see where they're going to get their primary engage from. Thresh grabbed up for Core JJ. Feels like a no-brainer. This is such a strong pick for Team Liquid in general. Ayla was great on it, but Core JJ is known for his Thresh. He is an absolute terror both in solo queue and in pro on this pick. And does give them a lot of aggressive options. You know, it can work well with some of the scaling picks, safety for things like Aphelios, but you can also go aggressive. Obviously, some of those more aggro lanes like a Kalista.
Yeah, for sure. And so, going to be chilling right now and picking a later AD carry into this one. Orianna, maybe the pick for Tukui. I want to know if he can win the lane. Statistically, you were looking earlier at how Syndra was doing so far this season. The eye test for you being that early game seems to be less prioritized. Scaling was doing better. Obviously, we're on a pretty heavy, like, Corki Victor meta. And it's worth noting that Tukui has actually still played 2 Syndra games. He's actually played some early game champions and yet has a negative CSD so far across the 4, admittedly 4 games of LCS. Meanwhile, Bjergsen's playing like purely scaling stuff like even Zillion, and he's up in CS literally every game he's played. So like that man's laning hasn't gone anywhere.
He has been playing very well for sure, and I think the team has been playing well around him. I think this is something that TL has always done well, is, you know, moving support and jungle towards mid, supporting their mid laner. You know, it is very much that team style, especially when you want to go for these late game picks. There's times where you need to get a reset. Your jungler shows up, your support shows up, helps you push it in, get that safe recall. And those are things we're going to look to see from both of these teams. Both going to be going for a lot of scaling. I expect when you're going Orianna, you're going to be going more combo based, so they don't have their support engage yet. You could be looking for Leona, Rakan, Nautilus, these types of things to be able to set up the shockwave. Otherwise, I just don't think it makes sense to take the Orianna over something like a Victor or one of those kind of more traditional picks in this current meta.
Right, the S tier of LeBlanc and TF, that feels like every team plays them if they're allowed to. Those are banned as expected. So yeah, you expect the Corki Victor fallback. Orianna, of course, is the pick here, so we'll watch to see what happens in this one. Of course, Hex Drinker, we see a pretty common amount on Corki, usually more against an really aggro pick like a Syndra or LeBlanc, but you can do it against Ori as well. Valkyrie is a little tough to get out of Shockwave with. Like, yes, instant cast, but it's not that fast, so you sometimes get it bricked.
Time,
Right, whereas like if you have an Arcane Shift, you're always getting out. Even if it hits you, you're getting out. So could go for a defensive option. We'll see how that one goes. Lee Sin does get grabbed. for our boy Jose Diodo. Finally allowed to pick it and does so at round 2.
Yeah, and it's probably going to depend on if there's other sources of AP damage, for the Corki. Generally, if there's double AP soul laners, feeling like you can grab that Hex Drinker pretty early and be comfortable with that. But honestly, Corki just scales so incredibly well that sometimes people are just happy to grab a Null Magic Mantle for the laning phase on your first base. You grab a Null, you grab a Tear, these types of things, and you just sit and you scale up. All you want to do is play for late generally on this, play for multiple item completion. When you have the Murmana, when you have the Ludens, you hit level 11, the poke really starts to ramp up, and Corki can feel pretty powerful from there. Rakan getting locked in, though, does feel pretty good here alongside the Orianna. One of those combos that I was talking about. I think makes a lot of sense if you're going for the Orianna over the Victor, pair it up with some hard engage, and Afro, going to be honest, Rakan can give you just that.
Suffering aggro picks. Callista Draven.
Yeah, I mean,
B1.
Caitlyn is banned out. Obviously, the Aphelios is banned out. The Varus is banned out. The Jinx has been taken away, so we'll push Hansama to something different, and it is going to be Ballista Thresh, so definite kill potential on that bottom side. Rakan does not have a strong laning phase whatsoever. Jinx is going to absolutely going to be having to play on the back foot here, and that makes it really, really tough because you don't even have a winning 3v3. If Jose Diodo comes down there, you have Santorin coming out on the Xin, you're going to lose that 3v3. So it'll be about mitigation, lost mitigation here for FlyQuest on that bottom side. But Akali coming through. So this is probably the Bradley pick, expecting to see just tank Akali. That has been kind of the flavor of the month right now. People have been all about it, and it is a pick that he already brought out in Academy in the top lane. So will be interesting to see if he does in fact go for tank or if he is going to be playing more of the kind of older style, which is full AP.
Yep, 20-year-old former mid laner, fresh up to the Academy Series this season, played all of one match week, and now he's on the Rift here, playing in the Team Liquid lock-in playoffs already. The final comp comes in for Sion. That is a champ actually we saw on Team Liquid. Whippo played it with a whole breaker into full tank. We'll see where Kumo wants to go on this one. Has been mostly on tank duty, 2 Gragas's and an Ornn. Once again, playing frontline, and the scaling is great. Sion's one of the better scaling late game tanks. Ornn, to be fair, does do more there, but Sion's still pretty solid. Ori's a team fighter, Jinx a team fighter, and we'll see if it's going to be enough that Jose Diodo can get around and kind of resuscitate a bunch of pretty tough lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you're FlyQuest, you're hoping to just stay at parity, get towards 5v5. You want to play front to back. You have really good engage options here, with the Rakan, Lee Sin to follow up, Sion ult going through, and they're just trying to create space for the Orianna, and especially for this Jinx. If Johnson can get that first reset, you can really start to run people over. But on the other side, a lot of damage here, coming out of the Corki, coming out of the Callista, and a lot of early game power with the Xin, as well as this Thresh Callista bot lane that is going to make things so tough for FlyQuest on that bottom side. Teal has the ability to try to move towards early dragons, threaten a potential early soul, or really look for dives and try to snowball through that bot side.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because I think we have seen some good early aggression out of the jungler. Santorin especially is always willing to burn his flash to get a teammate a kill, get him a lane lead, and so I want to know, over under at 4:15, Santorin flashed into a lane. Over under 4:15. Over 4:15. Okay, I'm happy with under on this one because we had the level 2 Trundle gank last time I saw him play for Bjergsen, and that was quick. So.
I just think FlyQuest are going to play so defensive that it's going to be hard for him to find the options. Because I think if you're FlyQuest, there's no lane you want to scrap it, really, right? Like you kind of want to play it pretty defensive. Maybe a little bit, in mid lane. I do think that Tukui has the opportunity to potentially create some sort of an advantage in that mid lane, but it's pretty scary.
Ooh, get Bjergsen over. He's not doing it. Wait, what? Weird choice.
Oops.
So. I don't know if you're going to cover something or what, but if you share a ward XP with at most 4 players, a soul laner will level up off of 6 CS. They don't need the 7th minion. That is a pretty big deal in some matchups. Bjergsen started walking over and they're like, never mind, and then just didn't get the golden XP. I found that kind of strange. Obviously, now he's topside. Santorin's pathing towards bot.
Maybe he was worried that there was some sort of a little trap being laid or something. That they were in the river and waiting to punish to be moved over. Yeah. I'm not really sure. Otherwise, it is very strange. Like there's got to be some sort of logic there, or it's just straight up miscommunication. Either way, not going to be a big deal in the large scale of things here. And CoreJJ just maintaining brush control.
Last play, Ignite, a little bit of slow, and he's going to survive this one. Nice knockup by Aftermoon there as well. But yeah, Johnson, of course, with Aftermoon out of range, no Guardian Shield means, well, you've got a flashless 300 health Jinx in this lane now.
At very least, he did start Longsword 3-pot. All 3 of those potions have now been chugged, so gonna be waiting a while to heal back up, but this is rough, because now you can't even thin the wave. The wave will actually fully crash and then bounce away from you. And then what do you do? Because the wave is gonna be pushing away, you have no flash available, and that does kind of up the chances of Santorin just moving down here on a bouncing wave and looking to try to really get something done.
Yep.
But CoreJJ going to utilize this time. They have that early push, so he'll go in, get a deep ward, and he's going to spot Jose Dioto as soon as he moves down to clean up that blue and Grom.
So as the jungle path downwards, looks like we had a full clear on the top sides for both of them. So they're on their 4th camp here, similarly pathing towards the bottom side. As you mentioned, bot should slow push toward TL, making it tough. Always a fan of a Hex Flash support, just burning Flash level 1, getting a good trade and saying, hey, round 2 is I Hex Flash from the brush, and you just die this time around. You don't have Flash out. So big fan of burning that and essentially being up a half a summoner spell for the entire laning phase.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, he did spend the Ignite too, so there is that little discrepancy.
Sure.
You know, there is still heal and exhaust available, but I like the move. It just took so much of their regen away. You know, yes, Johnson is pretty healthy again, but all 3 potions were immediately gone. Any poke is going to stick from here on out, and Jinx does not want to go back to base without any sort of gold to get a proper buy. Now Jose Dioto has actually secured that scuttle, but Santorin could look to try to mess with him around this Gromp if they want to push and roam from this TL bot lane, and it looks like that is going to be the option. He's kind of following him in, knowing that his bot lane has prio. Yes, it's a closer move here for FlyQuest, but if they move away, they're going to lose minions, potentially lose plates as well.
Yeah, good trinket ward though. That one was not spotted put down, so they don't know they're on vision. Tries to do for the W over the wall, doesn't land the hook though. First lockout comes in, a lantern isn't blocked, it is not able to get back to safety. Zap's gonna land, and Chukwi's gonna be here first. Exhaust is on though, and Rakan too far up. I believe he chased in and just had nowhere to go anymore. There's the first blood of the board for Team Liquid.
This is just really smart play here from TL. They know that they have bot lane prio. They know they have this incredibly strong 3v3, so they are just gonna force fights, and FlyQuest was unwilling to give up the Gromp. They need to just back up, just accept that you're going to lose that, send Jose Dioto back up to the top side to clear out those Krugs on respawn, allow Jinx to get farmed, because this is the biggest issue. Not only do they give up the kill, look at the farm. Johnson had to move away from a wave that was crashing to try to support his team in a losing fight. That means he is now monstrously behind. When you're looking at the gold between these 2 bot laners, it's already 700 plus gold at 4 minutes.
Yep. Well, it's going to get worse before it gets better, most likely. First recall is going to be Noonquiver boots to some degree, and that'll be all kinds of scary. Another Hex Flash attempt there. You want to try... Oh, just goes for the hook. Okay. Could play afterwards. They're careful. You're on a turret. That's 2 shots. Almost going to be a third. Just getting out. Summoner heal. Zap was blocked by Hansama. Able to lantern right back out, but a little bit of over-aggression. CoreJJ takes 400 damage he didn't need to take.
Yeah, that was really well timed by Afro, actually. As soon as he takes that hook in, Afro just ease straight back. You know, it's similar to things you can do towards Lee Sin. If Lee Sin hits you with the Q, you can flash under tower and sometimes bait them into that. And Afro's able to pull off a similar play here onto CoreJJ. They do get the heal out. They aren't able to actually chase him for that kill because Johnson was being focused by Hansama. So, you know, if you run in to try to finish off Core, you will just die to Hans. It's never going to be worth it for you. But at the very least, FlyQuest will get a little bit of breathing room to try to push out this bottom wave and get a reset of their own. Hansama back onto the map here. Tier 2 boots right off the bat. Does have another longsword to boot, so he's going to be really strong.
Yeah, pretty solid, 1,500 or so gold recall with the wards in tow as well. And yeah, that is so much more power on this Ballista. It is not getting better anytime soon for you. That's going to keep being pressured to the bot lane. Santorin.
Core going to cancel the recalls? He did. Core canceled the recall. You can see on the mini-map, he actually moved down there. They knew that Johnson had such a late recall because they wanted to fully reset that, and they just don't have the wave clear with no mana. And so you're actually able to delay the Jinx, and now this means that Hansama should be able to crash this wave, denying another full wave to Johnson. And again, then Johnson's in this scenario where, guess what? The wave is pushing away from you, and you once again cannot move forward to actually farm it. So that little interruption was such a big deal, and now Core trying to threaten around this dragon here. They are down to take any fight, and Johnson is just screwed off this. The wave's going to bounce. He's going to get 0.
Yeah, he's getting none of it. The last 30 seconds, by the way, so well played by TL. A sweeper saw control on that brush right in the middle right there, and like, hang on a second. Support's not in lane. We know Afro's on a roam. He's not going to hold bot lane here, so this is 2v2. Wait till Hunt pushes the wave in, let him join us, then we can take bottom river control. Now it's 3v2 or 4v3 or whatever. Now it's always ours. Johnson has to answer bot wave, and then they get the ward taken down, they don't get pushed on, they get the dragon, all from just waiting 15 seconds because bot was already pushing. take the patience, wait it out, and it was perfect play by TL right there.
Yep, that delayed recall by Core really,
Yeah.
I can't overstate that. It's such a difference because you can see that they're not just pushing back into this. They're going to trim the wave enough that they can kind of hold it towards their side and force Johnson and Afro to make the decision, do we actually have confidence to walk up and try to fully reset this? And the answer is probably going to be no. Because if Core is sitting in a bush, he has flashback. He can flash in on you with that ignite.
Yep.
And if you're too far up in lane, you will just die. It's level 6 for Hansama, so they have incredible CC change and knock-up. And bad is going to go to worse here, very likely, for this FlyQuest 2v2.
Core has real flash, sides up the zap, and almost hits Aftermath. That was a really close one. The side step comes through. First recall comes in, and Bradley, by the way, is going towards a rocket belt or similar option here.
Not tank.
Yeah, unless he's doing, actually, even this wouldn't be Demonic first, because Demonic doesn't have a amp come in it. I think it's, actually, no, it does, right? It's blasting, amp, and Giant Spell. Yeah, it does have that other small component. So theoretically, could be Demonic first. I think it's, if you're doing
against
tank.
Scion, could make some sense against the Scion. You have that percent HP burn, but...
Or it's Riftmaker.
Yeah, but
it's like that.
It's probably just going to be AP. You know, almost always I do see people just stacking health when they're going towards this build. They rush towards Chem Tank very early on. So that's usually the first item. Grab a couple Ruby Crystals, or your Bomby on your first recall. So probably just going to be more of that AP style. And I do think it can work quite well. You know, you're trying to just burst people out, dive in alongside that Xin, alongside, you know, Core JJ, if he can find some sort of a hook, and really look to pick on people like this Jinx, because Jinx is so relied on to deal damage in this team comp. Even if you can't 100-0 the Jinx, if you just get on top of Jinx and hop into your Shroud, Jinx cannot walk past you as an Akali. You will die if you try to walk through that Shroud. So that alone can buy time for the Corki and the Kalista to just kill off people like the Scion and the Lee Sin.
For sure. Unless you get really good with the Lee Sin, you land the Q, you get the reveal, and you're like, the Zhonya's are out, buddy. But that is, you know, you have to land the skill shots, right? Because I believe it's Q and not E will give you the reveal through
He
Shroud.
does reveal.
He does? Okay.
But, you know, you can try to play it defensively like that and just stand on your Jinx. The question is, you know, is that going to be a winning play? You know, is that going to get you that 5v5 win here? You know, if that Jinx is having to sit back and really play carefully around that Akali.
True. Well, let's see what the team fights look like. Right now, it is a solid 800 gold lead to Team Liquid. I wanted to point out, by the way, we saw it in the picture-in-picture or the pan over afterwards, that Bjergsen was in base when they went for Herald. He's sitting in base next to Package with TP up. The fight, I grab Package, TP to mid-turret, and I Package and we win. Okay, they got Herald for nothing. Left Package in the base.
Dragon.
It is a 4-minute cooldown. And Dragon's up in 3 minutes, so he saves it for that one. Now, Corey trying to save himself, not able to hit the blast plant, and goes down to Tuke. We did not attack the blast plant to jump back to safety. Maybe wouldn't have mattered, but just kind of walks to his doom. So one back in the board for FlyQuest. Well done to them.
Yeah,
so
nice
get
kill.
back.
And that's going to buy them a little bit of space here on this bottom side. Very likely you can get a push out, hopefully for Johnson, who's now down a good 1,000 gold, as we actually saw in that gold comparison chart on the left side of the screen. He was really close to actually grabbing that kill from long range with the rocket, which probably would have been the ideal target, but Decoy going to be able to grab that, going to be still feeling really good about getting that kill on either of your carries here. And Kumo just kind of trying to survive up on that top side, farm it out. He picks up that tier just to try to have enough mana to be constantly pushing out these waves. You need to be able to just stay comfortable in this lane. And nice little trade.
Ooh, this could be pretty good. Sion's going to find the knockup. Is it going to be enough damage, though? As charge on the Q, E backwards gets him to safety. Bradley just equalizing farm against the Sion top lane.
Yeah, and Kumo a little bit over-aggressive. I mean, he has a TP, so it's not a big deal. When you spend the ulti there, I just don't think you can ever commit to the kill because he's fairly low. Ignite and ult are available for the Akali. So when you spend those early spells and you get him down to about 20-30%, but you're 20-30% yourself, you are very close to just dying. At the very least, though, he does get the push out, and there is no TP available for Bradley, so does end up working out pretty well. And if he grabs a play here, he can just walk straight back to lane with the wave slow pushing towards him, and he's going to be in a really comfortable spot. So well done there by Kumo, handling that 1v1 quite comfortably up on the top side.
Yeah, so, okay, ult turns into a wave and a plate.
Well worth it.
TP advantage, of course, is still up. That was always going to be true, but now the question is, are you going to TP to mid-turret to play for the Dragon? Are you just going to path to the bottom side and TP to your lane after the fight is over? What choice are you making here? Because Dragon's in 15, Bjergsen grabs package, and indeed we see Kumo walking bot side. And unless Bradley moves now, he is not there for the Dragon fight. He's going to clear the wave first, and we'll see which way he goes.
Yeah, it is interesting because TL do have package, but if you're in a 4v5, you know, is that enough to still give you confidence to go for that sort of a play? I mean, they do have Kalista Thresh. They are just going to drop Herald down here and use that to create some sort of pressure, but Bradley is still not moving, so The question will be answered here shortly. I still
time
think
you
if
willing
you're
to lose?
TL, you don't want to take this fight, because if you take that fight 4v5 and you lose it against this Jinx Orianna and you give them time, it's pretty rough. But at the same time, I feel like Bradley could have just given up a wave and come down to 5v5 when you have the early power.
Guaranteed result is going to be a couple of plates. Is there a jump into a steal? Nice kick back. The lantern, a bit of damage, and the smite comes in. So well done, a good attempt. It was pretty safe overall. Again, they had the lantern jump combo. TP comes in, 2 plates for Dragon. And of course, the TP being burned is, you know, a relatively close trade. I think TL went for a fairly risk-averse play there.
Yeah, I do actually prefer FlyQuest's side of this just because of the added wrinkle that I think TL's game comp, like their comp is fairly early game, right? You know, they're playing Calista Thresh, they're playing Xin Zhao, they're playing these champions that I think they wanted to try to snowball on. And as a result, you take away that early Dragon, that buys you a lot more time for the Jinx, for the Orianna, for the Scion to really get to those couple items that they want to be 5v5ing on. But maybe TL has a different read, and maybe they feel that they can 5v5 just fine, and they just kind of really are saying, hey, the gold is worth it on our account.
Yeah, and you know, if you play that fight out 15 times, you know, maybe in 7 of them, or okay, we'll be more, you know, fair, maybe like 3 or 4 of them, you get the Dragon, and you're like, well, the expected value is always 300 gold on Akali, always 2 waves on Akali, and sometimes the Dragon. So, you know, in the long run, that's the right play. There's an argument. I'm not like trying to like say you're wrong, but like I can see like a really generous point where it's like actually it's just always the right play, and it just doesn't always work out.
I think it's a pretty low expected value when you're trying to smite fight Xin against Lee Sin. You know, and Lee Sin has the pit because you have the ability to really finish it off. But they do get the flash out there in trade for a couple ultimates from TL. No support protecting him just now, but they don't have eyes on the recon, so they won't actually follow up to try to dive this and finish off the tower. Plate's gonna fall with all the towers still up there, but you know, Hans Sama, very, very rich in this game, and we'll see what he can get done.
Able to hold the CS lead at 20, so kudos to Johnson for, you know, being down probably 1,000 gold in lane and then just remaining 1,000 gold down in lane and not, you know, blowing that up. Yes, more plates fell, but the end result is still, you know, that kind of 1,000 gold difference. So not too horrible. Yes, of course, it is the TL gold lead. Dragon split and scaling. Again, I feel like we slightly favor FlyQuest. Not absurdly so, but...
I just think it's easier to play out their comp, right? You know, I think that there's obviously ways that TL either can kite back and kill frontline with Corki and the Kalista, or, you know, find a really good dive in on the Jinx and kill him with, you know, package and Akali and these type of things. But when you're just kind of having what the consistent 5v5 looks like, if it is front to back, FlyQuest is much better.
Yeah, totally agree. Here we go for the next bit of the play. 2,000 gold lead remains. Next Herald should spawn, right about now, and it's already being attacked. So Jose Diodo going to try to make it 2 objectives in a row for FlyQuest. Of course, we saw Rift Herald was summoned in the bot lane pretty much right away, and TL cashed in 300 gold to the team with that one. Now it's going to be answered back, and if any turret's at basically half health, second Herald will basically do 2,500 minimum. With the charge plus any resulting auto attack. So anything at half HP gets pretty much shot. So top turret is instantly first turret if you want to give that over to Kumo or share it with Jose Diodo. Keep in mind, while a Herald charge always gives you global plates, it does not give local turret gold globally, so you do have to walk up to that.
Yeah, they also have the option of potentially just dropping it around Dragon, trying to create a little bit of pressure. A lot of teams do like that play. You know, show up mid, drop Herald, force a response, utilize that to try to get the river control, and maybe fight for another Dragon, because it's going to be highly contested. This is that Chemtech Soul, which everyone feels like is so dominant, you know, currently. This is pre-nerf, I believe, the most recent nerf.
Right, yeah, we're on 12-1, so the zombie form is still an expected duration of 4 seconds.
Instead of 3.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, a bit more going on there. Statistically, from solo queue, it is the second most snowball-y Dragon Soul. That kind of combines Soul plus Rift, just like in a game with Chemtech Soul, it must be Chemtech Rift, and that's second highest win rate Dragon Soul in the game.
Yep.
Definitely
feels
up there.
Really good for 5v5. So will be interesting to see, you know, if both teams are going to scrap for it. I do think TL will probably show up 5 members strong for this one. Teleport is obviously off cooldown for Bradley. Kumo's is going to be close. I don't think it's going to quite be up for that Dragon spawn. So we'll see if he wants to make the long walk down and try to set up for that 5v5, where Bradley's just kind of pushing waves. He's doing this little cheat half roam towards mid, standing in that pixel brush on top of a pink and trying to threaten that he could be there.
I'm just going to note that Kumo did go for steel caps here, trying to block auto attack damage. It will affect the magic damage Corki autos because it's an auto attack, and it of course affects Kalista, it affects Xin Zhao. Just none of their spells, so not going to do much for Ren, not going to do much for Corki missiles. Could go either way. don't really hate it.
And it could be interesting to see, something we were actually talking about earlier, is kind of the strength of early Warmogs, because you only need the 1100 bonus HP now. And I actually love when I'm playing tanks and I'm playing against someone with a lot of poke, to just go for an early Warmogs and just stand in front of all the Corki rockets and say, well, who cares, right? You know, I'm just going to regen all this up. It allows your carries to position more aggressively without having to constantly worry about sidestepping all of these rockets. Because you have the ability to just tank all that, regen it right back up, and now FlyQuest trying to get a kill into a Herald, it looks like, because they're just kind of brush camping here with Afro as well as Jose Dioto.
Seeing as someone was kind of sneaking through the lane now, but the problem is they've already actually snuck through and they're on the bottom brush. So a possibility for us, Bjergsen is holding Package. Package is unstoppable. So if you have reactions at all, you always survive the play. He's going to try. Can he package in time? He does package in time. Unstoppable. The charm is not going to guarantee you. Good reflexes by Bjergsen, but of course package is down. Does that matter?
They're gonna die.
Top tower taking some damage. Here comes the TP in from Bradley. When does Kumo show up? Because right now it's Afro running out of life. The next one's gonna be soon. You gotta believe. Jose Dioto dropped low. Shockwave buys some time. Ignite is on. The shield's gonna make him live. Bradley wants in for a bit more. Bjergsen is when he gets the kill, though. It is 2-0 Team Liquor for the fight.
Yeah, that was really risky business there. Afro trying to test Bjergsen, but he's the GOAT for a reason. His reflexes are there. Package is out. That's the flash. That's the ult down for Afro. And then your 3 members stranded down there with no vision in River. TL makes the collapse to get multiple kills. Yes, FlyQuest will get some push on the other side, but not enough to actually kill mid lane tower. They do get out of TP. They get some chip damage down on that top lane. It'll be TL grabbing the dragon and the kills, though, and extending the gold lead quite a lot. You're 3,000 now.
The recall stop on some could be a native, but you can go over this wall. So there you go. Does it forward. I forget if jumping forward is farther than jumping backwards, or if it's all equal, but doesn't go for the cool backwards look. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Bradley gonna clear out a wave, and Kumo just spent some time top lane. Got a few waves, but never TP to this fight.
Yeah, I feel like this was really unlikely to work, honestly. It is out of the bush, so you have to be quick, but he's pretty far back. So really, like, as soon as you see him running out with ult, yes, he does flash to try to instant charm, but as long as you pretty much just press package, you had enough time that most people, I think, will react to it.
I think his ult timed out, and he didn't ever charm in the first place. It looked like he had gone over the top of Corki's model. I'm not certain. We'd have to look back again.
As long as you press the packet, it's going, right?
Sure.
It is going to go even if you do get charmed, and the charm may
yes, if you cast it before he ever got his model on top of you. I'm just not sure that happened. It looked like he had started the W, like he was already like on the ground, like channeling the W, and then Corki packages and knocks him backwards.
Yeah,
That's what it looked like to me.
If it expired, that is definitely just a straight up mistake from Afro, because he popped it pretty early in the brush.
Right.
Maybe he was thinking Bjergsen was going to step forward a little bit more. Either way, went for the risky engage, did not pan out in that case, but thankfully for them, they are still scaling up here. Jinx closing in on 2 items, thankfully, but Hansama's closing in on 3.
Yeah, it's getting scary. Thankfully, you have a big front line as he's going towards. I love this, actually. Looks like it could be Steric's Gauge. I think Steric's Gauge is exceptional, by the way, on Sion. You have so much bonus health. That feeds the shield. And you actually have good RID ratios. So this could, of course, be Hullbreaker instead. I think it's the same build path. But really am a fan of Steric's in this champion.
Yeah, and I think Steric's would make more sense, given that he's not rushing Hullbreaker. Generally, when Sions go Hullbreaker, it's just first item, right straight towards it. Utilize that for the lane pressure and to try to really get something done there. If he feels like he's just going to be locked inside lanes the whole game, maybe that's an option. But I think Steric's makes sense. It's not only strong in the 1v1, but it's great in 5v5. You just have so much power through that shielding with your W getting stronger and stronger. That massive Steric's shield as well.
Yeah. And even Titanic Hydra, if you're really going to keep going that way. Again, Titanic Hydra is AD on bonus health. He prints bonus health. Like, I do think I want to see more Bruiser Sion overall. It is actually a good in-between of lethality and full tank. You are threatening. It's no Prowler's Claw passive gameplay. You don't quite get that. There's no Youmuu's Prowlers, but it is actually quite good to play Bruiser Sion. I want to see that some more over the course of the season. Maybe we'll see it a bit here. And mid lane now under fire. Team Liquid still in the driver's seat. Up that dragon. Up almost 3,000 gold. And that hook could mean a kill. Oh, it's just deletion! Jose Dioto had no respect for the hook, and it kills him.
Yeah, Jose too slow to react there. Great hook, but here comes Kumo.
And he gets at most a slow, maybe nothing at all. We get a charm in the back line. Hansama getting back to safety. Flash and heal are down. Now the front line running lower on health is Kumo. Knocked up now as well by QuartJJ. Gets away just barely from Shockwave, and they still get the kill. There's one on the board, but now it's Zombie Sign. That's a trade back now on a Santorin. Just barely, Johnson's alive. Ulti is up. He can go in from downtown, find a slow, find something. But Bradley's on the hunt, and Bradley's going to probably find this kill. He sees him in the camouflage, blue dragon to the side, and he's got to have the move speed. E backwards got to be up in a couple of seconds. That should get the kill. There's the E, here's the Ignite, and that is the kill. Don't look at explosions. Team Liquid win another fight.
FlyQuest trying to go aggressive there, but they couldn't get those initial kills. They couldn't zero out Hansama, and when he turns around, does so much damage to Johnson, pushing him out of the fight almost immediately. The shockwave was flashed from Tukoi, not able to grab those initial kills that you're going to need to win a fight like this. And Jose Diodo just not respecting the hook, too slow on the safeguard here to actually react. Gets hooked up, dead immediately, but FlyQuest say, all right, some cooldowns are down. We can still look for this. Our top laner has roamed. Kumo goes in, but it's an easy sidestep from TL. And then the initial engage is good on Hansama. They force out the flash, they force out the heal, but it's really, really tough to win from here without a great shockwave. And the shockwave is just not able to land on Core as he flashes out. Hansama pushing forward on the right side of your screen, zoning out Johnson, and Johnson would have been dead immediately if it wasn't for them grabbing a kill to get him that speed up.
Yep. And even still, eventually, Bradley gets the jump and everything. So, Azale, you mentioned worrying trends, and if you translate the mid laner's name, a missed shockwave, that's a worrying trend for our boy. Lines up.
I think another worrying trend is Hansama 3K up on Johnson.
That is also meaningful. Team Liquid looking well poised to close this one out relatively early on. Ludens is done. Now, Bjergsen had gone for a shield bow build last week in lock-in, has gone back for a poke build here. I think reasonable to play for pokes. And yeah, it is Hullbreaker second, so almost every sign I've seen in pro is actually buying this item at some point to play for sides, but obviously not good for the team fight stats. Not going to get much done right here, as again, he is sidestepped. He's not going to land. Will he get any more, though? No, the play is going to stop the knockup, so nothing to be done at all. But we know the Dragon's up in 2 seconds. The question is there a fight to be had? Bradley walking up with a bit of damage, heading around, and TL, yeah, they feel comfortable. Bjergsen has package ready to go, and it looks like this is just control the bottom river.
Yeah, they lose control of that bottom river. I think it's really difficult for FlyQuest to fight their way in now through this Corky poke, but they're going to use the Scion to muscle their way in, and they really want to contest here. Bradley's on the side, threatening this flank, though, and it's going to be hard for Johnson to get in.
Package on a 3. Charm knockup is get a whole lot done. Separation from the jungler now as well. Santorin pushes them away, and now Kumo left alone and going down. Nice execution. Bradley finds a second. Will lose. Actually, no, find a second kill now as well. He keeps going forward, runs away from the zombie passive, and will indeed stay alive. Third Dragon on the board for Team Liquid.
The setup was just too good there for TL.
Oh.
Bradley crushing him, and they're looking for Tukoi.
They got the play. They're going to have Jose Diodo buy a bit of time. Safeguard and try to get the safety. Hook's just going to go wide as well, so at least FlyQuest live, but 3-0 plus the Dragon, plus a play toward the Baron. Smite is up for Santorin.
Should be there. It's going to be tough for Jose Diodo to sneak his way in. And I think FlyQuest just didn't need to go for that Dragon. It wasn't actually Soul. Trying to force your way in with no vision, with that flank unmarked. Bradley gets into the back line. Yes, Jose Diodo was there to peel, to actually kick him out, but Johnson could never re-enter the fight. And that is kind of what I was talking about early with that team fight presence that Akali can have. This was really, really well set up and well executed here from TL. And it's really all about this Akali move from the side. You're trying to kite back on this side, but look at Johnson. He gets packaged out. Akali is going forward. Yes, Jose Diodo is there to peel, but how is Johnson going to deal any damage from this angle? He simply cannot, whereas Hansama is sitting firing. Bjergsen's over the wall, poking out onto these FlyQuest members. Their carries have been bought so much space by the fact that Bradley can push forward, and that buys them time to knock down the FlyQuest front line and then pile in for those additional kills. There's just nothing really going on there for Johnson.
And well done, Team Liquid. Honestly, Bradley holding on pretty well, and a bit of damage, nicely done. Not going to be in a whole ton. Actually, doesn't even break the Scion shield, but as he yells cowards, he lives what he calls, it's like a Pokemon. Really, Scion? Yells coward, coward, and indeed runs away from the team fight towards the Simple Winter now. And we get to see bot lane pushed in.
They got an objective bound, so it's not time to FF.
That's true. There's money to be gained.
There's gold on the Rift, gamers.
There is gold
time
on the
Rift.
Rift.
Go collect it.
Yes, indeed. Here we go. Mid lane turret, though, going to fall. Team Liquid going to keep growing those coffers. It's going to be about 75 now. Yeah, 8K up as they knock down.
Just making the objective bounties even better.
That's true. Yeah, I wonder if they're at the cap yet, right? If they're at plus 60%. It's got to be close.
It's got to be close. I mean, it's 3 dragons up. Which I know is valued very highly by that kind of algorithm. You're on Soul Point. You're up going to be about 9,000 gold at this point. It is looking rough, and Jinx, who has to do so much of the damage in this sort of comp, is just so far away from being relevant when 4 items are going to come through for Hansama before 3 come in here for Johnson.
Yeah.
And 2 items in the crit cloak, you just do not really have the threat And this Akali is super strong after that last fight, so he can zero out your backline. It's a tough one. And the only way I can see FlyQuest really getting back in is with TL mispositioning plus an incredible engage from Afro with a shockwave over top.
Yeah. Hullbreaker sadly getting nothing done. At this point, it doesn't really matter what Kumo builds, but you built Hullbreaker and then did nothing but team fight since then. Like, that is a mistake. It's a very small one. More happened in this game than I've choices, but I'll point him out when I see him. I have to make better choices down the line. Bradley not going to keep trying for fights against Kumo. Has built someone anti-tank, of course, Riftmaker, Conqueror. Those are, those are going to give you some true damage, going to help you build well against the tankier champions. Gets a mix of pen. I think Void Staff Third is pretty reasonable on a mage, especially if you are hitting a tankier target. That said, not a ton of MR on Kumo, but whatever. I think it's actually fairly reasonable. And now top lane under fire, half health in that turret. Fair and buff cannon getting a bit done. Some would like to create as much as he can. And then Lantern's gone, so it's a whack out.
Yep, just going to back it up, play a little bit respectful there, but FlyQuest are just really pinched into their base, and TL are happy to farm both sides of the jungle, wait for Soul. It's in 125 right here. You know they're going to be showing up for that, and a lot of the wards are going to be expiring that are on the map. I just saw one expire on that mini-map down. There was a ward here. There's this last ward right there from FlyQuest, but that may expire pretty soon as well, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to even get in the area to really contest this dragon without putting themselves at risk.
But it's Dragon Soul, 1 minute's time, and sadly FlyQuest just have not found their way into the fights. The Cyan ults have been sidestepped. Well done to Hansama. And once Quarterfinals lands the hook, the guy just dies. I mean, he spent a ton of money on 300 health with a Hullbreaker, and so he's a bit squishier than he would be. And now we get to see the setup. Wards going down. Obviously, the Invis wards go outside the Chem Fog to watch the roots in. Control wards are down for both teams to play for the river. Someone gets to control mid, and we get to walk down. Stopwatch in tow as well. As you mentioned, 4 full items, i.e. not done for Johnson. Good luck, buddy. As the control wards get taken away, FlyQuest just kind of grouping onto a single brush they hold control over. Not much else.
And Bjergsen just hit 16, bases, gets package, he has the blue buff, so the poke is going to be devastating here. If you get tagged at all,
kick flash is good. Hansama stopwatches. Channel the Q. Can they get it happen? A good flash to safety. Centaur a bit low.
There's Afro.
Johnson getting railed down with Corky Rockets, though. In the front line, this is a death for the Rakan. Nothing to be done now, and Bradley's in. That's going to be an execution. Double kill, and a final one in for the Corky as well. 3 for nothing, and it's time to turn tail and run. FlyQuest fly back to their base, and this is going to be the 1-0 start to the series.
Dominant one here from TL. The debut of Hansama and Core JJ, and it does not disappoint here. They look incredible running over this FlyQuest team.
And they're going to knock down the turrets. Going to try for the defense now, FlyQuest, but Kumo drops while fighting for the turrets. Gets the zombie mode to maximize the DPS, but Core flays him back, and really not a lot gets done. Still a wave here to knock down the turrets, but the respawns are coming soon enough. There is a slim chance you fight for the Nexus, although it is getting slimmer and slimmer by the second as Hansama walks in, dealing damage on the fountain. And will they go for the KDAs? Looking for a hook here. Is it going to be enough is the question. Not quite there. So the Nexus goes down. And Team Liquid take the 1-0 start in the best of 3.
Really well played. Got to give some respect over to Bradley here as well.
Yeah.
Only has 4 Academy games, comes in, first LCS game, a lot of pressure here. Not going to the tank, actually going full AP Akali, 7-0 and 2. A lot of them were the cleanup kills at the end, but he team fought really well, and I do think that third dragon that TL got, that was kind of the nail in the coffin, and he was massive in that team fight.
Yeah.
Zoning out Johnson, picking up multiple kills. It's a really impressive debut from Bradley.
Yeah, it was. I gotta give him a lot of credit for a well-played game. He went completely equal in lane against Kumo. Okay, fine, sure. Scaling up in the Akali, okay, nothing to talk about right there. And then, yeah, we got into mid-game where TL made one choice to say, we're gonna sack second dragon and just get a lead on Akali. Okay, fine. And then we go to the third dragon fight and he's like, yeah, I'm big, I have TP, and that flank was like what sealed those kills in a lot of cases, that, he got the damage in, he got the chase down that guaranteed the extra ones, and that made the difference.
Absolutely. Just kind of kept their carries zoned out of the fights, and it'll be interesting to see what the adaptations are going to be from FlyQuest. I just don't think that they can give over so much early game power in the Kalista, the Thresh, the Xin, and expect to be able to kind of go for these greedier, weaker lane picks.
Yeah.
I think that the Rakan Jinx lane was punished so heavily.
Yeah.
Rakan is such a weak laner. Jinx is a weak laner. You're going up against QuarterJJ and Hansama on these super powerful early game picks, and they really knew how to extend that advantage. It was clear that going for a bot lane dive would be risky, but instead they're going to invade on the Gromp. They're going to pressure Jose Dioto out, and they're pulling Jinx in these fights that Jinx cannot win, but is losing farm to actually move and cover her teammates. And I just thought that was really well executed from TL.
Yeah, Centurion did what, 5 camps to invade Gromp and was like, yeah, I'm here, let's go, right? And just with the roaming, it was better. So, well done, TL, good early game plan. They played on the winning bot lane, and it led into a victory. So now, TL has the 1-0 lead. It's time to head on to the State Farm analyst desk to talk about that one some more.
Thank you very much, Freak. Team Liquid getting game number 1. Our first look at Core JJ and Han Sama. And Raz, I'd say they impressed.
They were pretty impressive.
I'd say they impressed.
Yeah.
Right?
You guys think the same?
It's what
they're
you would
good.
expect, though.
Yeah? Okay.
They're good.
It's what you would expect. You want to see these two.
Two expectations.
You want to see giant names like this, though, come in and immediately start gelling. I think that speaks to incredible prospects for a team like Team Liquid if they can get that full intended starting lineup onto the Rift at the same time. But it has been cool to see those different iterations of the roster, each of those pieces that they put together do work, individually, and very much so. This bot lane, Kalista, Thresh, you pick champions like that, and you definitely start to think, okay, they need to win that lane. But Han Sama, I mean, that's a comfort pick if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I mean, he's incredibly comfortable on this. They knew that this lane would win. They contested all of the 2v2s. I also want to point out, obviously, Corki first pick, as expected. And then the Akali for Bradley. I'd mentioned Gwen. He's incredibly comfortable on Akali. This is a champion he played a ton in mid. And he was obviously, again, they did set him up for success. I know the cast went over that, but he was incredibly comfortable on it. So you put your newest member on something they're comfortable on. You put your incredibly strong bot lane on a strong 2v2 that they're also comfortable on. Is win the game.
This is beautiful because, like, when you're in Champ Select and you're seeing him hover between Draven and Kalista, and you're like, oh, right, he has a deep champion pool specifically to counterpick and really just have a lane kingdom. They did just that. So a lot of this, I was excited to see, like, the fact that they instantly went in for that 2v2, like, Core went, burn flash, 3 potions instantly just to look into this, what it turned into eventually. That was a huge victory there for Team Liquid.
Yeah, a bit of a desperation play here as well. Aftermoon wanted to get that CC before package could be used, but then once they'd committed, the cavalry arrives. I mean, everybody came down to clean up this fight.
The TP in coming in from Bradley. Yeah, this one was rough. Everyone for themselves, basically. The ultimate from Orianna, at least trying to save Lee Sin a little bit more, but this was tough for Dignitas. They were actually so far behind by this point, or at least FlyQuest. They were so far behind at this point that they were just trying to throw Hail Marys.
Yeah, and I mean, this did not work out for them, unfortunately. Again, super well played from Core and Hans in this fight. Like, I've been so, like, Ayla and Jan have both played incredibly well, but I've just been looking forward to seeing them not only inside of lane, but out of lane in team fights like this, supported by the rest of the team.
I mean, all throughout, even this fight here, right? It looked scary for a moment there when you've got the Kalista sitting on top of a set of chompers, but great stopwatch into the flash out, keeps him safe. Now they can roll forward into the rest of the fight, pick up the kills. Honestly, to a degree, it felt like a breeze for Team Liquid. You see that scoreline there for Han Sama in his debut. But of course, we need to also laud Core JJ again for help in creating those stats.
And it's always funny because I feel like in the LCS, we always talk about how strong Core is out of lane, right? And how he knows when the lane is won, he can go roam to the rest of the map. Whenever I think of Core, I actually think all the way back to when he was on Samsung and he first came in place of Wraith because they'd had the turret changes and we were no longer doing lane swaps because he was stronger in that 2v2 matchup. Like, he'd always contest the 2v2. And that's what we saw from this here, right? They're continuously contesting that 2v2 lane because of the way the game is playing right now. And I just want to remind people that he's incredibly strong because of this, in my opinion.
And I can also say, like, I heard a lot of people saying, like, oh yeah, Core JJ in, like, the tactical, Core JJ lane. Oh, he's just leaving tactical. No, they would win with tactical, which allowed him to leave. Right? It's almost always with Core winning lane and then moving. That's how he finds the good timing.
Order of operations matters.
And that was the run up until playoffs where he was leaving consistently. Like, before that, during the regular season, they were getting 2v2 kills in the tactical and Core JJ consistently. It's because of what Core JJ did earlier in this game, just insta-losing this lane for Jinx, for Johnson and Afro.
I realized that Akali got to wail on a big tank Scion the whole time, but the fact that those damage numbers equated to the Corki mid lane damage numbers and output, that's just pretty unusual to see between an Akali and a Corki.
Yeah, shout out to Bradley. Like, that's Good job, man.
Fantastic performance.
Kenny was like, what, 6 kills, 0 deaths?
Yeah. Well, so this actually, and I don't want to dive too deep into this conversation right now, but it does sort of bring us back to what we talked about at the top of the day today when it came to academy players or just amalgamations of rosters, right? And how it should maybe influence the way that organizations are thinking about what their lineup might look like further down the line. TL is starting to look like, as Jake said yesterday, Spawn on the desk, very much a 10-man roster where anyone can essentially step up and sub in.
I mean, I think if they have to, they will, but I think they still want their starting lineup.
Of course.
But to go back to Bradley and like what we want from players coming in situations like this, he's on something that's super comfortable. He performs incredibly well. Now people who weren't paying attention to Academy and Amateur are hopefully now looking at him and being like, he is very good.
Well, so we've excited the entire audience by Bradley's performance. He showed up in a big way. Perfect time for us to make a lineup switch.
Rip Bradley.
All right, it's time to bring in Whippo and Ayla. That will be the substitution for Team Liquid going into Game 2, Jack.
And I do want to say, I've seen a few questions about this online. The reason that TL is doing this is because Core's green card is not there, so he's still counting as an import.
Right.
So they're trying to dance around the import limit. They can only have 2 out of 5, so they're trying to get all their starters as many reps as possible. So all these academy guys now are swapping in.
All right, so Whippo into the top lane. Ayla taking Core JJ's position alongside Han Sama. What do we think here? How does this change the makeup of Team Liquid? Is the style different at all, or is it just different players piloting the same champion?
Might be a little slower, or at least from the bot lane's perspective. They're still going to win lane, I would expect, right? You're not going to be seeing those flashy early plays from Core JJ. Ayla is still insanely solid. He's a great Thresh player especially, so he might go back on that pick. But you have a louder voice in the top lane now in Whippo. So I expect it, sending a little bit more love towards top lane and more creativity in what he's played. Last time, he pulled out that Rengar and went wild. So I have no idea what he's going to pick this time.
What's the recipe for FlyQuest then to get back into this one? If they want to even it up, push it to a Game 3, have a chance of taking down Team Liquid?
If they can get bot prio, that's where you have to start.
Okay, so it all starts in the bot lane. We'll see if they can make it happen. We'll see if Team Liquid can claim another win and the series to push themselves into the semifinals right after this.
A lion! Ah, yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a Red Bull. Red Bull? Still, you'll never be faster than a lion. I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just faster than you. Red Bull gives you wings.
They give us love. They give us joy. They give us lessons in sharing. So give them some love back. And what says love better than something you can chew on? Use your MasterCard to make secure purchases from anywhere. So your gift will end up in the right hands or mouth. Because being there for each other is priceless.
LCS lock-in. We are at a 1-0 lead for Team Liquid over FlyQuest. Had an upset earlier on, hoping that FlyQuest can do the same to tie this series up. And of course, as you can see from the pretty pictures down there at the bottom, Ayla and Whippo have subbed in, and TL is playing the roster they played in Game 1 of Lock-In.
Gonna be exciting to see Whippo back. I think he's one of the most fun players to watch, honestly. He's so creative. He thinks about the game in a very different way. Obviously bringing out, some tanky Rengar. He did the Hullbreaker Redemption Scion build. He is willing to march to the beat of his own drum, and I think it makes it so exciting every time he is playing. So I'm a big Whippo fan. Loving that. Going to be interested to see exactly what they will bring out here and what adaptations they're going to make in picks and bans. Do they think the Thresh was a problem? Ayla was great on it when he played. CoreJJ obviously was dominant on it last time around. Are there going to be any bans towards picks that were grabbed up last time?
We're going to find out. Caitlyn off the table still, but as we know, Team Liquid had plenty of early aggressive options with that Kalista. Still no reduction allowed. LeBlanc usually it's the ban list, and we'll see if there's any more pressure towards aggressive high push bot laners.
Renekton going to be banned away from Kumo, one of his best champions for sure. A lot of the OPs are still available. Corki now being taken away, so TL potentially trying to set up for a kind of a mismatch mid lane, take away one of those scaling picks, ban away one of those scaling picks, get an edge in that 1v1 for Bjergsen against Tukoi.
No Thresh for CoreJJ. LeBlanc still on the table. Victor still on the table. LeBlanc, to me, is a first pick worthy champion. Question is, does Team Liquid even respect that from Tukoi? Wait for that final ban. And you gotta just do the trade in your head. Okay, so if they first pick this, what 2 things do we get in response? And then can we kill number 3? And that's what the Jarvan ban is. Okay, we can take, and the thing is, like, Xin Zhao and Lee Sin are still up, so you're not really even pinching jungle that heavy.
It feels like the only thing I see from this is you're really thinking, okay, only way they can win is if they have early ganks, snowball the game. Something like a J4, I think, does that better than the other champions that are meta right now. Diana coming through is really exciting because to me, Diana is actually the best performing champion in pro play on this new season, like in this new year. Diana across all pro play has a 67% win rate with 52 games. It has been absolutely dominant. Obviously, the classic pairing Diana Yasuo is really, really popular. That would be unexpected from Tukoi because like LeBlanc being left up, well, Tukoi is not known for those style of picks. He's known for control mages. Yasuo not into that kind of grouping, but having talked to some people on FlyQuest, he is really working on expanding the champion pool, and this could be, I think, a pretty exciting opportunity for him to do it. But Jinx going to be grabbed up for Hansama, Xin going to be grabbed up for Santorin, so extreme comfort there for TL, plus really powerful scaling here coming out of that bot lane. Hansama playing that bread and butter champion here.
And it's going to be locked in.
It is the Yasuo.
So it is his career first Yasuo game. Up until this point, the most played melee champ he had was Akali with 5 plays, which was 9th in his champion pool. He is not a big melee champ player, at least hasn't been. There's a couple of Sylas games in there as well, and that's basically it. So it is a new look for him, but this is going to be fun.
And I'm excited to see how he will perform on it, because Yasuo is one of those champions, we were actually talking about this earlier, where you need to put a ton of games in, right? Especially on the pro level. Mistakes are punished so incredibly heavily. LeBlanc going to be the answer here for TL, so that is left up. That is a big pick for Bjergsen. Ton of plays on it. You put it as the #1 priority mid laner right now. I know solo queue data-wise, this is quite a good matchup for Yasuo. It's actually, fairly favored to that side, but Bjergsen obviously extremely confident, and pro play can be an absolutely different beast. We do not have parity across, everything so far. So we'll see if it's just going to be a lot of support bans, if both people are going to be kind of willing to thin that pool, or if there will be concerns about top lane. Because if I'm on FlyQuest and I'm playing blue side, you have to blind pick Kumo's top laner, right? So if you are worried about some of these counter picks coming out from Whippo, I think I would be more concerned about banning out Whippo, whereas TL, I think they are probably more looking to set up for this bot lane dominance.
You can see Jace at the table looking at what are the answers going to be? We can see Nautilus off as another CC option. It's one of the knock-up supports down there. Alistar, of course, could have been an option. Gragas fits it pretty well. I mean, Gragas Yasuo was also one of the combos we used to see. So that's, almost an easy slot. And it's like, what's a blind pick top laner who has Yasuo? Gragas. Gragas. Like, if you tell Yasuo, hey, what champion do you want? they just say Gragas, like regardless of role. It goes in 3 different spots.
I agree. I think the only thing that can be concerning is if you over-index into setup for the Yasuo.
Sure.
Sometimes it looks bad. You're like, all right, we got Alistar, Gragas, Diana, all for the Yasuo, and then the Yasuo's having a bad game, and it's just so worthless. So they may want to get some other threats. I do think that obviously they're looking to set up this sort of dive. Jhin, I think, is more of that utility pick to follow up on the dive. Diana goes in, Yasuo there for the immediate follow-up, Jhin ulti over top, and then we're going to see if they're just going to fully commit 2 5v5 with a Malphite or a Gragas or whatever, or if they're going to look to try to bring in side lane threats and different types of pressure to put out here on the map.
Well, Rakan going to be grabbed. Of course, that is one of the other knock-up options, and either way, TL, again, likely to wait for top lane counter pick. And that means that Whippo, welcome back to the roster. You played 1 game out, is going to have his pick of the litter once he sees his matchup up against Kumo. Yasuo can play top, but I wouldn't expect you to blind it there. I think you're happy playing against LeBlanc, to be honest. Bard could be a cool graph. Had played it before, said, yeah, I've been playing solo queue, feels good. Just kind of went for it. It looked good there. We'll see if he wants to do it again.
And I think it's strong against Jinx. So I do think it can actually be a viable pick against some of those lower mobility champions. You know, you are close enough, you just put that ulti straight on Jinx's head, and it will be locked in alongside the Gwen. So blind Gwen here will be interesting to see if Whipple wants to go for one of those more kind of solo QE style counters, things like the Jax, but Jax doesn't team fight as well. So there's obviously options like the Graves that he's brought out a fair bit. A lot of people have brought out into this Gwen matchup. You do get outscaled, but it's a common answer in pro. We saw it earlier in LEC today as well, where people just look to shove and try to get things done elsewhere. Whipple also had a really crazy game on Graves earlier in lock-in where he was going for heavy lethality and playing it super aggressive, not just shield blow plus bloodthirster, not that more defensive style. And this is going to be a really exciting game here. Bard trying to set up and fish for these picks can try to set up for this Diana Yasuo combo. Kumo had an incredible game on the Gwen against 100 Thieves. It was a big part of their win there. If they can get side lane pressure, you kind of have this really powerful 4-man squad that can move around, find long-range picks with the Bard, the follow-up from the Jhin, the Diana, the Yasuo. And on the other side, it's a lot about, it feels like, early shove here on the top side with the Graves. Santorin can play really strongly around the Graves, around Bjergsen on the LeBlanc. I think Ayla's going to want to get out of lane and look to kind of scrap with his team, look to move around with his jungler. Hansama, it's just about farm. It's about scaling for late. Feels like he is their assurance policy in this one.
Gonna be fun to watch for. Of course, looking at that Diana-Yasuo synergy, not only is it because, well, Diana has the knock of the ult, so Yasuo gets to get in the team fight. Isn't that great? It's so fun. It's Yasuo's favorite, but the thing is, Yasuo holds them in place for the second half Diana ult, right? You Distortion out, you Gale Force out, you use half Rakan's entire kit to get it. It's so easy to leave the second half of Diana ulti unless Yasuo holds you in place, and then both bursts hit, and then the team fight starts from there. That's, I think, really what makes it so fun, why this like to play together, and I believe that is Gwen getting over the wall into that brush.
And it's a perfect combo with AP/AD, right? Kumo is starting level 1. This is a wraparound. A lot of people do like to start that E level 1, and you try to wrap behind them.
Yeah.
I have seen Santorin with Whippo about the face check.
It's going to be a slow. Will they find a stun from the Bard?
Right
now you throw it. It's a stun. It's a Jhin follow-up. No way out. And it's going to be a walk away. What a nice level 1 by FlyQuest.
Yeah, that worked out incredibly well there. They didn't even need the Gwen because Whippo just kind of gift-wrapped himself, walked right in. First blood on the Jhin is going to feel great. That's a 5-pot start here with boots and a longsword for Johnson. So they better win this lane at that point. Even being able to grab, we'll see this in the Roccat flip the switch replay here. Whippo just walking on in. They saw Jose Dioto, and they thought they were actually pincering Jose Dioto. They didn't realize that the bot lane was there. The binding is perfect. W for the root. Fourth shot comes through, securing the kill. Great stuff out of the FlyQuest bot lane, and just a really intelligent level 1. And now Whippo gonna walk in.
Dash, auto, burn ghost, auto. No, nothing else but the auto attacks here, but it's gonna be a solid trade. Whippo has to reload. Gets 3 autos out, so it makes the trade relatively equal.
Definitely not worth.
Yeah, I mean, ghost for nothing, and the health bar gets pretty close.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit too excited there. You're not Darius, right? You are a level 1 Gwen. You can have these nice little trades, but that Graves can do the same thing. Graves has E auto resets as well and actually trades pretty evenly there. Plus has additional sustain in the early levels. So not the best trade. You are down Ghost, but not the end of the world either here. And it's going to be interesting to see how this 2v2 does play out. Afro playing Fleet. This is kind of his own take on it. He talked about it a little bit in his interview after he played it last time. He felt that it's really powerful for the trading, for the heal, but also particularly for the move speed that it did give him to actually follow with additional autos and look for that sort of play where Bard really can play pretty heavily around these move speed discrepancies between your speed ups and the slowdowns on those chime autos.
Sure, definitely going to be pretty meaningful there. So we get into the lane again, and Ayla gets a nice trade, lands the knockup, goes back for an auto attack, and then walks it back out with the shield. He's going to be fine. Spike comes in, and now it's junglers scrapping back and forth, level 3 on both, but smart of Santorin to identify. He is the stronger early game champion. Forces Idioto out, burns the flash off of him, and takes some of the jungle away.
Yeah, this is a really big deal. He's actually going to 3-buff him unless Jose Idioto can get out to the blue, but I don't see that happening. Nice binding.
Yeah, Afro's pretty tanky, has that fleet work. Flash is over! Beautiful by Johnson. Items at work now. Flash is up for Ayla. Isn't going to be enough to kill him, though. The spells come back up in a second. W's up right now. Good sidestep on the route. Has to flash what might have just barely been a stun.
Yeah, that 4-shot was about to come through as well. Biffo just proxying, though. They're getting a big advantage here. Back-to-back games. Santorin, knowing he has the edge on a matchup, knowing he has the edge in the 1v1, he invades topside. Playing around that strength shows TL, setting up this really, really well. And Jose Idioto trying to help Takui just reset this. Santorin is coming straight towards mid lane, though, and this could get really bad. They do not win this 2v2.
Flash chain. Takui doesn't have a good way out. The flash is... Oh, he doesn't reach! Oh, the W didn't reach, but it's going to be enough anyway. Still has a slow, has a knock, a big damage. Afro is in! Bjergsen claims his first kill. How about the rest of it, though? Because Johnson's now here as well on the magical journey. Second kill comes across, and suddenly there is no damage left. You have no mana. Goodbye to the Jhin. And it's a double kill in for Santorin. Team Liquid are right back into the game.
FlyQuest forced that so hard. They just needed to push out mid and back it up, but they lost track of where Santorin is. This Diana is already down a flash, was already going to be down camps. Now you're down 2 kills. You're going to be down potentially multiple levels here. That is so rough. Even Johnson getting involved ends up going down, so they're just not able to fully reset it. And then Takui, the chain is latched there. Bjergsen flashes in, lands the chain. The W flash from Santorin was just short. But the move here from Afro coming in, trying to save his mid laner, not quite in time. Bjergsen gets the kill. Ayla arrives, and now Kumo looks like he may be going down.
Pretty low. Whippo without an ignite can't force rest the kill, so it's probably going to be the ability to reset and come back. Or, ooh, he's going to rush camp him. Okay. Recall into the mid lane. Bjergsen loves to see it. Lost chapter in the inventory. That is the spike you really, really, really want to hit. It costs the same as a Noon Quiver, and one of these guys gets to buy it, the other does not, as we quite far behind.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. And I mean, honestly, they gave away a lot of their advantage on bot side as well. Because Johnson moved up, died, and that allowed Hansama to actually equalize farm, push it in fully, get a reset of his own, so he's not nearly as rough of a spot as he was before. Good sidestep there from Johnson, utilizing that move speed. He has fleet as well, has the Jhin passive speed as well, so really good backstep to avoid that. He is on the Noon Quiver, so has a better buy, but they do have to show some respect to Santorin because Jose Idioto is just impossibly behind. You know, anywhere Santorin is, Jose Idioto cannot be.
Nice walk up. Looks like Ayla blocked what would have been the route, but now you got another play towards the mid lane. Jump forward, couple of Qs, good sidestep to get a push forward, but never able to get wind wall up. Damage comes across. Bjergsen claims his second kill, and mid lane is completely doomed right now. A bit of a route going to come across, but still not much to look for against Ayla, and careful because Santorin's on this side of the map.
And anywhere Santorin is, it's just going to be play the other side for FlyQuest. Jose just having a rough one. The early flash forced, then back-to-back scraps around mid lane. Diana wants to push for a quick 6, has not been able to do it. Jose now trying to cross-map for some farm, but the Krugs are down. He can't get anything. And they are just really falling so far behind in this jungle matchup, and that is kind of spreading everywhere. You know, Santorin is getting Bjergsen way ahead. Now he's fighting around this bot side, taking a dragon for his team. And Diana's just left looking for scraps.
Yeah, and yeah, she can maybe scale a bit better than Xin Zhao. I think Diana does do pretty well as time goes on for a jungler. Yeah. But yeah, you are down 3 camps. You are down 2 kills. Your laners aren't doing too hot either when you've got a, soon to be 10 CS plus 2 kill lead in the mid lane. Not a lot to work with. The dragon, of course, on the board there as well. And we'll see what the Rift ends up being in 5 minutes time. But the only thing he got going pretty well is Kumo holding on more or less fine. He's going to be within 3 CS of Whippo. Equal level as well. He'll hit 7 off this wave. So top's fine.
Top's fine, and bot's winning. Bot did a great job. I mean, they 2v2 killed Hansama. You know, that was really, really big for them. They forced sums, but you drafted around this mid jungle comp. It's Diana Yasuo. You know, that is what the focal point of this composition is. And both of them are 0-2. Both of them have really very little power behind that ultimate combo. So, you know, even if they are able to pull it off, it's not going to mean that much when there's not a lot of gold behind it.
Nope. We're going to keep trying, though. Nice Q by Whippo. Gets a little bit of poke down and has to drop the CS. So it is about a 5 CS lead, 6 CS lead in the top lane. And Whippo just keeping the pressure up. And with the control he's got in the brush, honestly, not worried about the, I believe, level 5 Diana gank into a Gwen. So
down with the support. Same goal as Aframu.
Yeah.
Santorin's top of the table, and that kind of tells the story. Santorin also already level 6, so he's down to fight anyone. You know, he's going to win the 1v1 against every champion on FlyQuest side right now. You got to be so careful about him.
Gets the bottom scuttle for it with the blast fund over the wall and tries to keep his farm up. We keep that 1k difference here, but here we go. It's the play around the mid lane. Bjergsen's back on the map, ready to go with the blasting wand, going towards Ludens with that build, and Tuki gets to kill a control ward, but how about the roams? Jinx is left on the wave bot side, so it's 5v4 for FlyQuest first. If they get there in time, they can bring the Jhin well before Hansama goes, but Hansama's going to get a plate for it. So, okay, Herald will be dropped. So yes, because the rotation, TL identified, they drop it. They say, okay, it's yours, you rotated, fair enough. That's going to you. The question is, what happens on the other side? Because this happened with the second Dragon in the first game.
Yeah.
They dropped the objective, let a side lane get a plate in 2 waves. Once again, drop the Herald, let bot lane get a plate in 2 waves. Ayla hit on the way back, but not going to take too much. Hansama does finally get his time limit with the turret, and it's going to be about 2 waves and 2 plates. That's the cost TL, you know, pays for.
And it's actually even worse because Kumo lost a full wave and a plate top as well, moving over where Graves was just on his tower. And I think FlyQuest were just hoping that TL would get overconfident, that they would scrap 4v5. I mean, literally just happened in the previous series where 100 Thieves took a fight from ahead at Herald and completely lost control of that game against Dignitas because FBI was nowhere to be seen, and they opted into this 4v5. They lost that fight. That really turned the game. In this case, TL says, great, you can have the Herald. We're going to get a plate top. We're going to deny a full wave there. We're going to deny a wave bot, take 2 plates. They just get way more than the expected value is for this Herald.
Very good. Unless you do crash an entire turret. Like, again, normally a Herald charge is 320 gold.
Yep.
Congrats to 2 plates. You did it. Congratulations. Salute to that one. If, however, it claims the last 2 turret plates, or you get 2 turret plates and then finish the final one, like it's already at, 2,500, that last plate is 800 gold from 500 from the turret, 150 from first turret, 160 from the final plate. That's 800. Suddenly that does beat that, but only if it finishes the turret, and that's the rarity.
And it's tough because mid lane is losing. Top lane is in a matchup where you're going to be locked under your tower. And jungle is losing as well, so bot lane's kind of pushed in, right? So it's going to be very difficult to do that because they don't have a lot of chip on any of these turrets to really look for that sort of a play. Plus, if you really want to get nitty-gritty, there's experience, there's all these other things too. So it is going to be tough. Bjergsen, really nice buy, has that full Ludens. Decoy has to drop that wind wall here pretty early, and now he will be vulnerable. Is really, really far behind. Obviously went for the upgraded tier 2 boots, but he is miles away from his completed Mythic, and now TL looking to make a move here towards top side. Afro is coming, and so is Jose Dioto, but can Kumo survive long enough?
The cannon comes across, trying to block what damage he can, but they're all going to be in range. A nice Bartle buys some time. The turret's still alive as well, but now Bjergsen's over the wall. Doesn't get the damage yet! Oh, they got one back, and FlyQuest on the board after a 8-minute-long drought.
What a play by Afro there.
Yeah.
The defensive ulti onto Kumo, buying the time. Then the flash Q locks Bjergsen up long enough that the Diana ulti can come through. They finish off that kill. They get a shutdown. They save Kumo. They defend the dive. Perfect roam, perfect play from Aframu, one of LCS's biggest veterans, showing up huge for his team.
Yeah, really, really beautiful, well aimed. The turret was still active is like the big thing to me there, aiming it out to the side, making sure that's still a defensive tool. Really nicely done. So let's have again 3v1 and it's turned around.
Yep, 3v1, almost a 4v1 because Bjergsen does show up. You can see Kumo trying to play with the tower in between him and Graves, sidesteps with a dash on the ulti. That bought some time. Then, to your point, again, tower still activated there because the Bart ult was placed just to the right of it. Perfect placement onto Kumo, flash binding, connects on Bjergsen. Great stuff from FlyQuest, buys them a little bit of breathing room. They are still obviously behind.
Yep.
Another Dragon going to go the way of TL, and TL is up gold. But that gets Jose a little bit back into it. He's now closer to parity. He got a kill, he got a mythic, and it keeps Kumo alive and scaling, giving you some win conditions that you can at least point towards.
Absolutely. Well, top of his push in. Jose going to try to shadow this one. Of course, gets the easy push to go for a Herald play. They're going to go said, okay, yeah, it's ours right now. Whippo taking a sidestep to grab this Krug camp, which I like. He's got no way to play for anyway. But unless he gets pushed out of this lane, you don't finish the entire turret. You're going to get the 2 plates. You can maybe play for a
and
third.
TL are moving up. You're never going to get it.
So 150 gold apiece. Sadly, you're getting kind of the low end of expected value. Obviously, you can completely brick that thing, but 90% of games you're getting 320 and out, or something better. But yeah, it gets to 320. Okay,
Ooh.
a little something.
I kind of like the long con here, though.
Yeah.
Jose's sticking around. You're almost always going to expect him to just base, but if Whippo doesn't use his dash, his ulti and flash, like, it's really low chance of actually getting the kill. And Whippo's playing really respectful. This is just veteran stuff. Kumo is just playing kind of oddly far forward, and as a result, Whippo's like, no, you wouldn't be standing there. There's got to be someone else here.
Yeah.
He doesn't see jungle on the map. He didn't see Bard on the map, so he's going to say, yep, I'm only farming with spells. I'm not even going to farm with autos, and I'll play it safe.
Yep. And of course, did like, oh, she summoned a Herald top and then walked away. Could be in that brush, and indeed was, so smart there, and doesn't want to waste any more time as his cams are back up. So, nice attempt, smart play still. Not going to find the knockup, just sidestepped. Good job, Johnson. Goes to the side, and now Santorin's on the way back down, has a ward. You can see the opponent's on, and drops the control ward down as well. And now, good stun, but not much more to look at, as bot lane is getting dangerously low, down to 2 plates. 1 hit. Minions, there we go, 180 apiece.
Yep, you can see FlyQuest down to contest when it's Ayla, but when Santorin shows up, it's time to get out of there. So they're going to back it up, showing respect also to the threat of that Bjergsen roam. He was moving, but they're trying to keep Jose relevant. They're trying to keep having access to the camps. But you can see Santorin saying, all right, you're going to farm that red buff. Well, I'm just going to move in and farm your top side. Whippo already has the push, so Whippo shoves in top. He's going to move down here. TL coming in from all sides and just trying to hold Jose down. Top 4 gold right now. Well, Hans just got past, but top 4 was all TL, still is top 3. They are really doing a good job. And who cares that Ayla has less gold than Afro? That's just
how dare
really not relevant.
Support gold income is relevant. Even Shroud is great. No, I agree. Yeah, we don't care. So poor Ayla, whatever, on the bottom for gold income, but he's fine. He's got an assist. It's okay. The only reason he's behind Afro is Afro got a kill. He's able to Stark one of them at one point in the team fights. Whippo.
But what's the CSD?
Oh, actually pretty positive. But that's just, that's just a bad stat because of spell thieves. But now Whippo has to flash away. Good damage by Kumo. Turret's still taking a lot of damage, and I believe local gold will get missed. So 250 gold goes over to TL, not the 500 for full power, but and I believe first turret gold might be local as well, so...
It didn't look like a big increase, so I think they might have missed out on that as well.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Obviously, you're still winning. You like the map pressure, but now you've got Bjergsen over here. Looks like the W is going to be up, but the chain, it already hit once, so it's going to go through. Gets rid of some of the damage, actually. Bebo barely lands a single bit of it, but Bjergsen doesn't have any skills left, and Kumo just barely gets away.
Nicely played by Kumo, utilizing the Shroud as well as he could. TL played well around it, but did make it tricky for them, and just the dash over that turret, not allowing Bobo to finish him off. Bjergsen runs out of spells. He does survive. Has been doing a pretty good job tanking that pressure, but you can see it is showing itself in that CSD. It's a good 30+ CS here for Whippo, who has constantly been on the shove, is going for the same lethality build he did last time, wants to play it here pretty aggressive, and his team is helping to enable him to do it.
All right, down goes Waves it again, but yes, 30 CS lead at top is pretty nice. Whippo's feeling good. As you mentioned, 3 or 4 people are above everyone else, so looking pretty nice.
And that is terrifying.
Yeah, you are 2 items, you are bursty, and you can, of course, transition into a crit build, so, third item can be like an Essence Reaver or something. You go IE 4th, and you're real scary.
And Whippo has shown he's willing to play super aggressive with this style of build. Graves, if they have confidence and they really know their damage thresholds, you have got to play with so much respect as a carry, because Graves can flash on your face as an AD carry and just auto E auto and you're dead, or auto E ult and you're dead. It is a shocking amount of damage when they are lethality. Got to really play with respect.
As we can see, nearly one-shots Afremu. The shot from downtown nearly kills. 1 skill shot kills, though. Santorin flashes for flash. Well played by Afremu. Does he get out is the question. If Notice can get in range, so good fingers by the oldest player in the LCS. Afro still got it.
That definitely does, but TL, they got the Drake. So Afro gets his life. The Drake is the bigger prize here, though, unfortunately. They're just constantly pressuring, pushing him back, moving Bufo down here. At the very least, they will be able to trade top tower, so Kumo's going to get some gold, scale into this matchup a little bit more, but they will be forced to fight for this 5v5. You know, when you're playing Yasuo Diana, and these sort of upfront bursty comps, even Jhin, you know, because he does deal, you know, missing health damage and kind of execute damage, you need to stop that Mountain Soul.
Diana, oh, Yasuo, they're going to try for the first one. Hansama gets locked up. The charm didn't come down in time to stop Yasuo. Has to flash get away from EQ3, and it's something finally on the board.
Yeah, first time they're able to finally get that out. They get a kill here for Tukoi. Gonna be feeling good about that initial kill. Plus, I think the biggest prize is that they got all 4 bot lane summoners while still getting the kill. So it's much more repeatable because no flash was used by Jose. Nothing really was committed too heavily to actually find that kill on Hansama. And even while you have that Gale Force cooldown down, you can look for a Bard ulti very easily here too.
Uh-oh, that's a chain that's still going to hit. They're going to take the portal. This could be Centaur in front of the kill. We know Flash is down, and he wanted the ward too much. A punishment for sure. Down goes Afro, kill on the board for Team Liquid, and now on the top side, Kumo. He's going to force the TP out, bit of damage, but not going to get it done.
And stay out.
Yeah.
Gives him a little snip for his trouble.
That's a snip.
Afro is punished though, and now TL are just going to summon Herald mid. Still doing a good job, just playing around Santorin. Santorin has never given up his lead. He has constantly been way ahead as far as the gold goes. They're actually going to get 2 crashes, 2 towers, and TL just playing really, really well around this jungle advantage that Santorin has created for himself, you know, with the matchup and with his play. Back-to-back games, really impressed by the game plan here from TL, how they know where to play and how to play around this Xin Zhao.
He's like, wait, does he want me? No, he wants the wave. Winning around. If there was a play, he'll be there in time. Wants to go for this one. Chain's going to land, though. Didn't win wallet, but does he find the knock-up sidestep? Oh, he almost guessed correctly. Did guess downwards, but Bjergsen walked a bit too fast. Would have had to burn the flash. I don't know if ult would have really killed, but it would have looked close, and a worthy attempt there by Tukoi.
Trying to get a little bit of pressure, but has to be careful because they actually haven't spotted, you know, this ward on their side of the map. So, you know, Jose would have been spotted moving away from that because of that pink ward. So Santorin can just run down here knowing that it's not going to be a 2v1. You know, knowing that it would just be a 1v1, and you do not win this as Yasuo against this challenging Smite Xin, who is up on gold.
Absolutely. And it is, of course, keep in mind, this is nerfed Yasuo. We're 12.1, nerfed Shield Bow, 12.2, which we are not on for this weekend. Had the commentation buffs to Samir, Yasuo, Yone. So this is kind of his power trough for the last several months, and still going to play him. Looking, I mean, okay as far as his CS has been fine. Obviously, he's been picked on a fair bit. And we'll see if the later game fights start to look better, but there is a Jinx who's been farming quite well, despite the early lane lead, has kept up in farm, has, I think, more turret gold, and is fully on 2 items here.
Yep, absolutely. Second item has been completed there for Johnson, too. So he is keeping up, and Tukoi picks up some pieces of that IE. When he hits IE, if he can do that at a reasonable time, that's where you start to have some real threat, I think, behind this combo. Can get pretty scary for those squishies. Hansama has gotten through about half of his flash cooldowns. They haven't been able to punish it just yet, but they really would love to find some sort of a pick before that comes back up. Because if you can get that insta-kill on Jinx, that can lead to something else.
They're going to try it again. Rocket Belt 4 a little bit done here. Not going to find the engage. Shots on a Hansama. Out of range for the 4th shot. Wouldn't have killed anyway, but would have been some punishment.
The Gale Force is a small prize.
Yeah, it's a 90-second cooldown. It'll be up as the next dragon spawns, and it's one that FlyQuest absolutely must fight for.
And it does matter when you're playing against Bard, because you can use that to dodge the Bard ult. Otherwise, you need Flash. If he actually just does it from one screen away and you put it right on the character, Jinx cannot just walk out of it. So it is pretty impactful, but it's a small window, and likely Hans is going to play around that, knowing that Afro is around in the area. Clearly, we can see the emphasis on this bottom side, trying to create a line of wards, but there's still deep TL wards behind them. So, you know, they haven't really been able to kind of clear out the vision to their rear. They've just been able to try to establish some wards forward. And as soon as Santorin shows up, they've got to run. They've got to just give up everything.
Ayla, I believe, he got some move speed, but didn't actually find anything to really do there. So, no engagement after move. Flash is up pretty much everywhere, except Hansama missing his. I think everyone else has the button, or Ghost in the case of Kumo, of course. Everyone's off to the top side of the map. Kumo getting jumped on by Santorin, and actually Magical Journey's out. A quick root comes in, but they don't want to engage. Can always pop the ult, and Santorin would live. Dragon's up at 24 seconds now, and mid lane going to be cleared first by Team Liquid. So once again, they get the push. and it's FlyQuest who answers second, but time is ticking down, and TL, you see those control wards, they completely own this part of the map. Danger for Kumo, getting pushed down lower and lower, tries to stay alive for a bit longer. Charm gonna be found, no, not just yet. Ayla gonna get out, and they have knocked down Takui. Unable to get his ulti off, unable to get anything to happen. Nothing going for FlyQuest, a 3,500 gold lead and a Dragon Soul to Team Liquid.
Yep, the pattern continues wherever Santorin goes this entire game. FlyQuest cannot contest. They're gonna grab the soul, potentially even move up towards the top side of the map, try to catch some of these people who are on the exit, but Johnson might get chased down. Doesn't look like it's gonna happen, but now TL can just move their pressure up towards top side, start setting up around the Baron, start looking to get picks in that area, because they do still have really good turn, really good engage, and FlyQuest just don't really have a leg to get into this matchup. The only thing they have is kind of Kumo scaling in the side lane, but he's been pressured so heavily by mid, by jungle, that he's way down in gold.
Yeah, I mean, he is scaling, if you play the really long term, like, well, eventually Flipper runs out of item slots, but that is so far away, and it feels like Baron and Elder Dragon die before we get to the point where Gwen catches up. So I agree with you. This feels a bit out of hand. Team Liquid looking to keep this one in control. 2-0 start has become 6-2 since then, and every single Dragon, and I believe every single Rift Herald. No, they did give one. They gave the first one to FlyQuest, got some turret damage into the top lane. Eventually that turret did fall, but Hansama still just scaling up. Infinity is next, and it's going to be so hard to do anything about this. You mentioned the engage tools are not too numerous. Positito on a flank engage, he can try, of course, but with how low volatility's been in this game, Flash throw always up, TL finisher always going to get out, except for the snap ult, and that gets maybe one or two people.
And when you're down on gold and you're fighting in the Mountain Soul, it's just hard to have enough damage to actually one-shot someone to start a fight, right? Diana Yasuo just has to do that. You need to insta-kill Hans or Bjergsen or someone to really kick off a fight. If you're not able to punch through, it becomes very, very difficult to win that extended fight against a comp like this, who is way up in gold, and now they're just going to straight up start this Baron. No vision really forward in that river whatsoever. They have an idea that it's going on, and they are going to try to check it out.
All right, Bardol makes it disengage for a little bit. Jinult's getting some vision, but they're still there. TP coming across now as Graves will join the fight. 5v5.
He can get a big ulti here.
Ozidioto wants in on something. Bjergsen forces a distortion out, so when's the play gonna happen? You got him in range, you gotta find the fight. Pulling on it too, Yasuo's in. Is it enough? Is the question. Hansama's low, flashes out, stays alive as Tukui's gonna fall. On the backside is Ayla at 5 HP, but lives. 3 for nothing. Team Liquid just have too much gold, and they will not die. You have to believe it was closer. That could have been the difference. That would have been 2-0 on the bottom lane, and the rest of it looks a bit better, but it's not going to happen. Bjergsen's now in the chase. Kumo will not have the damage to kill Bwipo. Basically, a solo kill at the end, and Team Liquid start the Baron to get a 4-4-0 and a Baron afterwards.
And that's going to do it. I think that's the death knell of FlyQuest. They knew they had to go for something here, but TL, too strong, too far ahead. Hans and Bwipo barely survive the initial engage. They get out thanks to that gold lead, thanks to the Mountain Soul, the extra levels that they have. Jose and Takui just didn't have enough to finish him off. Imagine if that IE is completed for the Yasuo. Imagine if there's another item here on Diana. The initial engage is good, and I think this is the window you have to go for. Dash in, flash forward, R onto 2 of their squishiest carries, but just not quite enough. Hans living with 300 health, a couple hundred health saved by that Mountain Soul, plus the missing damage from that gold lead, just meant they couldn't get that initial kill, and as a result, nothing going on. Bjergsen wrecking havoc in the backline. Bwipo just heals right on up, and Hans even got a lot of work done considering he was pushed out immediately.
Yeah, flash to safety, and then suddenly, Ayla CC'd everyone. Oh, now I'm safe. That's cool. Yep. We know the buttons are down.
Now I gotta reset.
We know it was E/R from Diana. Rockabelt was down too. There's absolutely nothing left for her, so cool. Autos we go, and everyone died. Well done. You can see he had some decent damage, but yeah, 600 gold for Yasuo. Like, this is what you comped for, and sadly, the professional debut of Tukui's Yasuo, not great.
Does that count the shield damage?
I'm guessing it doesn't.
Because it just seems too low. You know, a 600 damage ult on 2 carries there feels too low to me, but that is possible. Either way.
After armor, it's close.
Yeah, either way, not able to get enough damage out. Not going to matter too much here. EL on the push, just marching it down here. Side lanes. Bjergsen going to be escorting in mid. Is a little bit late to it, so it's not Baron buffed up, but TL looking just to extend this advantage to an insurmountable lead.
No, Hansama just pushing in through the bottom side, looking at play an Ayla. Good route, it does. stop mid dash, but not going to be a ton here as it's time for the push. Santorin going to knock down a ward, give it to Whippo, and the siege can now begin as Santorin holds the front line. Knows with any engage, you can always ult. Nice turn of tornado, not going to find it. Kumo going to control mid wave, but Bjergsen's pushing it in. Gets some decent damage, holds the distortion back in case there's any funny business. There is not. Able to walk away and keep the turret getting lower and lower. 1/3 health mid, down to about half in the bottom side, and we can keep going.
And now they step forward with 2 members from FlyQuest going towards that mid tower. They just move in, they knock this down, and now the inhibs will start to fall.
Bjergsen locks down between waves. Could have pushed in mid, choose the statement the team says, you know, if they're going to fight, they might fight now. Okay, the wave is now back in. Cool, we cleared enough of it that it was always going to push back to the Nexus turrets, or the inhibitor turrets, I should say. And now we see another attempt in the bottom side as the Jhin ulti doesn't get a whole lot done. At full health, you don't take a whole lot. And now another attempt here. Tukli's forced to run away. Here comes the attempt to charm. Nice portal to safety. Really, really well aimed by Afro. However, it's not going to mean a whole lot because your base is still in shambles. She's looking to retreat now. 30 seconds to go to the Dragon spawns. That Red
flank.
Okay. 4,500 in the Red Bull Baron power play, but no Kumo's behind them. Nothing to be done, and Santorin's going to feel safe, so the resets come in, and they'll get there just in time to play for Elder Dragon.
Yeah, can they actually get Santorin? I feel like, then it's not going to happen.
I don't think they saw all the recalls. They don't know the full info. I think, yeah, you take the risk and try.
That's kind of my feeling, is that it's like, what is your chance to win this game? You have less than 1% chance to win this game now. If you kill Santorin there and you can 5v4 and get the Elder, maybe you have a shot.
10%.
You know?
Yeah.
So I think it would have been worthwhile. Either way, TL gets the reset. They are here. The Elder's not going to die before TL is ready to scrap. And FlyQuest, one final fight.
Here we go. On to the Dragon, 5k health. My fight could matter. Ult's going to tag the support for the engage. When's the team fight start, though? Yasuo's dead. Traded back for jungle, but now it's going to be 4v3 on the map, and out goes FlyQuest. Ultis came through, but didn't do a lot. Great ulti out of Hans Sama. Finds another kill on the board. Jinx, 3 out of the 4 games he has played. Team Liquid about to head to the semifinals here of Lock-In.
Here comes Whippo.
There's a trap for a slow, and just instantly deleted. I think Elder Dragon wasn't even needed, by the way. I think that was just Graves burst. But this is over. He's got the crit. He's got the Nexus turrets going down.
Combat.
Elder Dragon makes it not very fair. I feel like this is such an easy win for Ayla here. But, you know, we're taking some journeys. They're magical. Will Afro live? He will survive. His season in Lock-In will not. Team Liquid 2-0 over FlyQuest.
Really nice series here from TL. 2 different lineups, but 2 of a similar look game. You know, strong control. I've got to say Santorin was so good throughout the series, and just how TL, I think, played around him and around their advantages really was shining in these 2 games today. Game number 1, it's the Kalista, it's the Thresh. You know you're going to have the advantage in that bot lane. So where does he invade? He invades towards Gromp. They pull over a 3v3. They create a large advantage. Well, game number 2, you have a guaranteed pushing lane with Graves against this Gwen in the early stages. Well, where does he invade? It's the top side. He forces the flash from Jose Dioto, putting him way down early on, stealing away camps. Then, when Bjergsen has created an advantage around mid lane, he knows the only way to bail Takui out of that is to actually go mid for Jose and try to push. So he answers there. They get kills. And I just think his pathing was really intelligent. The game plan was really intelligent. TL took, I think, very few risks in this game or the last, and we're pretty much in control start to finish.
Yeah, it was fun to see. I mean, in both cases, right? You saw the sub out, like, obviously Corey today is better than Ayla. Obviously Whippo is better than Bradley. This is not, you know, shocking. This is the mildest thing you could have possible. But that meant that was the direction that Santorin pathed towards. Oh, we have the winning bot lane. I pathed towards bot, and I'm invading Gromp on camp 6. He's got a winning top 6. Whippo's in. I'm invading top, and I'm invading Wolves on camp 4. Right? He's like, I know where my strong side is. I know who's showing up first. I'm going to make your life hard. Like, I think the first game is against Lee Sin, who's also a good early jungler. I was like, yeah, but I got the bot lane.
But I have
like,
Thresh Kalista, and you have Rakan Jinx.
Right. So your Gromp is mine. Thank you very much. This is on my side. And then just like solo invades the other one because he wins the one-on-one and has pressure, right? Like the LeBlanc, I think, was pushing as well for Bjergsen. So, I mean, that's intelligent from Santorin, right? He's really good at playing around the leads and then taking the most that he's allowed to take. Well, it's safe every time. So, like, you know, credit to him.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of these, you know, comes down to, you know, pregame planning too, right? The going mid for Bjergsen is an adaptation, but you know Graves is going to get the push into Gwen. You know Kalista Thresh is going to get the push into Jinx and Rakan. And you can fight around that, have the pre-plan, and that speaks to intelligent coaching. It speaks to intelligent drafting. And I think TL just showed, you know, a couple different looks and looked great.
Looked great. So we are joining the Tigris and Bjergsen himself in our Bars and Post interview. See you there.
Thank you, Freak. Like many of the people that are watching, I have been looking forward to this moment to welcome Bjergsen back to the LCS as a player here for the Verizon post-game interview. Just tell me, what has it been like transitioning back to putting on a jersey day and day again?
It's been a lot of fun and just really exciting getting to play games. I don't think I realized how much I missed playing until I actually kind of got back into it and we started scrimming and we started just playing together as a team. So yeah, it's been a lot of fun and I can't wait to start playing these higher stakes matches going into semis and finals. It's going to be fun.
Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying playing again because you've been doing a lot of it, double duty over in Academy, coming here onto the stage for LCS. You just got your first best of series of the season done. How has it been dealing with the chaos of that heavy schedule alongside the roster rotations? That means playing with a lot of different players as well.
It's been a little bit tough also because I'm sick and I've been sick, so my energy is a little bit drained. But I feel like I was worried that I was going to play really poorly, but I'm still doing okay in the games. At least I'm not inting the games. But it was fun getting to play in Academy, and I think it's been fun learning to play with so many different players. We've been playing with Jan, Bradley, and Ayla, obviously, and it just takes a little bit more adaptation because every player is a little bit different, communicates a little bit differently, likes to play a little bit different champions. So I think it's been good for me getting thrown into the mix with all these different players, and it just makes me more adaptable, I think, as a player and teammate.
Yeah, and I do hope you feel better. No one ever likes having to operate at not feeling like 100%, but we do get to enjoy seeing you play on the Rift. And I know that when you were speaking in a Horizon interview, actually when you were in Korea, you talked about the fact that you really wanted to get back to this lifestyle of constantly wanting to improve as a player and be there for the team. What has that progress been like? Because it is such a shift from what you have to do as a coach.
It's a little bit more selfish, I think, when you're a player because it's all about making sure that your performance is good. Of course, the team as well as a whole, but it's really important to just be at your best every single day, have as much energy as possible every single day, being able to put in the hours in practicing and studying, which is similar for a coach, but of course, your performance matters more as a player because you have to perform in so many games in a practice day, or for example, today I need to potentially perform in 3 games in a row, so I need to have my energy be really good and consistent. And it's just a lot of fun. Honestly, this is just very comfortable to me because this is a lifestyle I led for so long. Going into the coaching position was really a little bit different for me. And it was also interesting trying out something new, but this is where I really feel comfortable and at home being a player.
Yeah, I'm sure that time away as a coach has contributed to your development as a player too. And now really locking into the games, you're talking about having to think about your own performance. You do have another one on the horizon against Dignitas, maybe not what you and the rest of the squad were expecting. What are your thoughts on that upcoming best of series that you have in the semifinals of Lock-In?
Yeah, I did not expect to play against Dignitas, but I think that they showed some pretty good strategies. I think that they have a very clear way that they play the game. I don't want to give away too much, but I think there's a lot of good things for us to learn watching how they played against 100 Thieves and understanding what they like to pick and how they like to play. And I think that they found success with it. They were still, especially the first game was pretty crazy, like back and forth. It was a pretty entertaining game to say the least, but I think Dignitas has really showed how they like to play and we can use that to our advantage.
Well, we all look forward to seeing you take them on in the next round of play. And on behalf of everyone, once again, I would like to say welcome back to the stage and thank you so much for this interview, Bjergsen.
Thank you. I'm going to kill Biofrost.
All right. That's what you heard, everybody. Biofrost gonna be dying the next time they take to the Rift. It's time for us to continue breaking down this series on the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you so much,
In the game.
Chris. It's always good to have him back. It's always good to have him back in the league in some way, shape, or form right now as a player and performing quite well, if I do say so myself. Bit of a different, shade to Bjergsen, though. Very direct.
Yeah.
A little dark.
I'm gonna kill you,
Biofrost. Okay. All right, let's see it next time around.
Hey, they won a championship together.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Bring the boys back together. Team Liquid, for all of the different amalgamations of rosters that they've come to the table with, they continue to impress and continue to work as they snag this 2-0 over FlyQuest.
Yeah, 8 different players picking up victories. They've only had 1 loss throughout the whole lock-in so far. I mean,
Feels good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
The system's
Maybe
working.
they win the whole thing.
They might. They just might. I know you're hoping for it.
Stop it.
Let's talk Champ Select here.
Okay.
Because I think all of us shuddered a little bit at the FlyQuest draft in light of what they're up against here, Emily.
And also, like, in light of what they're comfortable with. So I actually do like the Diana-Yasuo combo, but we talked about, like, how comfortable that this team is going to be piloting something like that. And when you play it, like, even if you look at EG Dig yesterday when they piloted the Diana, they had the Tryndamere mid, but they also had Senna Leona bot, and then more importantly, they had the Renekton in the top. So you need some sort of push or some sort of aggression, like secondary kind of engage, initiation, something like that, to help the Diana out. Especially since she has to kind of farm up. She's probably not going to be as interactive with her lanes early. And, you know, again, the Yasuo provides that, and they're amazing in tandem with each other. But I feel like they needed something else to be able to have some sort of forward pressure to help them out. And once it falls behind, it's not fun.
Welcome to the series, Flippo.
Well, one something else is an early first blood going over to Jin, and that to some degree made us think, okay, even if we didn't love the draft, an early advantage in the bot lane could be a way that FlyQuest finds their answer.
Yeah, and I think individually, Aphromoo had a good game, but something that was happening during that replay actually was Santorin was stealing away Gromp and Blue from Diana and burning Diana's flash. So when this comes up, they just know they're coming from a much more powerful position.
And all throughout that initial part, the way that this Diana was kept down, like obviously you're gonna look at Tukoy in the mid lane and the fact that he did get killed a few times, but you're also gonna look at the fact that Diana was not allowed to like farm comfortably in this game because of Santorin's actions.
Yeah, and so this kind of just breaks the game, that play that you end up seeing. And in general, just kind of touching back on the draft, I think it's really difficult to play Diana Yasuo into just that 2v2. LeBlanc ins out, you're just gonna get destroyed. So that was something that they had to deal with. The early advantage that you say, Jat, definitely didn't help. And there goes, as you can see through the goal difference over time, just going down.
Across both games, the gold graphs are incredibly pretty for Team Liquid, right? We constantly talk about, exactly. You want to see that cascade, almost the exponential, you know, curve in one direction or the other for a team that's in a winning position. And of course, it's Team Liquid this time around. Every single player, to some degree, those 8 all stepped up. The one who stepped up the most, though, across this series has got to be Santorin. And to me, this goes back to that conversation we're having top of day in waiting room. The ceiling of Team Liquid. Those questions being asked. Ooh, Santorin was having some health issues in summer, and Bjergsen coming out of a year away from the game, or rather just coaching and not as a player. And, well, at least Santorin doesn't look like he's missed a beat.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see Santorin back and playing well. I know what a competitor this guy is and how much it crushed him to not be able to play the whole season last year. So I hope he keeps up this level of performance because when he's on, he's a great player.
And I think people need to remember that once he did figure out those health issues and came in, he was really good.
Yeah.
Like there wasn't a sort of, because I know obviously Bjergsen, he's still getting back into playing. He took like an entire year off, but with Santorin, he came in and he was pretty much really good right off the bat.
And it's kind of, it is scary. It's not kind of, it's scary for a lot of these teams, like how many pieces they can take away. You're going to put Bradley in one game, they can put Ayla, they can put Yeon, and in the end of the day, they're just a dominant team. Like we're not even being full power. And so, yep, today was, business, it felt like, for Team Liquid. The next series, it feels like it's going to be overwhelmingly in their favor. I've said that.
Is it, though?
I said that for the first series of the day. I said that earlier.
Santorin River matchup.
And it bit me, yeah. Okay, it bit all of us.
Right. Learn from your mistakes, Raz.
No.
That's all I have to say. You talk about how, about that matchup. Now they've now earned themselves in the semifinals, and it's going to be a tough one because there were a lot of incredible plays made by that Dignitas roster earlier today. Our Rock Hat big play of the day actually goes to not just one play, but all of Neo's play in game 1 of their series. I mean, I appreciated watching him across both of their games. The aggression that we saw out of him is something to definitely be called out.
It's also cool because, again, we cited, and more specifically Raz cited Neo as the player that he wanted to see kind of pop off in this series. We talked a lot about how River set it up, but Neo in these team fights on both the Aphelios and the Ezreal was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, He has always been kind of that playmaker. In fact, if I were to ask you guys, what would you say is a champion that aligns with him? Like, if you think Neo, what champion? I'll say for you, Jap.
For Neo, honestly, it's Ezreal and Aphelios.
Yeah.
I think it's those two. Those two that he's most.
The other one that I would say is pretty close is Callista.
Okay.
Because of what he was able to do. So Callista's a good one, but Ezreal, even in Academy, he's always just been insane on that champion because he has more liberty and mobility.
Yeah.
And he's able to blink. He blinks forward a lot if he finds those plays. He was able to do that in game 1. And even though like you can critique Dignitas' strategy in that game and how they could have played better, coordinate better, they just didn't have much time to practice, and they're definitely going to be going to the back and looking over that. But what you do have is valuable in Neo, in River, smart players, and strong mechanically.
I love this tweet here. You can tell how much it meant to a number of guys on this lineup, right? Fake God tweeting out, finally, my first best of series win since Scouting Grounds. So that's how I earned his way into the LCS and into the hearts and minds of many as a mainstay and a name known by plenty. But to take down the defending champions, to push yourself to a semifinal and to earn that matchup against Team Liquid, I mean, just that alone, I think a best of 5 against Team Liquid is going to be a treat for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty tough for Dignitas, only because I will say this. I think Dig have a really good understanding, especially through River, of how they want to play like really early, like early to mid. But then where TL should have the advantage is mid beyond, because I do think we saw kind of a better macro showing from them. Late game.
That. Oh, okay.
Mid and beyond. Mid till the game ends, Dash.
Got it. I was like, ooh, what's
Until it
beyond?
finishes.
You're talking about that.
The unknown. Okay. You're selling me on it. It's like the League of Legends expansion pack over here. Oh, Lordy. All right, well, it's time for the best part of the day, some bracketology.
Whoa!
Let's update as we have our 2 series victors. Moving on to that semifinal is Dignitas and Team Liquid. But before we get to that matchup next weekend, we've got 2 more sets of matches coming at us tomorrow. It's going to be EG versus Golden Guardian. It's going to be Cloud9 versus CLG. Raz is tapping the desk, which means he's got lots to say.
I love you, Chime. Good luck. It's a catastrophe.
Maybe he doesn't have a lot to say, but he's something very pointed to say.
I was gonna say the biggest upset potential has got to be that CLG game.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love it.
I think you said that the other day too, right?
Yes.
You were like, that's the one that you feel has the most potential to go the other way?
Literally before any of these series had played out, I was like the CLG versus C9 game. Just because CLG had just gotten so much better throughout their first game to the last one. They have a lot of great talent. But of course, I didn't see that Dignitas game, and that one is a big highlight. But definitely watch out for that one.
Wasn't it Vulcan who tweeted like, "How weak is Group A"?
Yeah.
He did do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Here's how that gets interesting, right? Because so today we said like at the very top,
right?
Hey, maybe FlyQuest has the highest upset potential because they're the ones who took a game off like the top team of 100 Thieves.
Right. Yeah. Well, now Dignitas has taken.
That was the Group A team.
Yeah.
Right.
True.
Cloud9, they're lower stock. They got slammed by 100 Thieves, who also just got slammed by Dignitas. These are terrible, by the way. Like I hate it when people are like, well, if this team beats that team, this team.
A lot of transitive properties.
The really simple one is like 3rd place Group V versus 2nd place Group A. It could happen.
It really could.
CLG.
It really could. All right, well, we'll start the day tomorrow with the LCS waiting room at 12 noon, and then the games start promptly at 12:30. That is an hour earlier than today. Do not forget, mark your calendars. Come hang out with us as we chat about all things LCS. But for now, we're going to close the studio down. That does it for us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCS. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.